Yeah. Give me a minute. Yes. He's cooking dinner. So he's not gonna make you eggs if he's cooking dinner. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, for real, I don't know what the deal is, but that man said that this came from Memphis in America. And then he tried to say that it was shipped over to Egypt from Memphis in America, and alabaster means Alabama, and they made the alabaster limestone was made here in America, and they got the limestone from Alabama. Then they said, "Come on, bro, stop! You need to go back and apologize to the people. You said this came from Egypt, here in America. You said it was built here in America. They found it here. You said they found it here in America." So if it was found here in America, stand on that. Why say, oh yeah, they moved it over there? Go back and apologize to people. Because you're not the only person that was pushing this image. You are not the first person to push this image on this app. And then people who actually study the Kemetic teachings had to come and debunk the shit out of y'all. This was found in Egypt, in Africa. It was found in Egypt, in Africa, not Egypt in America. That's where it was found. So you need to go back and correct your first video trying to say that this was found over here in the Americas. So go back and correct that. Instead of you correcting your first video, your second video, somebody commented that, hey, this is from such and such. You came in and you was like, oh, well, it's from America, but it was shipped over there to Egypt. How'd they ship it, bro? How the fuck did they ship this big ass statue from over here in America all the way over there to Egypt? What ship did they use? Are you talking early BC, late BC? Are you talking early AD, late AD? What is you talking about? Tell me what you talking about. Tell me what it is you talking about, bro. Then he said, now I'm not, because I ain't looked this up. So he might have a point. Utah is Ptah, but they changed the P to a U. That sounds real good. It sounds good. It sounds good. He might be going somewhere with that. But if I look into where Utah got its name from, and I go to an old map, and I look where Utah is, and I don't see Ptah there, that means somebody's making up shit. You making up stuff, bro. So that means if we taking Utah off the map, we taking the word Utah off the map, then you got to show me Ptah being there before Utah was there in an earlier map. You got to show me it. If you can't show me, then hey, I mean it's cool. It's cool just to talk. I'm not saying that what you're saying with the Utah stuff is wrong. I just need to see it on an earlier map. Because I personally think you might be going somewhere cool with that. It sounds cool. I don't even go in his stuff and address him. Like, because I was following him, right? I know, bro. I know. Like, they like, He ain't the only one. He's not the only person that be like, Egypt's in America. So then he looks at all the names that are over there in Egypt, and he sees some of those names over here in America, and be like, America was here first. Okay, flag on the play. We're gonna go ahead and toss the shirt, my son's shirt. Flag on the play. You gotta rewind back. Are you talking about the colonized Egypt where they renamed it during the Greeks and the Persians? Or is that what you're talking about? You talking about the names that was given to them by the Greeks and the Persians? Who colonized Egypt first? Because when you go over there now and you look at the sites over there in the Nile Valley civilization, they got Arab names. They don't have the Kemetic names on the maps no more. They got Arab names, and they kept Egypt. They kept the name Egypt. Egypt and Memphis, right? Because I think Memphis means it's spelled totally different in the Medu Neter. It ain't even spelled the way they spell it now. So we're gonna take Egypt. It's Greek. So now the people that created the word Egypt are Greek. So you mean to tell me that they created the word over here in America first? The Greeks created the word Egypt in America first, and then they went over there. That means, so now we got to find the Greeks over here in America before we find the Greeks over there in Africa. That's what we got to find. In order for me to validate your claim, we got to find the Greeks. We got to find the Greeks over here in America before we find the Greeks over there in Africa. Because I'm not gonna let you slide on that, bro. You said that this was found in America, and then you got busted on it, bro. Just like, hey man, you right. I apologize. It was found over there in Egypt, but it belongs over here in America. That's the alabaster limestone. And when you go and you look, when you do your research, majority, not even majority, some of the Egyptian statues, some of the artifacts that they found was made out of alabaster limestone, bro. What you talking about? Where you get, I just want to know where you get alabaster means Alabama. I need to know what that is. No, bro. Ty Mary and Tamerica. That's not the same. And that's what they're trying to say. Oh, Ty Mary is over here in America. It was over here first. So you mean to tell me that this whole landmass was called America before it was called Turtle Island? Okay, I guess, but we can go with that. Yeah, bro, I know it's in Tama who, but still, like, I don't know where these people be getting this information from. It's like they just run with shit. They run with shit. I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not saying what this man's saying about Utah is wrong. I'm just saying he's wrong about this shit. That's it. That's it. Now don't get it twisted. Bro, you know who. You know who. You see the light skinned dude with the bird chest on the side of the screen? Now, this is what I wanted to do this a long time ago, right? Not him, not dealing with him. I call all of them out. I call all the indigenous people out, the indigenous black Americans, right? I called them all out. I told them what time I was going to go live and everything. They chose not to show up because I was going to kill all of this. Oh, Egypt was in America first shit. I was going to destroy it. I was going to destroy them. Showed up. And then me and him done have conversations about this.
I'll get him over here.
Every time I start talking to him about it, he get in his motherfucking feelings.
I'll get him over here.
Huh?
I said, I'll get some of them over here for you.
No, I'm not even talking about them right now. I'm just talking about this statue. This is my biggest issue with people saying that Egypt was in America first. Where's y'all dynasties at? Where's y'all kings list? Where's y'all temples? Where's y'all statues at?
Do you not know what they did to the people on this land? Do you not remember that they lost things? So you don't think they came in and snatched all that shit up
I'm
and
not dealing with a think. I'm not dealing with an if. I'm not dealing with a belief. I'm going with things we can prove.
how
Because
can we
there ain't
prove
no
that?
way in hell if you
Well,
finding this
here's the
bitch,
proof. Here's the
if
proof.
there's
They
no
lost
way
their
you
language.
can find this big
They
ass
lost their
statue
language.
in
They lost their
America
culture.
and move
Here's
it,
the proof. They lost their
you
language and
got
they lost
proof.
their culture. That's proof.
You got
They took
proof. You
everything.
got proof.
We know
Do
what
you have
colonizers do.
proof
Now, it's
that the
not brand
people
new
in
now
Kemet?
because hmm?
And so every time I talk, you're just gonna cut me off. Go ahead.
I know that's why I stopped. I guess we were
Go
crossing.
ahead.
No, you go.
What I'm saying is this: they got statues, they got artifacts, they got all this stuff in over there in Egypt, in Nubia, parts of Crete. They got them in Canaan. They got them I don't forgot the motherfucking name. What is the name? Sumer. They got Egyptian stuff all over these places, right? Where's these artifacts here in America? Where are they at?
Probably over there in Egypt.
How'd they move them there?
The same way they move people.
The world's strongest crane couldn't pick up one bath slab of an Egyptian block. It broke. So if the world's
I
strongest
didn't
crane
talk about the
couldn't lift this
pyramids.
up, what technology did these people have during the time that the Europes were ruling the seas that they could put these type of monuments, these statues on these wooden boats that are heavier than the wooden boat and float them overseas and then get them into Egypt?
Technology's dumbed down. You could tell that off of the hieroglyphs and everything that they're showing pictures of things that we haven't seen or we see now, but that they shouldn't have seen then. Also, like Turtle Island, like how can they call it Turtle Island unless they been up above, flew high to see that it looks like a turtle? So I mean, like airplanes, all that stuff's dumbed down. Our technology's dumbed down. They make us think it's new, but it's not. Nothing new under the sun. This stuff has been out, like electric cars,
Technology might be
1900s.
dumbed down, but these people been digging over here in America for years. And you mean to tell me that they're not having groundbreaking sites where they're finding Egyptian statues?
Well, if they took stuff and stuff is underwater, I mean, these mounds could be things underneath the mounds. We don't know. We got to actually
Yeah,
look.
that a mountain is not a pyramid though.
We got pyramids
We got
and
pyramids
central.
in Mexico and South America. There are
They
no
all.
pyramids in America. The only which I want to call pyramids in America are mountains. That's it.
Oh, I don't know.
Want some of that sausage?
I heard there's pyramids underwater. I don't know. I saw a pyramid in Las Vegas though. I think it was a hotel though.
Because you're not gonna eat it all. I know you're not. The fuck I ain't. I'm hungry. You get something to eat. Cora. When?
Right at the brick, no?
Let's see who this is.
Who's in there?
No, dude was trying to say that they found this statue in America. And then somebody called him out on it. Instead of him saying he made a mistake, it really was found in Egypt, but they moved it over here from America. He just kept trying to debunk what the other person was saying. Monty got it. He got the keys anyway.
Oh my God. What's up, Muslim?
So the chick got mad.
Hey, I have her name.
I didn't cut her out. I was irritated, and I asked her.
Okay, so brother, I can't see what the words say up there on the left corner. Something saying was found in Memphis.
Or do you want to request it?
Can you hear me? Or am I?
No, he. I think he's listening to his wife.
Oh.
Oh no, he eats.
Oh,
Don't worry about it.
Soon. Hold on, I'm talking to my wife, y'all.
Oh, I thought she was talking on the phone.
And then they were like, yeah, so we thought no cancer, but no didn't. And the chick was like, it was my coworker. This did. Let me
so God is. Did you figure out how to teleport?
Right.
You gotta figure out what work?
How to teleport?
The teleport. If I knew how to teleport, why would I tell you?
Something that she didn't have.
Nobody. If I knew how to teleport, nobody would know. But the people I want to know. I don't need the government coming after me. You're a Muslim. Y'all Muslims might try to kidnap me.
What? That's historically inaccurate. Historically, culturally, statistically incorrect.
What is?
That a Muslim will kidnap you or do any harm to you.
Out of all the religions, Muslims have to be the most violent.
Do you know any Muslims in your personal life?
No, because I only know like 3 people in my personal life. My kids.
What? You never met? You didn't go to high school? There's no Muslim kids?
No.
Somalians? No Africans?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah.
Okay,
What about
whenever you meet a Muslim, in real life, when you meet a Muslim person, look at them and observe them and see if they seem like violent people to you.
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, first of all, I'm not saying all Muslims are like that. I like the Nation of Islam.
Nation of Islam is not Muslim.
They are Muslims.
They're not.
They're the true Muslims.
Because they disbelieve in one of the core tenets, which there cannot be a prophet after Muhammad, and they believe Elijah Muhammad is a prophet.
Of course, the Bible. I mean, the Roman Catholic people would say that. They don't want you to have nobody else.
I love.
What? What you said? I said Muslim, not Roman Catholics.
They're Roman Catholics.
So
where do you get your information from?
I mean, it's common sense. You can look. They created all the Abrahamic religions, all 3 of them. Now are a trilogy. That's why they're gonna put y'all together, and y'all gonna be Chrislams.
We must have forgotten Turtle Island is Egypt, Atlantis. Okay, you gotta prove it. You see, this is what I'm saying. Y'all be trying to make it seem like Atlantis is an island. It might have just been a city.
I gotta go shopping. Thank you.
Love you to death. But you're not gonna take all my cookies.
The lies you tell me.
Don't be hard. King is like just messing with folks.
Who said I was coming back?
I know you. When you tell me like somebody saw that.
We don't be blessed. Blessed means to be less.
Hello.
Hey.
Atlantis
is not a myth.
They gotta find it first.
They don't have to do anything.
Sorry about that.
They do what they want to do. We make believe. We live in beliefs just like these religions.
What did you win? Monty said he won safe prayer tickets.
I won the shit because I didn't know about it.
Know about what?
The state prayer ticket. She
Joe.
just told
Who is she?
Sure.
So
Yo,
how
what's up,
come
Joe?
so Clay, how come you can't know your God and you have to believe in your God?
Okay, how do I look
What does
at
that
that?
mean?
Okay,
Hold
Don't
on,
you have to
can you
believe in Islam?
but
Yes.
Why can't you know your God opposed to believing in your God?
check.
So when you say no, what does that mean?
I mean, it's either like I know I am a woman. I don't have to
Mhm.
believe I'm a woman. I know I'm a woman. So I mean, so why can't you know your God, but you have to believe in your God?
Do you know that you have a brain in your head, or do you
see
believe
you?
it?
No, I know
How do you know that?
No,
Like
they
because
that?
a couple of sites that they think
because
might be,
I've
but they
because
not.
I've seen them do
They
like
think
a
it's like
MRI
cities.
or CT
They're like
scan.
ruined cities.
That's what I'm saying. There's evidence, but you don't know, but you believe because of the evidence you've seen, and that's the same
Bro, you
thing
gotta
No,
speak
I
up.
I know I'm a woman. I don't have to believe that. I know that my daughter is 6 years old. I know that I'm drinking sparkling
because
water right now, or mineral water.
there has to be some sort of element of faith in it, right? So you can use your
That, no,
logical mind
no,
to look at,
no.
because if God was just to reveal Himself to us, what would be the point of this life?
See, this retarded, but so it comes in steps, right? You got you got what you know. I mean, first you start off with belief. You know what I'm saying? And then once you um, Nitty, I think you're. Oh, never mind. I thought I heard echo. And then you know, and you have truth. Yeah, I'm echoing.
Oh, you came out new. For the club. Them crazy boys. Yeah, that's what they say. So who just me and you going? We gonna go. Brother Lot is out there at the. He's coaching
All right.
football in
Nitty, you
Callaway, so
gotta
we
mute
finna
your
go
mic,
pull up
bro.
on him. He gonna follow us.
Where
So
y'all
I'm finna.
going?
Is he
Can I
talking
go?
to you?
Oh, I gotta
Hey,
disconnect.
kitty.
Hold on. Hey, look, I'm getting ready to run north. I'm about to drop out the box, so I ain't gonna have no Wi-Fi. But I'm.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Hold on, y'all. All right.
I'm about to drop. About to drop.
Yeah. So I
No,
mean,
I'm just saying I need this evidence. If y'all got the evidence, present the evidence. Give me all these statues. Cause look, Egypt was a massive historical place in the land that it's at, right? You can find traces of Egyptian culture and other African cultures. So we can find that over there, we need to find it here too. I need the statues. I need some evidence. They had Egyptian coins.
so
They
how do
had
those people?
they had
How do
Egyptian
they eat?
candles. I need to see that stuff here.
How do they eat over there, really? Because like most of
Yeah,
their
some
goods, like when it comes to vegetables and fruits and all that stuff, 80% of it comes from over here. I don't know if it still does now since we're growing GMO and all
absolutely
that
not.
stuff, but it
Hell
used to.
no.
So how were they able to eat over there?
So I'm from Sudan. Sudan is right
How
under
was who
Egypt.
able to
My
eat
The
over
Sudan, you
where?
talk about the desert?
Yeah, Sudan is right under Egypt. The Nile
You talk about the
River runs
desert.
extremely close to my village, like it's walking distance.
You talk about the
So
desert?
what we do, I'm talking, yes, in this hard desert,
Oh wow,
I
you go.
can't hear nothing you
but we
saying,
have the
bro.
Nile. We
So
have the
they so
Nile.
they,
We
so they
have the
growing
Nile
fruit in
River.
they grow fruits and
I
vegetables in the
can't hear
desert.
anything he's
Yes,
saying.
because we have the Nile River. We have like huge gardens, like palms, like mango trees, date trees,
Hey John.
lemons. Everybody got lemons. Lemon trees in their yards, and it's in the desert. But that's the benefit of the Nile River. It's the most fertile river in the world. Most
That's what they said.
nutrient dense water in the
I
world.
can't hear him. He
I can
just
hear
talking.
him.
Yo, you hear
I
me?
can't hear nothing he's saying.
Yo, you hear me now?
No.
Hold on, 1 second, bro. 1 second. Yo, is that better?
No, that's better.
Little.
Oh, you can't hear?
All right, cool. Can you hear me now, bro?
Okay, go ahead.
My bad. I said I'm from Sudan. Sudan is right under Egypt. My village specifically, it's not even a 10-minute walk from the Nile River. And we grow food by channeling the water from the Nile into our gardens. And they have industrial ones. Everybody has mini ones. I mean, it doesn't rain too frequently, but when it does, we store the rainwater. But I mean, the fact that there's a Nile River, it doesn't matter if it's a desert or not, because you have a river that's constantly flowing.
No, show me proof that they were doing that back then.
They did it even better back
Show you
then.
proof that they were
Show me
doing
proof.
what?
Whatever he said.
Agriculture.
It's on the walls of the pyramids.
The Nile Delta Valley, literally
They have
Alexander the Great.
when you go into Seti's tomb, right? They actually have that. Matter of fact, they
What
got
they
it
got?
in another pyramid where they have females that are by the delta and they're picking fruit and grain. They have this on the wall.
Yeah, I want to see that.
So what are you suggesting? Are you
So
trying
you
to
said
say that
SETI.
the
You
Africans
said look
back
at what
then
SETI.
What she's trying to suggest is that everything that's over there in Egypt came from America first.
impossible?
First of all, I didn't say all that. I said that 80% of y'all, the food in Africa, like the fruits and vegetables, came from America, and that's not impossible.
That's a very ignorant statement.
Okay, so we say, are you talking
It's
about?
ignorant that you even said. It's
You
ignorant.
saying?
It's ignorant.
Are you saying 80% from now or 80% back then?
Not now, probably because our food's GMO now. So I'm
Tell
talking
me
about back then.
when back then? What year?
Let's see.
Last 50 years, 100
Let's
years?
go with 1 AD.
1 AD. Wow, that's a pretty penny. That
Oh, look
would
at
be
that. Somebody else
impossible.
says 75% of everything came from America.
How did it even get
640
there?
plants out of 600 are still being grown here. Yep. See.
That is such falsified information. America is built
Have
on
you even searched
everyone
it before
else.
you even said that? Huh? What'd you say?
America was built by everyone else from everywhere else.
First of
Like,
all,
this was populated and
before
built
you
off
come
of
in
the
here
backs
popping
of
off,
millions of
before you
tons of
come in
other
here
people.
popping off, have you even
I'm not
researched
popping off.
anything that we said? Have you researched
I'm
it?
just saying, I'm literally,
I'm
first of
just
all, you don't know
saying.
my
Did you research it
education.
yet? Did you
Yes,
research
sweetheart,
it
you
yet?
don't know my education. I know
Did
But
that
you
can you
Moors
say?
are
research it yet?
indigenous to America.
You can't say
Yes,
can you
Moors are
have you
indigenous
researched it
to
yet?
America.
Because all these
Man, there
indigenous
more.
Relax, guys.
African American people
Relax.
keep talking about the Human Genome Project, and y'all ain't researched that.
I did
You
research
gonna
the
ask
Human
me how
Genome
you gonna
Project.
assume I don't know what I haven't researched anything.
That's why I asked you a question. I said, have you researched what we're saying? That's
Well,
why I
the
asked you a
thing
question. Was it
is
yes or
that I'm
no?
listening to you talk and you haven't came up with one fact. You're just going off of common sense. So
Off of
you
common
don't
sense,
need to
Mm,
I
assume
searched
that I
that where it
haven't
says about the
researched.
food coming from
You haven't
America. So don't even say
researched.
that. Bitch,
Why
shut the
are
fuck
you
up.
so
what reference?
Like I
relaxed?
Oh,
said,
Why
relax,
are we
guys. Take it
cursing
no,
at
easy.
like
It's
you?
I
okay.
Why
said,
are you
We're on the
so
like
mad
internet.
I
at cursing? I didn't
said,
Don't
even
take it
give you
seriously.
like
props.
I said, I
Relax.
researched it.
Are
I
you
don't be pulling
okay?
this shit out my ass. I
Why are
tell you
you
if I
so
see.
mad?
Hey, take it
Explain
easy,
to me why
guys.
you so
I
aggressive.
don't have to
See,
explain shit
that's
to
what
you because who the
happens when
fuck are
you don't
you?
have knowledge.
I
When you
don't
are
have to
not
explain
We're
knowledgeable
shit
just
to you,
and
strangers
you're
bitch,
on the
because who
internet.
angry.
the fuck
You
are
don't have to get
you?
this angry.
God,
We're
Why are
just
you
strangers on
so
the internet.
mad?
you gotta let
Why
other
are you so
people
mad?
talk.
Host, you're gonna have to take control, man. You can start
Shut the fuck
muting.
up. You too. You can get it too.
Okay. Does that make you feel
You
better?
didn't give anything
Does
but
that
show
get your
that you're
frustration
ignorant.
off?
You're displaying
Bitch, I
ignorance
don't care
right
what you
now.
say, 'cause you're a nobody and you do nothing for me. So whatever you say doesn't matter to me.
Well,
So
So
Stop
why,
shut
if
being
she
the
does
fuck
nothing
up.
for you and she's a nobody, why are you so
no,
angry at her? Why
I'm
you give her
not
so much
because this
emotion?
nice
I'm not
man let
angry.
me
This
on
is
his
not
panel to
anger,
talk.
honey. This is
This
fun to
ain't
me.
even your panel.
Oh,
This
This ain't
is
even
fun to
your
me. But this is
panel.
my friend. This is
So
my friend. So shut the fuck up.
I know, but why you so mad though? And
I'm not
just
mad.
so
You go
like for
mad,
what?
idiot. You
this is
go
why
mad. You
black
get
people can
angry.
Anger
never
has
Hold
to
on,
do.
prosper
You
because
know
you're
this
not
is
what?
even
what
I
in a
I'm
love
saying.
you.
conversation with each other.
I love
If
you,
people, if
King. I
she's
love
coming
you.
in to talk, you gotta let her say what's on her mind.
Can this guy get it? Chipotle? He wants to know if he can get it.
Hey, what's good, fam? How y'all
He can
doing?
get whatever he wants. I'll get my
How's it
brother to
going, my
give it
brother?
to him.
Wow.
What you got
Everybody doing
for us?
all right?
Good. I'm doing good, my brother. How are you?
I'm good, man. I hope that I can come in and break the tension in here, find out what's really going on, because I'm
Well,
new
this lady under here just be
coming in.
snapping at
Do
everybody that
you not know how to
disagrees.
read? This lady over here,
This
I
I'm
have a
sorry.
name.
Pretty
Never
rude.
This
bothered.
queen. This queen.
The gentleman
I
who
know, Queen. You
hosted
know
is
better to
looking
call
for
me a queen too,
facts.
Clay.
This
Clay, you know better.
goddess.
Yeah, I know you
Just,
This
got
just,
us.
just say never bother. Just say never bother Kenya.
Kenya.
Yeah.
I
Kenya
could.
is popping
Who
off.
was that said that?
You were very bothered.
Queen, ninth or
I'm not
queen,
bad.
So
I'm not.
what
you
we
can
talking about?
show
What's
send me
going
a
on?
map of the pyramid because you're not finna find no pyramids in North America. That's out.
No, I think the pyramids
You
are like
absolutely
under
will not.
mounds.
That's a fact.
No. The pyramids are
No, they've
hidden under
been all the
mounds.
ones in America has been destroyed though.
Again,
The mounds and
y'all, you
things
guys
like
are saying they've been
that in
destroyed.
America.
Show me these limestone basalt slabs of these pyramids that were in America, the North America. Show me them, because it's just mounds.
Can I give
If the
you
strongest
But see,
crane,
bro,
the
that's
world's
but you
strongest
when you
crane,
think.
couldn't lift one. It
Show
couldn't
me
lift
the
one.
boats where show
How
me
they
the boats
destroy
where the
all
slaves
of it.
came in on. Show me the boats that the slaves came in on. Then, if you can say that about the pyramids and
Hold on,
stuff,
hold on,
show
hold
me the
on,
boats where the slaves came.
hold on,
You ready?
hold on,
You ready for this?
because
Yeah, I'm
we get
ready.
Because right now you got
we getting
three
a
black females. They're scuba diving, right?
They've
And
been scuba diving for
they're
months. Because I've
finding
heard this months
wreckage
ago.
of slave ships. They
But
have
maybe
a
well,
whole they
show
have a
me
whole
any ship
website
from
dedicated
300 years ago?
to
Can I?
wreckage slave ships. I forgot the name, but it's in one of my books, and I don't have my
what
notes
was
with
so
me right now.
one slave ship? So
Show
one
me
slave
any
ship.
ship
No,
from
it's not
300 years
one.
ago.
It's not one slave ship.
It's probably just a boat, a ship that just sank, and they're going to say it's a slave ship.
Hey.
All,
Show
all
me
these
any
all these
ship
trips.
A
from
lot
300
34,000
of
years
the
ago.
slave
trips. Where's the
ships,
boat?
a
34,000
lot of the
trips. Where's the
slave
boat?
They
ships,
repurposed the
they
material.
used them for
Prove
other
it.
things.
Prove it.
As
Just like
Wow.
the
as them
pyramids, how
being
you have to
put,
say that we got to prove it.
hold on.
Prove it.
So
are you gonna
hold
let
on
anybody
one
else
second,
talk? Or
please,
you
one
just
second,
gonna
She's
cut
please.
us
not.
off every time we talk, Can you?
She's not.
I'm gonna put my phone on mute.
Thank you.
Yeah, like if we trying to get understanding, like respect don't require agreement. Like we don't gotta agree with each other, but we can also look at evidence and we can talk about whatever somebody has a perspective on if we're trying to get somewhere. But this don't sound like we're trying to get nowhere, to be honest. So if we're really trying to have a genuine conversation on building and seeing what it really is, because there are things that when you're talking about the work that has been done here, a lot of the cities that are destroyed underwater and things like that, you see evidence of it. You be like, oh well, where's a pyramid? You don't gotta see a pyramid. A lot of things have been destroyed or covered up. Just like Area
You
51, the Grand Canyon, whenever the waters come in and
Okay,
flood, there's going to be
now
a lot of
see,
things that's going to be exposed
you
right now.
just said that they were
you
destroyed
can
and
Google
covered up.
it. There
So
were
now,
pyramids in North America.
since you just made a claim that it was destroyed and covered up, you have to show us the destroying and the covering up.
So
But I mean,
there's evidence
honestly,
of
okay.
there's evidence of where the 100% there's pyramids in South America, correct? You
Yes,
agree
I
on
didn't
that?
say South America. I said North America. Big
No
difference.
problem. No problem. I guess I will agree with the guy on top. We have no evidence. However, it's very likely it might have been destroyed. And there's no evidence of that. It's just like, knowing how these people deal with
It's not
history.
even. But it's not even just destroyed. They use it for their own purposes. Whenever you see something that says authorized personnel, you don't even got to be someone that works there or anything, but you have to be someone that's with the same thing that they are with. Like a
Yeah.
lot of times when we're talking about a lot of these mysteries and stuff, there's people that have the truth, but it's just not going to come to you by Googling it.
You want me to give you my
But
theory?
however, our eyes are right here in front of us. Technology is amazing. A lot of things that they try to steal and
So
cover up, it's
again,
being
it goes back.
exposed
It
right in
goes
front of
back.
our face.
We can't prove it. We just have to believe it, right?
No, I'll give you
Nah,
some
No,
it's
but
evidence.
we
actually been
can
proven
though.
that it's pyramids over here in
We
North
can
America.
though. The
You can
fact
look
that
up you
we
can look
have
up
something like Mount
pyramids in the Grand
Rushmore.
Canyon.
Mount Rushmore is an idea of the same things that they had took over here,
The
but they're
idea of
shifted our
Mount
focus to.
Rushmore comes from Egypt.
I'll give you the
Right.
I'll
That's
give
what
you
I'm
some
I
saying.
believe in
evidence,
the slave
right?
ships too. I believe in the slave
Egypt
ships.
before
I see
Egypt
some.
was Egypt, they was Atlanteans, gang. Bro. In the Egyptian text, they talk about the land that they came from was Tamerica, which is America. No cap. You
See,
can
that's
go
what
look
I'm
that up.
saying. You guys get this narrative that when the Egyptians are talking about Time they're talking about America,
Then what was
right?
they talking about? Then
Show
what was they
Showing
me,
you.
talking
show
about?
me Time Mary. No, listen, show me Time Mary, meaning America or Timerica, however y'all want to play with it. You got to show me that in the Egyptian Medunetter, the hieroglyph. Show me where it says Time Mary means the land of America.
That's
I
that's in
got
my
you, gang.
country actually.
When I
That's
get off
Sudan.
here. Bro.
That's my country, bro.
Yeah.
That's
But
Sudan.
what about the pyramids that's in the Grand Canyon?
That's
You could
cool.
look that
That's
up.
what I'm
Just
saying,
look up pyramids.
Mo.
Just look up pyramids
I've
in
been
the
saying
Grand
that for
Canyon,
the
gang.
longest. Y'all
So
gotta show me. Y'all gotta give me
Just
a state.
look, check it out, check it out.
Give
let me
When
me
you
a
get
explain
off the
city
something to
live,
you.
with a
when you get
pyramid
off the
with an
live,
Egyptian
when you
artifact.
get off the live, look up pyramids in the Grand Canyon.
Let me explain something to
Yeah,
you.
Like
it's
so,
gonna pop up.
you talk,
It's gonna pop up
okay.
though.
Listen,
Yo,
listen, because I've dealt with this for years. The Kincaid in his expedition, right? If you guys are not going to go read the full article that the Smithsonian put out on Kincaid in the expedition, or go to Scientific American and read what they say about Kincaid and his expedition, why do y'all keep bringing up
Okay,
Kincaid?
so check it
Because
out,
in that
gang. What?
article that they have with him, it states that he didn't find any Egyptian artifacts.
Okay, what
yo,
about the simple fact that
People
they
just
found
throw
mummies over here
y'all
in
just throw his
Memphis?
name out your ass like,
In
oh, that's
Memphis,
gonna
they
say
found mummies over
Kincaid.
here.
No, bro.
yo, can I say something? So I'm from
Go ahead.
Sudan. I'm from Sudan, which is technically the modern day Sudanese are the ancient Egypt. Because the Egyptians right now, as we know them, is just a mixture of Greek, Roman, because every civilization has been through there, and the Nile Delta Valley is very, very, what's it called, fertile. So you grow crops. So most empires they got their crops from the Nile Delta Valley. That's why if you look at Egyptians right now, they're the most mixed people in the world. They look like every race of people. They got like black people hair, green eyes, Asian. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people have been through there. But the Sudanese are the ones that the real ancient Egyptians. Like even in our villages, we have literally like statues, and they're buried, like just statues
Yep.
of like Egyptian mum. You know the statues they be having, and people just like run by. They don't care about it. It's just there, like part of the just the background.
They
That's how
flooded.
that's how.
They
You say what?
flooded out part of Nubia, right?
Yeah, they did
Flooded out
actually when they
part of
built the
Nubia.
dam. Yeah, my cousin actually, his village, what was it called? His village actually, they had to come to America because of that. Actually, this was 1996. Yeah, it's just crazy, bro. But
Flooded
anyway,
it
the
out.
point I'm
People wouldn't. They wouldn't connect the dots between the Nubian culture, civilization, and the Egyptian civilization.
same one, same people. The modern Egyptians are not ancient Egyptians. They're not the people who built the pyramids. The modern day Sudanese are people. The South Sudanese, technically, the black ones. Because if you look
So
at the
are step pyramids the oldest pyramids?
who,
No, it's pyramids
That
in America
again.
older than the pyramids in
No, you're not
Egypt.
even answering to the question. Step pyramids the oldest pyramids because I've read literature that says that the oldest pyramids are in Peru and Brazil are the oldest
Mm-hmm.
pyramids,
Yeah,
not
they're in
over
South
there.
America. They're in South
Yes.
America.
Okay.
you want to know
Yeah,
how they got to
my
South
thing is,
America?
I'm not denying that
No,
Do you want
what you said. Now, how they got South America? How are the oldest pyramids in South America?
do you want me to tell you how African culture got
because
to
that's
South
the
America?
origin.
So you saying they built it? They built you. So you telling me that they built the pyramids here first and then built them in Africa because the ones here are older than the ones in Africa.
They
Said
built
Come
whom?
on now.
pyramids
What?
everywhere
Are you serious?
They
simultaneously.
build pyramids
Oh,
And
please
everywhere.
don't talk to
and
me.
look
Everywhere.
at my thing.
From
My
South
my my
America.
profile picture is a map of America pyramids.
Did you say the Egyptian pyramids?
What you say?
Okay.
What you
So put
say?
some food.
I can't
Lorenzo,
hear.
put some food in it.
Yo, can you
Okay.
guys hear me?
So
What were you saying?
the pyramids in Peru, are they older than the pyramids that they found in the Sudan?
No, they're not.
Y'all act like y'all can't do nothing about that.
The ones in South America. Hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Like the pyramids over here
Yeah,
look
yeah, you
totally
got.
different than pyramids in Africa.
So the
Totally different.
pyramids in South America are older than the ones in Africa.
Yep,
Is that what we're hearing?
yep.
They
In
are.
Peru, there's Peru, yeah, and the biggest ones
Yeah, South
is in
America.
South America.
Yeah. That's why they try
Yep.
to give us the whole narrative that the Mayans, the Incans, the Aztecs, all of those people are gone. But no, there's have we not noticed that there is a cover up of the truth, and then they'll
Exactly.
show us
No,
something to
no,
try to
they don't
tell
want
us
to see
that's
that
what
because they
it
want to
is.
think Africa's it. Yeah, they want to
Cover
think
up of the
Africa's it.
truth.
No,
Gotta
but
do a
they'll
timeline.
rather tell you that an alien built something rather than tell you that there was an advanced civilization of actual people that built something. Like, are we missing this?
Exactly.
Like, where's the disconnect coming
Exactly.
from?
Then why, if you, so if you agree to the girl down at the bottom, is this the same girl that was in here earlier?
Yes, it's the bitch. It's me.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay, bitch. Well,
Hold on. Wait.
I
are
don't
you
understand
Before
why
agreeing?
all
you
that
so
goes,
angry and mad and
I'm not.
stop,
rude.
I'm not
What
stop,
you're
angry. I'm
not
just trying
gonna
to get
do is
ratings
make
up,
stop.
me
sweetie.
feel
I'm just
like
trying to
I
get.
can't speak. Well, when you get on your
Shut up.
platform,
I'm
then
trying
you'll
to get
get
an
rid of me.
understanding with you. I'm trying to get an understanding with you.
Don't
So,
tell me
so
I
to
what?
need
shut
to
up and
So
know
go
what?
how
on
do
mute.
Hold
old.
on.
Okay, let
I
me
you're,
need
mute
to know
again so
how
this man
old
Do
the
can
y'all need to not
pyramid in
address each
Peru
other?
is.
I'm trying to talk to her, and then she came in funny. So I came back in funny. So what? What are you trying to say? Do you think America is the ancient lands?
I literally told you the indigenous people to this land originally are Moors,
Us.
which
Yes,
are
we are.
very dark skinned people. Okay, so
I agree that
you
we
can
are the
say that I
indigenous
don't
over here. I'm not
study,
no more. I'm
but
not a
I
more.
study.
I'm
But
not a
you may not
more.
be indigenous to this land.
I am indigenous to this land.
Okay, well
Hold
then
on. Wait. Before we get to all
I
the labels, can we see what it is that we are agreeing on and disagreeing on before we
Was
start
that
getting into
melanated?
this? Because if we're trying to
Was here
build something,
first.
let's
That's what we
build
agree.
something.
just simply answered the question.
I understand, but I wish we could take the animosity out of it because this is a good learning platform. We see we got people in
I
here. Like at
And
the
she
end
was
of the day,
giving
we can
correct. She
I
wasn't got
was
agree to
correct.
met with
disagree.
aggressiveness from the
No, that's a
beginning
All
of
right.
lie.
this
You
So
came in
man.
here and told me that I had no facts. You started it, so don't even go there.
No,
Because
what?
I don't attack
can we stop
Okay,
doing that?
my
ma'am.
own. I attack
Again,
Goddess.
white people.
Goddess, can you take
peace,
it out?
love. I love you. I love you, sister. And we're
I don't
Thank
love
you.
cool.
you.
Okay, that's
Nah.
the difference between you and I happen to just love those who don't love me. I will kill it with kindness all day, every day. Peace be
Please
with
don't
you.
kill me
Thank
with
you, Goddess.
silence.
Back to the conversation, which was very, very good.
But what we can agree
Okay,
on is
wait,
that
wait,
these
wait,
melanated
wait,
people
wait,
first
wait,
before
wait.
Columbus came here, right?
Because it says mounds, Peru mounds are older than the pyramid. So are you telling me that we're going back to the mounds being pyramids again? A mound is not a pyramid.
Who
So then,
told you that
then
it's not?
the thing that they talking about in Peru is not older than the pyramid.
Who told you that it's not? A
I'm
white
looking
man?
at it.
Was it a
The
white
one
man
in,
that
in
told you
Peru
that?
is not no mound. No, it's not a
Was that a
mound.
white man that told you that? Huh?
Stop,
So
stop.
hold on.
Was it?
Listen,
Was it? What? Yes or
who
no?
just
Was it?
who just said
Was it
white
yes or
man?
no?
Was that
James, was
wisdom
it
that
yes or
said
no?
that?
I said, was it a white man that told you that?
Okay, so I don't know who wrote the article. But what I'm saying is, give
You
me
should.
give me a black archaeologist that are doing excavations to tell us
Billy
what
Carson.
pyramid was first. Don't worry,
Billy
I'll
Carson.
wait.
Billy Carson. Go look up Billy Carson. There you go. You ain't gotta
I don't
worry.
know why
Billy
people have this
he's an
stigma that
archaeologist.
black people don't
Is
do things
Billy
like this.
Carson an archaeologist,
Billy
or he just
Carson.
a dude
Yes,
that
he
comes to
is.
all interviews and talks to
Yes,
people
he
and
is.
gives
He
them
went through all the
information?
pyramids, gang.
Say
Yeah,
that
he went
again.
through all the pyramids on
But
excavations and all that. Down to Peru to the one in Egypt. Yes,
That's
Billy
not what
Carson.
I said. I said, is he an archaeologist?
Gang. Just go
I
look
don't
up Billy
care if he
Carson.
went to all these places. If he's not doing digs in the sites and getting permits from these countries to go and excavate the land, that means he's not an
But who
archaeologist.
is
He's just
getting
a
these
person going to
permissions?
look.
Is it a white man that's getting these permissions
Hold
to
on.
go
Yeah,
dig up
hold
ancient
on.
artifacts? Us as gods, bro, the melanated race, they would never give us that kind of access to the truth. Stop it. Stop it. They would never give you the access to the truth like
Until
that.
they have an agenda, bro.
Yeah. Stop it.
Until they have an agenda, because there's a lot of things that's being brought up right now by
Right now.
certain
So
people, and they might not even be
you're
the
gonna take the
indigenous people that's
information
there.
from a dude named Billy Carson who believe in New Baru and the Sumerian gods is coming back, and he's part of us. He's part of the Sumerian race and the Atlanteans and all this shit. But you can't believe in
Can
shit
you read ancient
you
Sumerian
can actually
tablets?
see for yourself.
Can you read
You gotta
ancient Sumerian
you gotta be
tablets?
fucking
Have you been
kidding
in the
me.
pyramids? Have you been to the pyramids decoding and know
No,
how to
I
read
have
ancient
not. But
Sumerian?
guess what? I know people
Can
who
you?
have
It's
went.
a yes or
I
no
talk to
question.
them all
Yes
the
or no?
time.
Yes or no? Can you read ancient Sumerian?
No, but
No,
guess
you
what?
can't. Stop it.
Guess what?
So you
Can
have
you?
you have you
Can you?
actually went
Can
to
you
go
read
look at
it?
the ancient
Can
Sumerian
you read
tablets?
it? Yes or no?
I can't read it, but somebody
There
else
you
has
go
another
then.
God. I would rather hear it from another God than hear it from a white
Guess
man's
what?
mouth.
For the
Yeah,
last
That
I would
time,
rather hear. I
I
would rather
know
hear.
people
I
who
would
can
rather.
read
I
the
would rather
Sumerian
believe.
tablets.
I would rather
I don't need
believe
to go to
somebody that
fucking
look
Billy
like me
Carson,
than
a
believe an
nigga that
enemy.
don't know me. That's gonna tell me
Yeah,
whatever the fuck he
come on
wants
now.
to tell me. I
So
don't have
watch
to
this.
do that.
Watch this. Watch this. I got a question, an honest question for you. Would you rather believe somebody that look like you or believe the enemy, somebody who
So
took everything from
again,
you?
you're not listening to
Huh?
nothing that I'm
Yes
saying.
or no?
The
Who would you rather
people that
believe?
I know
Somebody
who
who
can
looks
read
like
the
you
Sumerian
or
tablets and
believe
they know the
somebody who's the
Metanetter
enemy?
look exactly like me.
Huh?
I don't need to go to Billy Carson. One day he'll say some shit, then the next day he's switching and say something else. I don't
Well,
need to
guess
go to
what?
him to get information.
Ain't that
I'm
what the
not a
white people
YouTuber,
Meta,
doing?
bro.
meta.
I
Ain't
look
that
up
what the white people
information on
doing
the
though?
daily.
Isn't that what the white people doing? The colonizers. Ain't that what they been
Who
doing that shit?
Who is
They
this
still telling
talking?
you to this day. To this day, they still changing
so
history.
so wait wait
That's
wait wait wait
I
wait. So
believe that's
you
wisdom.
rather believe somebody because they look like you instead of looking at somebody that's actually qualified to go and look at these places and do the digs and
That's what
everything.
they're doing. They're listening. He's listening to
Nah, I'm
Billy
not. I'm not
Carson,
saying that. That's not what I'm saying.
who's not an archaeologist. That's just going and looking at some fucking sites and says that he's part of the Sumerian race. I don't give a fuck about that
The
shit. Bring me some
the
hard
so
ass
what
pop
is
evidence to prove that
so
the
what is
shit that's coming out of this nigga's mouth is legit. You can't do
so
that.
Zechariah's
He looks
kitchen?
like me, so I'm gonna believe him. When
Never
I
said
talk
it
to
like
people who
that
are
though.
studying, when I
He
am talking
actually
to people
has
who study the
actually.
Sumerian tablets, are you gonna keep talking while I'm talking? When I am talking to people who are studying the Sumerian tablets and the people that can read the Metanetter, while they're talking to me about it, they're showing it to me and they're breaking down what the shit says. Billy Carson is not doing that to none of you niggas. Y'all just believe the shit that comes out of his
You
motherfucking mouth.
believe anything that come out of a white
Same
person's
with
mouth?
Rashad Jamal and all them other
wait,
Again,
people
why
that
I'm not
take
why
it.
talking
wait.
You
about white
believe anything that
people.
come out their
Can
mouth?
I ask y'all a question? It seems to
God,
me
it's like
like
you don't
everybody's
fucking
talking about
listen.
what other people say,
I
but
said
how
the
many
people that
who
I'm
went
talking
and
to are
read for
black. And you
themselves?
keep going to fucking white people. When the fuck did I say some shit about white people?
I
Y'all
asked
get
you.
Billy
I
Carson got
asked
all his
you. I
information
asked
from
you.
white people.
Who wrote the article? You said you didn't fucking know. Did you or did you not?
One
You
more
said you
time.
don't fucking
I'm gonna
know.
say this for the
You
I'm gonna
said
say
you
this for
don't
the
know. You
people in the
said you
back.
don't know. You said you don't know.
Billy Carson
Right?
got
You said
all
you
his
don't know.
information
You said you
from
don't
white
know.
people.
And you said give me one. That's only one, fam. Yeah, that's only one. So stop it. You believe in and you bro, stop it, fam. Bro. Now you give me some hard evidence to tell me that we
So
wasn't here first.
you want hard evidence on what?
Yeah, give me some
Because
hard
every time I
evidence
start
that
talking about some shit,
yeah, give
you
me
be like,
some
you
hard
can't
evidence
trust
that we
white
came
people, they
from Africa.
manipulate the information. Give me
Huh?
black people. Then when I
Huh?
bring you
Give
to
me some
black
hard
people like
evidence that we
Anthony
came from
Browder,
Africa.
who's actually doing digs and
Oh,
excavations, or Ben Yosef Yakinan that
Who's
actually
doing
did the
these digs and
excavations, you're gonna be
excavations?
like, oh
Who's doing
no,
the digs and
that's not
excavations?
true. Or
Who's
Chris
doing the
Hey,
digs
Obanga
and
hey,
that
hey,
did
hey,
the
excavations?
hey,
excavations.
hey.
Or I go to Rick
Knowledge
Kittle,
is
who's
not
another black
black or
guy,
white.
who's a
Hey yo,
geneticist.
knowledge
Oh,
is
he
not
said use
black or
him.
white.
So what the fuck do you want?
Bro,
The
who is
only
doing
thing
the
black or
digs?
white about knowledge is on paper. It's the books that you read it out of. Knowledge is not black or white. You
It's
can
not,
go
got
and
it.
read and you can translate anything you want to goddamn translate. You can
Anything you
translate
want
it
to
and read
translate.
it. So knowledge, like unless you read it and you saw it for yourself, both y'all talking about what other people then told y'all. Period, point blank. So what's the difference? Why y'all yelling over that shit? You talking about what your friend told you and people that's been to the pyramids told you, but you ain't been to the pyramids, and you over here screaming about black people and white people, but it's getting nowhere because knowledge is power, and all you got to do is go seek it your goddamn self.
Thank
Have
you.
you went and solved the
Yeah,
world
see,
for
and
itself?
when we haven't come,
And goddess, I wanna actually clarify what I mean by the black and white is you can't trust anything why would your enemy give you anything that's the truth?
You
Oh
can't
my
trust. You can't
God.
trust our
Who
own
are you
either. You can't
talking?
trust
Because
our
I
own
feel
either.
what you're saying and
When
I
I
want to
when I
follow
say
you.
when I say the enemy, you gotta actually look, because before the colonizers was over here, bro, we are still at war, bro. We're still prisoners of war to this
Do you
day.
not? Do you not know that
we
our
weren't
own
slaves
people
when
are
when
Fuck
we
are,
yeah,
are
actually
we
enemies
freed.
are.
too?
Of course, I
Well,
know
not
all
me,
skin folk
nigga.
ain't
I
kinfolk.
got my sovereignty.
I know that. I of course I know all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Of
But that's
course
such
I
a
know
dumb way
that.
to live, though. Just even if they have credentials and they just like a different skin color, then you're gonna automatically shoot down the information
No,
because
I'm
you got
not.
such
I'ma
a
look
dumb
into it.
mindset.
All you
No,
is because
I'ma
you
look
was just
into it.
talking shit about white people when I was
I'ma
talking
look
about people
into
doing
it.
escapation. You gotta trust the information. They don't look like you. Other people you getting information from are white. Like you don't get your information from white. Every time you turn on the TV, anytime you read a news article, who's it coming from?
Bro, I don't believe shit that they
Oh, that's
fucking
you.
tell
I'm
me.
not doing the
Oh,
belief.
bro.
I'm doing stuff that I can actually prove. I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear shit about Egypt being in the
So
Grand
fam,
Canyon because that has not
I
been
didn't
proven.
already look. I
Even
would
when you
tell
read the
you
article
exact
on
on
King
bro.
Cake's
Admin,
expedition,
I would
it said
tell
he
you
didn't find
Admin.
none. He didn't
Admin, I
find
would
no
tell you because
Egyptian
you
artifacts.
still ain't
But you
giving
can't
me
bring
no
that shit
fucking
to me.
fact
And he's
that we
white.
wasn't over
You
here
brought
first,
up
bro.
Kincaid and he was white,
On
bro.
bro.
So stop with the white
On
shit.
bro. You still, bro, it's sphinxes and shit that's over here in America, bro. They done took them
No,
hoes down.
no.
Why the fuck would they tell you about that?
Oh, one at a time. One at a time.
Why would they
Yeah.
tell you about that? That you was over here first. That you was
Mhm.
the Aboriginals. Why the fuck would they tell you that? Because if they told you that, the narrative that they painted about you,
Because we
that
take
you're
our fucking
African
land
American, that
back.
you're black, all that should go out the window. Because now you know that
The,
you're
the,
more than black and African American.
First of all, nobody is fucking black. Black is not a
That's
fucking
what I'm saying.
nationality or a
That's
goddamn
what I'm
race.
saying.
It is a word to create dissension. It
It
is a
is.
word to put you in a
I'm gonna
fucking
raise up.
category. If
It
our
is.
ancestors heard us calling ourselves black, they would be livid about that shit.
they call themselves black too. How far you want to go back in terms of ancestors?
Okay, so okay, listen, you're always
Ancestors
gonna
did not
find
call themselves black.
the ones that you're gonna go back and look at didn't have a problem with, but the ones that I've researched had a problem with it.
Come on now.
And that's the thing about research. And that's the
What's the
thing about a
definition of
lot of
black,
shit.
goddess?
It's everybody's perception of what they saw and they wrote it in a damn book. The
Come on
only
now.
thing that's factual is when you can trail back to back to back and it's hundreds of people or multiple people saying the same thing. That's where the truth
Exactly.
lies. Period. That's where the truth lies. But every book you read, somebody wrote that motherfucker from their
Come
perspective.
on now.
Period.
And I
Right.
Point
do want to
blank.
Right.
piggyback off what you said, cause it's certain things that I'm talking about, like the shit they blew up, bro. That shit is gated off. You can't go there. You go in 100 yards, they gonna snipe your ass. That's real talk. You go in 100 yards and some of these they will snipe you, bro. You ain't gonna be able to get close to none of that. That's what I mean by what you mean by we ain't gonna be able to go to none of the places because you don't have the clearance to.
No, you can go to these places. You can't do digs unless you get permits.
I'm talking about, of course, no. Actually, that's
No,
wrong. Because
there's
some of the
places we
places
can't go.
in Egypt, look, God, some of the places in Egypt, I ain't even gonna yell no more.
No,
Some of the
you
places
ain't
in
got the
Egypt,
clearance
and
to if you don't handle the paperwork.
That's part of
yeah,
getting the
No,
clearance.
no matter whether you handle the paperwork or not,
look,
you got to
hold
be
up, let me
connected on
finish.
the inside.
Some of the places in
You have to
Egypt,
be
bro, in the
authorized
pyramids, when you do your
personnel only.
when you walk through there, bro, in some of the places in the pyramids you can't go, bro. You only can go with a
Because
tourist
they're
visa.
closed off. I know this,
Why are
bro.
they closed off?
It's like you when it come to Egyptian pyramids and stuff. Y'all make it sound like oh he doesn't know what he's talking about. I know people who go there. There's a lot of stuff that's closed off that we used to have access to that we ain't got access to no more because the people I know go there. Why are you not at work?
So I ain't got to run for 740. My boss gave me an offer because they got too many people up there today. He was like, Right. Yeah, I know I told you to come at 7:40, but we got some people. So if you want to stay home, you can, and we'll
Well, see,
just
the places that they are allowing people to go to, those are the tourist attractions and what they want you to see.
Thank you,
And
God.
what I'm
That's
saying
all I was
is
saying.
things are much different
Absolutely.
than what
That's
it
Tourist
all I
really
was
is.
saying.
attractions.
too for having me stay home.
It
Like,
helps them
so
with their narrative.
Tell Wednesday when he not
they're
supposed
gonna
to be in.
tell you what they want to tell you, but there are places here in America that are off limits to the general public. That
That's all
if
I was
you are
saying.
caught there, you have they
They
have the
was
ability
faking
to
it.
shoot on site and not
Right.
nobody else hear from you again, and it's
That's what I'm saying.
okay. Like these,
That's all I'm saying.
this is things that is here in America right now. And as far as the what you guys were talking about earlier, I really wanted to get in on it, but I couldn't jump in time. But we have been under the misconception of a lot of words and a lot of terms. So when you hear something like the word black, black wasn't really the term that they used. They would use indigo as opposed to like when that's where we get things like indigenous from. That's where there's a lot of things that they changed on purpose to actually um distract our people from what it really is. And
Mm-hmm.
that's one thing that I hope we can come together and understand that we've been deceived. Like you can't just say, "Oh, if it's in a book, I'm going to believe it." No, even when you find it in a book, it's still up to you to do your own research. It's still up to you to do your own digging. And what we've known to, and here in America, bro, here in America, how much stuff have you found here since COVID that they've lied to you about?
Come on now, bro.
Like
Man.
My whole life.
what benefits do they get from telling you the actual truth? And we all see it, we all know it.
Again,
They say something about like the
what
Vatican.
is the
America is
Do you
built
accusation?
know
on
that they
lies.
hold on 1 second. You do you not realize that it's okay for them people to hold secrets? Like they showed a picture of the queen and they shown things as far
Okay,
as different
I don't care
artifacts
about the
from different
queen.
cultures
I'm not
that she
talking about
had
them
took.
holding secrets. What I was simply
No,
talking
but
about
I'm
was
just
that you
saying how
got
they'll show
people
you
who are
something.
believing that
No, I'm just saying they'll show you
was
something in
found in
plain.
America.
They will show you stuff
That's
in
what this
plain
whole thing
sight and
started
still
over.
lie to you in your face. That's what I'm saying. They will show you things in plain sight and still lie to your face.
It's
That's all I'm saying.
brainwash. That's what it's called, gang. It's called brainwashing. They know how to manipulate.
And
They spend billions and billions of dollars on studying your brain and how to manipulate that motherfucker. Oh,
right.
not including the water and the food that you drinking that's helping the manipulation, or the TV
So
that you
we
watching, or
just
the
gonna get off
entertainment
topic and
that you
talk about
watching.
what
No,
everybody else is
it's
talking.
still on topic
Got
of
it.
the brainwashing. You feel what I'm saying? All of that it helps with the brainwashing. It helps to go with their narrative.
No, I was trying to stay. I'm trying to stay on topic, but you're saying, well, show me what evidence. How do you know that they destroyed this and destroyed that? We see it in every day, especially
Every day.
now.
No, you can't
And
say we
so
see
for you to
things
be like,
every
oh, well,
day.
that's a
When
mound, that's a
people
pyramid.
destroy something, like everybody know the towers fell. Even if you didn't see it, if you weren't alive, you can still go over there where they have artifacts because it fell. They turned it into like little historical
So
museum. But
How
you
long
see it.
ago did it
They got
fall?
they got video.
no,
People wrote
How
no,
long
about it,
ago did it
I got
fall?
a better
right?
question. How how many times? How many towers failed?
What do you mean?
See,
How many
see,
times fell?
we just think about September 11th. September 11th was the only time the twin towers fell.
Exactly. And how
Did,
long
did you
ago
know that,
did the
boss?
Twin Towers fall? Too that time, gang. That means a lot of shit. You feel what I'm saying?
Now
Time wise,
I'm trying to get to where the twin towers fell twice.
Yes.
When?
Look
I'll
it
let
up.
God
I'm
explain.
trying to tell you. So you want me to do the work for you?
No, I'm asking. You brought it up. Now you don't want to see. That's what I'm talking about. I don't get up here and start talking shit out of my ass. If I say something, I'm going to tell you what it is. I don't do the mystery
But I'm
shit that
telling
other
you what it
people
is,
do.
and I'm
Oh,
saying,
if I gotta tell you to
do you
look it
not
up, then I'm
realize
not
the
gonna
Twin
tell.
Towers?
Then I'm
This is
not
not the
gonna look
first
it up
time the
for you.
Twin
Then
Towers have failed
you shouldn't
in
have let it come
America.
out of your mouth. I don't do that. Oh, guess what? I got some information you might like. Oh, what's the information? Hey, I'm not gonna tell you. You gotta look it up. I don't do that shit. I get up here and give y'all the information.
What
I
do
don't
you
say, oh, go
mean?
look it up.
Man, you have to
I'm
do
giving
your
you the
research.
information.
I don't want you to just sit up here and say, oh, well, the Twin Towers just fell one time. I'm telling
You
you
said,
information that
look,
you
see,
might not
you
know. So
said
it's
that.
on you to
The
do
twin,
your
you
research,
said the
whether you
Twin
believe me
Towers
or
fell
not.
more than once. And I said, when did they fall? And you said, go look it up. So you should have just said, oh, well, the Twin Towers fell and just left it at that. Because now people in the you make it seem like it's just for
No,
me. It's
I'm
for
saying
people
that
in the chat.
this
You
is
got
not the
people
only.
in the chat that want the information. Maybe they don't know how to look up the information, right? I told people in the chat when
What?
I first got
Why are
out
you
here
on TikTok
that
if you don't know how to look up
this
information?
statue that's behind my head, people are claiming that it came over. It was found in America.
It was.
And when I go
Oh
back
my
and do
God.
my study, it was found Memphis in Egypt
So
in
watch this,
Africa.
gang.
It didn't
Gang,
come from
watch this.
America.
That thing behind your head, right?
Instead of people saying that they were wrong,
Check it
they
out.
made another
That thing
video and
behind your
said,
head,
"Oh
right?
well, it was created in America." And then they
But
moved it
watch this
over
though, gang.
to
That
Egypt
thing
in
behind your
Africa
head,
instead
right?
of just admitting they were. Bro, every
That
time
thing
I talk,
behind
you
your
just
head,
gonna talk
right?
over me
That thing behind your head, right? If I
again. And
blow
like
it
I
up,
said, every time I
what it's
start
gonna look
talking, you
like?
gotta talk over me.
Damn, how long you gonna talk?
It's my life.
I about to say he the host, man.
If you want to start a live and talk over people, go start one. The fuck? So I'm supposed to shut the fuck up while you talk over me.
Yeah, shut the fuck
And
up.
you're not bringing no real information. You
Bro.
just saying
You not
believe,
you
or they
spreading
hide it.
disinformation, bro.
I just
Shut
brought the
up. You
information.
spreading disinformation. Shut up, bro.
Well, stop,
Bro.
stop, stop, stop.
Bro.
Everybody
No,
stop.
stop. Bro. On God.
What
On my
misinformation
soul.
did I give people about this pyramid?
You telling
Bring it to
people
me.
You didn't
Bring
give
it
conspiracy
to me.
none.
Trevor over here and
Bring
that
it
I'm
shit
to
is
not
me.
gonna
false,
even
bro.
say I
Bring it
still
to
ain't
me.
heard your information.
It's false, gang. It's false, gang.
Bro, Wisdom, you the one over here sounding like a conspiracy theorist, right? And all he's saying is that Sphinx is from Memphis, Egypt, and not Memphis in America.
That's
Literally
it.
it.
That's it. That's it.
Oh, now I'm finally out. Now I hear what you're saying. That's the first time I could clearly hear what the hell you were saying.
Okay, I fought with it because I didn't have the information that you said that. But what I can disagree with, bro, on my mom, is that you said the Sphinx was never over here in America, which it was, bro.
No.
Oh
It
man.
was a
What
Sphinx
I'm
in America.
saying
Fuck with
is,
different
I
Sphinx.
need them to find it. Like you got people that they walk, they trip
I
over something
got
like,
you.
oh, what is this sticking up out of
I got you.
the ground?
You know what? You
And
know
then
what's
they
crazy?
look, they start digging and like, oh, it's a statue. I need
You know
something
what's
like
crazy,
that
gang?
over
I
here.
got you. I got you. Cause I just literally just watched something. I did a little research on it too. I'm sending it to you. I'm gonna send it to you. All right.
Okay.
We if
Okay.
we're gonna talk scholarship, we gotta have sources. Like all this, if we're gonna build like gods, we're supposed to come together and build. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? A lot of this is some human like shit. And if we're gonna call ourselves a god while we
Ridiculous.
dealing with some human type shit, it's like, you know what I'm saying? We out here arguing over, you know, who did what first. At the end of the day, why the fuck does it matter?
You
Like
ain't lying.
what we gonna gain
Well,
from it?
actually, kind of. Let me let you
Like,
finish, God. My bad.
I
like
feel that.
what I'm
My
saying,
bad, God. You can finish.
what I'm saying is I
Hey,
could tell
hold on.
I could tell
Can I
I
interject to give my source?
yeah, drop it.
1993.
You
That's
got an
when the
article?
Twin Towers fell before September 11th.
You talking about when it was hit by a bomb?
That's the first
It didn't blow up
terrorist
though.
attack.
Yeah, it was
Terrorist
a
attack.
terrorist
It
attack, but it
didn't.
didn't blow up.
Yeah,
It
they
didn't
didn't get
fall.
destroyed.
Yeah, I knew where he was going, but I just wanted to see if he was going to say they actually fell. It got hit. The building was messed up, but it didn't impale on itself. It didn't implode at all.
But see, at the same time, what I'm saying is, even if the planes landed into the towers on 9/11, right? That wasn't the
Mm-hmm.
cause for the building to fall.
Mm.
So when I made my statement, that's not what I was saying. Maybe I didn't word it the right way,
Oh, that's just a
but that
distraction.
was not the first time the twin towers had been hit. Maybe that's what should have
So,
been the
so what
first.
caused them
That's
to
what I
fall
should have
then
said.
if it wasn't the plane? What caused them to fall if it wasn't the plane when they exploded?
The
It was
claim is
actually a perfect
that it was
demolition
bombs
with
set
charges
up
that were
in
put
the
into the
building
basement.
to make it fall.
And let's get back to the scholarship. All that other shit, conspiracy shit. That's like fear type shit. It's like a low vibration shit. You know what I mean? Like
I understand. I
it's,
understand what you're saying, but we're sitting here, grown people having a conversation. We can have different opinions. We can not
You
agree.
feel me?
You know what I'm saying? But the fact that there's information out there, so if I can
Now, I
tell
don't
you
have a
something and
problem
then
with
you can
people
look
in
it up and
their
be like, you know
opinion.
what,
My thing
you was
is,
right, man.
where do
It's in.
people get that Egypt was in America first? That's my
yeah.
whole stance. I
That was
don't
the that
understand
was
where
the
they get this information from.
that was the information we was dealing with. This shit then went to conspiracies, and you know what I'm
Okay,
saying. Ain't
so
nothing.
right,
It ain't-
right.
it ain't
So
nothing
okay, so
wrong with people's ideas, but it's all a
so
conspiracy.
with with that being said, when I came in, that's why I had asked when I first came in what were we talking about. But I came in when we were saying that we didn't have any pyramids here in North America. We only had some in South America, and the ones in Africa were older than the ones that were here. That's what I came in on,
What
and that's how
pyramids
we
we
started
talking about?
going into things where they're not showing you
She
evidence
said
of
it
things
was the
that's
one
being
in
done.
Peru and the one in Brazil.
What type of master bonds we talking about? You know, and what people are you talking about built them during what time period?
Well, I mean,
But she's not here now. Kenya left.
that's gonna be a totally different topic itself.
I can
Pre-colonial area.
I can accept the whole pyramid came from South America. I can accept that that's older, right? That's cool. But now, since we taking that, then you got to show me the correlation, the link between the South Americans and the people that are in Egypt. Not only in Egypt, you got to go into Cyprus, and then you got to go into the Nubian civilization, right? You have to show me that. Then you got to go into the Congo, and you got to show me those people, because all of these people that I'm talking about are related. They're related. So now we got to see the relation between the
Right.
people in South America and the people in Brazil.
The position of
And
the pyramids. That's the
and
that's
is,
the
So can we
relation. It's
understand that
the
they've changed names as well too, though?
gang.
what
I'm
about
i
the
I'm gonna go and tell you the
With that being
correlation
said,
with
my
all the
bad, bro. But
pyramids.
with that being said, they've changed names so much. So I mean that yeah, they are related, but things have been changed so much that it's going to be
You're
hard to
right.
dissect
Mm-hmm.
unless you have
Okay,
the
so
source
look,
of
in
where we're getting this information from.
Mm-hmm.
the
who's
correlation, between all the pyramids is the position of the earth where they at. Like if you know anything about the pyramids and the pyramids of Giza, it was strategically. Everything was so strategic down to the point 0001. You feel
All
what
the
I'm saying?
hold on, bro. All the pyramids are strategically placed.
That's what I was saying.
yeah?
That's
So
what I mean. If
so
that's the connection with all the pyramids. It's
so
the
if we're
strategic
saying
in
them,
the placement of it.
all right. So if we're saying they're connected, then these people would have to know each other. This is the science I try to teach. So we're just saying these people spotted on different land masses and had the same sciences and built this stuff. Is that what we're trying to say? Because otherwise, this information from pyramid building takes probably at least 100,000 years to put these sciences even together.
Yep.
Also, to what about the development of pyramids?
Yep.
So if we're saying
That's where I
pyramids in
was. I was
America were
just about to go there, bro.
so if we're going to say pyramids in America was built, so we got all these pyramids in South America. So when we get into North America, why did the development fall off?
Yep.
Destroyed.
Well,
No,
I
we
would
can't. We
believe
They
that,
can't. So
but
why
destroyed
did
it.
it? Well,
Mm.
destroyed. So why did they get this? So if we're gonna say they got destroyed, then what about all the pyramids in South America?
Why ain't they destroyed?
The pyramids and we was different from the people. We are different from the people in South America.
But that's
Yeah.
not what everybody says though.
You
You know,
feel what I'm saying?
no,
I'm
but
not. I'm
that's
not.
because
Wait, what?
we can't even get past the surface of the conversation before we even start getting deep. Like the world, we as a people were connected at one point in time.
We
There's
still
even
we
We
That's
still
a
were.
are
theory.
religious,
connect.
That's just
We
a
right?
still.
theory.
But even if you're religious, that's a theory.
Yes.
the
It's
the only
it's
real
it's
Religion is
signs
a
of
it's,
the
it's
theory game, ain't
the only real signs of pyramid development is in Africa. So if we're gonna be logical about this, we would have to understand that the science probably more than likely came and was brought over here, because when you talk about
it? It
step
was.
pyramids, Those were the first sources of pyramids. And so when we even talking about pyramids in Giza, there was nothing ever built profound in the apex pyramid.
The
So the
only
develop so
pyramid that they have over in America that date back to BC time are the ones that
I gotta go.
connected to the Olmec
It's a
civilization.
pyramid in Memphis, gang.
What?
Well,
They found
are
a
we
pyramid in
talking about
Memphis.
an apex pyramid? Because when we talk about the apex pyramids, you can tell by the development structure that the people that had that was closest to the science built the most apex pyramids. That's
Sleepy.
all. I'm not saying that these people didn't know each other. I'm just speaking logical from a pyramid development phase. That's all. I'm not saying one group of, but who, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter who was first. You know, at all. Because I mean, I can, like I said, I
Yeah.
can trace my roots here, but I don't disconnect myself from the knowledge. Because at the end of the day, it's all knowledge. You know, it's all information.
Yeah.
So these people had to share information with each other, and you can see the connection when you start looking at priesthood, when you start looking into spiritual systems. All these systems are the same systems. It's just tailored depending on the environment they were in. That's the only difference. These people knew each other.
They did. Traded with each other and all that.
Yeah, so it's like what I'm saying is like this whole divide of African and American Indian type stuff. 'Cause that's where it's really that's what really this conversation is about. Nobody's really addressed that nothing, but you
Yeah,
know,
that's
at the end of the day, we're stuck on titles, and that's like the lowest vibrational shit we can be on.
Well, are you saying, are
When
y'all saying y'all are American
pretty
Indians?
much.
I'm not saying anything because we're dealing with titles. These people didn't call themselves American Indians, and Africans didn't call themselves Africans.
Nope.
You ain't
Well,
lying.
wait, are
So
y'all saying y'all from this land? Are y'all saying y'all people come from what is called America today?
I can. What I'm saying is,
But I
we
know for a
populated
fact
the
my
whole,
people come
we
from there,
populated
bro.
the whole world. So I'm not saying that. I'm not gonna sit here and argue and say we originated here because when you say original, that means like your existence and development was in this land. We were the first to migrate here.
I
I will.
disagree on that, but yeah.
I mean, you can disagree, but I'm saying we were the first to
I
migrate here for
disagree.
sure. If we were the first people on this planet, and you can trace these spiritual systems and these developments of pyramid building, you can see our fingerprint everywhere around the world. So we you can tell we touched every place. Now, were we here in America's deep like we were in other parts of the world? No. That's how we were fucking conquered here.
Like debunking everything. I suggest you go look up
Mm,
the pygmy people. You
mm, mm,
go research. You go get your head into some books and stop trying to debunk history.
And
What's wrong with you?
Well, you talking
I
about me,
got
Sleepy?
okay, so
Yeah,
I
I'm
got a
talking
Facts.
about
question.
you.
So
What's the other
Facts.
name for the pygmy people, bro?
Twa,
Twa.
Yeah,
the
okay,
twa.
so then I
You can
got a
see the
question
twa
for you.
on the walls in the Mayan culture, all throughout the Indo Kush, ancient Kemet, Taseti, the ancient Nubians, and you can see it over here as best. You can see it everywhere. So you can, if when you're really dealing with the science and the knowledge, you can
What do
see
you think?
that
Everybody came over here from both.
this is one thing
we
that everybody
migrated
fails to realize. The
from both
map has been
sides.
tainted too. Okay,
Come
Africa
No
is
map
on,
is
larger
goddess.
no
Say it
map
than
is
again.
accurate. No
Say
map
that
is accurate.
again.
yeah, it's not accurate. So
No maps are. You know what I'm saying? No map is accurate. We migrated from both sides of the ocean. You can go look through the Melanesias and all through there, and we came there. There's gyres that run directly from Africa that come straight across the lands of South America. African people have the oldest boats on the planet. This is
yep.
facts. So, Africans were selling obelisks down the fucking from Aswan all the way up to fucking to what's the Temple of Seti, where they were selling tons worth of fucking obelisks down a river. So we trying to think that these people couldn't sell boats around the fucking world. It's like,
I know, Kasai.
are we really dealing with scholarship or
And
not? Or are
gang,
we just
I do want to say something on that too though.
you got
Oh,
it
we're not dealing with
I
scholarship.
do want to say
Not in
something
the
on that too,
slightest.
at all?
cause
Not in
when
the
you talking
slightest.
about things of that nature, when you talking about things, my bad. Finish.
Go ahead, Wisdom.
You got it. You got it. I'm listening.
Oh,
We
God was
listen.
done. Oh. Oh yeah, but I was about to say
I,
when you
I'll
talking
land right
about
there.
things of that nature, like history in as far back as you talking about the ancient boats and stuff like that. Our history as African American was erased, bro. It's been getting erased in 2022. They still erasing our shit. Still erasing our shit. I know y'all just seen that lame ass law they passed in Florida where you can't talk about African history and slavery and shit. That just goes to show you that they been doing and still doing this to this day. Ain't shit ever changed. They still doing it. But what I'm saying is we will never really know. We will never really know the truth. I'm gonna just keep it a book. We would never really know the truth 100% because we wasn't there. But what we can do is we can come together as a community and change that shit. No cap.
Yeah, I tried that. It didn't
That's
work.
really what we can see and we could debate about. We can see and we could debate about ancient Nubia who was here first. Fuck that shit, nigga. I'm trying to get back to how they was. You feel what I'm saying? Build our own civilizations off this lame ass system that's finna collapse in a couple months. No cap.
Oh yeah, it's about to. Let me ask you a question. You said you tried that before, it didn't work. But I mean, were you trying it with people of like mind? Because you know, if
Sleepy.
people
I'm
get
gonna, I'm
together
gonna,
with
I'm gonna
like
let
mind in their own groups,
Sleepy. What have I been pushing when I go live? Before today, what do I push?
We're coming together. People coming together from all walks of faith and coming together under one, great
And what do I
umbrella for
get?
the
What do I get when I
purpose.
do that? I get a lot of pushback.
We
I've been
can't,
talking
we
about the
can't,
unity conference for about a month and a half. I've been telling
And that
people,
man.
look,
and that's the
I'm
shit.
showing. I took the first step. I brought it out there. Y'all let us know the state and the city, and then we find out if we can rent out a little an area so we can have a unity conference. We just got to take the
Why?
first step initiative, and nobody has hit me up about
Hey,
it.
I don't
And
mean this is not a straight bullet to the '70s babies, but why does every '70s baby think that? Every '70s baby think y'all the missing link to get stuff together. But what? Why do y'all think? I just want to know that. Why do y'all think? Why do y'all believe that in the core of
who's
y'all
a
soul?
'70s
Little
baby?
do
Are
you,
you a '70s baby host?
No,
no, no, no. I'm reading comments. I'm reading comments.
I'm old. I
But
ain't
my
got
thing
Oh,
is, we gonna do
yeah.
this without the '70s babies. We're gonna do
She
it
pulled the
without the
knife on my
'60s
back.
babies. We're gonna do it without the '80s babies if need be. We're gonna do it without
hey,
some of the
hey, I'm
'90s
an '80s
babies.
baby, so don't do
Some
me
of the
like that.
2000s babies can't come either.
I'm an '80s baby too. The thing
Yeah,
is like when I deal with
what you doing?
our shit, and so what I see is and even in my spiritual development, I'm still studying, and what I see is the way we unify is through our spirituality. But the problem
You ain't
is
lying.
a lot of people are treating that spirituality almost like another religion in itself.
That's what
Instead
it
of
Yes.
is,
like
bro.
we came here for knowledge of self, not the knowledge of another nigga. So it's
Come on
like we
now.
running with everything.
Yes.
It's like we running with everything that we hear, but we're really
It's a
not
lot
trying
of
to deal
80s
with
babies
scholarship.
in the chat. I like
We
that shit.
we we want to deal with shit that makes us feel good, but not just with the facts. The facts is no matter if you was on this land or in Africa, we both got our fucking ass whooped. So why the fuck does it matter who was here
You
first?
ain't
Because these
lying.
motherfuckers
Thank
came
you.
in and with the kicking our asses. So at the end of the day, who was greater, who was here first don't matter because we both fucking failed. Our ancestors did.
That's
So
right.
when you're really looking at the science, is when I say that they fail, you got to really understand what they were even trying to teach us. So they already mastered this planet. That's why the knowledge of us building pyramids is already within us. But we too busy arguing about who was first. It's not about building that shit again. We're supposed to be doing better shit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And the fact is that what we're experiencing right now is the manifestation of what we created. So colonization happened because we were in our lowest state of thought. So
Low vibration.
our ancestors already understood what was going on. That's why they documented shit on walls. The first language is visualization. So you should be able to see shit and be able to connect to it. And it ain't about who's first. We were the first people on this planet. Just off the strength of that, we shouldn't be arguing. It doesn't matter how you want to define yourself. Those are just
There
titles
you
in
go,
itself.
God.
You know what I mean? So it's like
Thank you.
when we really dealing with this shit is about you, and it's like we will never come together as a community until you first unify with yourself. So it's like we can't have a community, and because we're trying to force shit, you know what I'm saying? When
on
when
each
we should
other.
really be looking at like what they're doing to us and what they did by twisting up, our titles, enslaving us on all the continents. It was a physical thing because we're dealing with intellectual ass fucking people. That's all European colonizers are. They're just intellectual people. They don't even deal with the spirit.
Mm.
So as long as they can keep you distracted, they can conquer you because this shit is mental now. It ain't about no physical shit. It ain't gonna be no physical war going down. Like if we want to fight them, you got to fight them at a place they can't go, and that's the deepest, darkest part of your fucking mind. When you
Thank
really
you,
dealing,
Rose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
when you really dealing with spirituality, it ain't gonna be no physical shit. Like we giving them fucking power just by arguing with each other. They sitting back knowing what the fuck they was doing. That they did exactly what they came to do, cause destruction. They are the manifestation of us, like our lowest form. When you talk about knowledge of self and our ancestors mastered this fucking planet, what do you think was next for them to do? They had to have if we talking about Earth as a school, well, what's our fucking next lesson? How to
Mm.
overcome this shit.
Bro.
But we taking on their mentality, and that's why we fight with each other now. You know what I'm saying? That's why we can't build pyramids anymore. You know what I'm saying? Because we ain't built any within our own self now. You know what I'm saying?
It's
I
a
don't
little
mean to get on here and preach. I don't mean to get
nah,
on here
it's a
and
little
preach, but
deeper
it's
than
like
that
I
though.
study the science.
Well,
I
that's
deal with
some
the
real
fucking.
shit.
I deal
Yeah.
with the science. I ain't dealing with the. I can see myself on these walls and shit like that. I deal with what they were teaching, and they wasn't teaching when they were teaching science. It wasn't about no unity shit. It was about you as an individual. The unity stuff comes naturally when you unified. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? You're going to naturally gravitate to people when you right with yourself. What I feel like is a lot of people, a lot of our own people are having like this form of identity crisis, and I get it. But we're kind of treating it like religion again. It's like when you first step out of religion, you start banging on Christians, you banging on Muslims. We doing the same shit now. We banging on Africans, Africans banging on us. It's the same fucking shit. It's just repackaged now. It's just like the modern version of banging with religions right now. It's who did some shit first. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I get from it. You know what I'm saying? And that's just
Man.
over my spiritual growth. I get it. I've always known my family, where I grew up in Oklahoma, my indigenous roots. I get all that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I understand me as a God, as an original man. All that shit is just fucking titles. All that other shit don't matter. If I'm gonna call myself a god and I'm getting other people that call themselves gods, I don't give a fuck what landmass you from. If we trying to build, you know what I'm saying? We got to be coming together at the end of the day. But like, you got to start that shit at home and within yourself. I'll land right there. I ain't trying to hog the mic, y'all. But
Well,
Nah,
that's
you
some
good,
real
Chris.
shit.
study occult
Earth
science.
is earth,
Actually,
people are
actually study
people,
the shit.
What?
and knowledge is power. Shit. Period, point blank. But
What
And
I
a lot of
what I
the
we
would
do
like to say
operate
on
on a
what
very
you
low frequency. A lot of people do. The world is at a very, very low frequency, and it's just nothing but arguments and dissension. And what are we arguing over? Because anything that is truth and that is real is right there. You're gonna find a fact and you're gonna see it, and nobody can deny that or argue a fact. A fact is a fact.
But what I would like to bid off of what Big Guy said, you feel what I'm saying? It's a little more complicated than us just dividing and we fighting with each other type shit. It's a little more like it's some manipulation in there and it's some studying of the brain and how the brain work and the physiology of the brain. It's a lot of manipulation, you feel what I'm saying? But we breaking them curses though. Yeah,
Bro,
that's
let
what
me,
I'm
bro.
Can
I'm
I say
grateful for
something
that.
about that manipulation, right? We spending a lot of time trying to talk about all the crap that's been done. All the time and the energy that we put into arguing and debating and talking about what has been done
Yeah, that's a
is just
distraction.
a waste of time because we should be working together to
The
get something new done.
the the,
that's
the
that's
part
that's easy for
this,
us to say because we're on this certain level. But as a collective, a lot of the gods and goddesses, they're not there. You have to first know that it's a
They there,
problem
bro.
in
They're
order for
there.
you
I see
to
it.
find a
I've seen it.
solution.
I've seen
this
it.
here's the deal. It's fuck everybody. It's like, what are you? Is we got to break this down to on an individual basis. right now. Like if we like let me ask you this, Wisdom. You understand, like you believe or you know that we're in a matrix? Would you
Of
say that?
course, of course, God,
Okay, so if we know we're in a matrix, then we should understand that we're living in a cosmic computer in a sense, right?
we are.
Okay, so if we're talking about manipulation, that means you as as God in the flesh, that means you would be a macro version of that here, a cosmic computer, right?
Yeah.
So when we talk about manipulation, so when we say we're being manipulated, so think of this like a
No,
computer.
no, 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 no. I never said that. Me personally is
No,
manipulated.
I'm not
Okay.
saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm just speaking hypotheticals right now. I'm not cutting at you.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
just
Okay.
this is just dialogue. What I'm saying is I'm trying to break this quantum shit down. Um, this quantum science down. So I was talking about this on my live today. So think of what we're living in as a matrix. Obviously, it's a womb. Ones and zeros, is a cosmic computer. That's how you code. And Ankh itself is a one and a zero. So right there, that right there alone, we know that's a symbol, a sign that we all can agree with is life. And
Yep.
so when you think about your mind is a computer. So when we think about the things that we have been through as people, it has all been about our subconscious mind and reprogramming it. So when you think about your own mind as an individual, it's like you have to ask yourself, you know, am I the program or am I the programmer? So
Mm.
what I mean by that is everything we see, propaganda, slavery that went on, us getting killed by cops, shit about CERN, all this other shit, D Wave. All they're doing is trying to fucking distract us to reprogram our fucking minds. It ain't about like if we really trying to get deep into some shit,
There we go, God.
they they,
You
they can't
basically,
they can't go where the fuck we going. So all they trying to do is keep us focused on low shit to keep our
yeah,
own
keep us here. But
minds stuck. So
you
like
basically just said exact. We just came to agreement. You basically just said they're trying to reprogram our mind. It's something called, y'all know what Project Looking Glass is.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all know, bro. It's literally a battle of the subconscious. You feel what I'm saying? Of the whole, that's the real war. Fuck Ukraine, fuck Russia, United States, fuck all them bitches. The
fuck
real
everything.
war, fuck.
Yeah,
You feel me? Fuck all that shit. The real war, when it come down to the come down, the real war is the subconscious, which is the war of the mind.
exactly. But that's why we shouldn't be fighting about American Indians and African shit, because that's some human shit. That's some human shit. If we gods, we supposed to be thinking like gods. We ain't supposed to be arguing about some human shit. You know
Mm-mm.
what I mean? Like that's some real human shit. It's like I like what I'm saying is I feel like a lot of us we glorify this shit, but we ain't really trying to study it, like the science of the shit. Like that's some like we be arguing about some real ass human shit, some shit like we arguing shit that they convinced us is real. All this shit's a fucking illusion. If we talk about a matrix, how are we gonna on one hand say that we living in a matrix, but on the other hand argue some human shit?
Refusing to get out of it,
When
keeping
when we
So
ourselves
know
in
I
the
our
got.
mind,
matrix
So
that
you
we
said that
complaining
when
you
about.
we
saying that the
when we know our
pyramids
mind,
is a,
what are you
you saying
saying?
that I said you saying the pyramids is some matrix shit.
None of this shit is real. What I'm saying is, when we were building pyramids in that phase, we were on a whole different mind state. By the
Okay.
time, by the
Okay.
time we,
Now I'm fucking with you.
by
Okay.
the time we got colonized, we was at the lowest state in our minds. So what I'm saying, when we start experiencing other races of people, they were the lowest. They were the manifestation of our lowest form. That's why they conquered us because we wasn't ourselves anymore. This is our fucking lesson. I feel like we don't get it. So the shit that's happening to us is the shit we supposed to be overcoming, and we're not because we too focused on human shit. We're dealing with physical beings; they're not spiritual. Like that's why I say you got to fight them at a place they can't go, and that's the deepest part of your subconscious mind. That's why they create things like CERN. When you look at D Wave, when you understand like the waters of noon, our ancestors were talking about the realms that we can go to that they fucking can't go to. That's literally what the science is telling
Yep.
us. Like that's all I fucking study. Like I get it, but like if we really want to defeat them, you gotta almost ignore these motherfuckers. Like ignore
Pretty
the ass.
much.
I'm not saying like we're gonna still do physical shit. I'm not saying that. Like I ain't saying like if they want to come with some shit, we deal with that. You know what I mean? But I'm saying at the end of the day, all they can do is distract us. And so when if we constantly believing in their gods, keeping them in our minds, when you die, you're gonna take them motherfuckers with you in your consciousness. You're gonna
Say
end up right
it.
back, and you're gonna end up right back here again. It's about getting
Exactly.
off. It's about getting off this planet. It ain't about staying here. Our egos
Mm-hmm.
wants us to keep. The ego wants to keep you here. You know what I'm saying? But the ego is everything here. We're supposed to be getting the fuck up off this place and not coming back. You know what I'm saying? But we arguing about shit that's trying to keep us here. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. But
Okay.
but
Mm.
it is what it is. But like I said, it's levels. And I'm still a student. I'm still studying, but I just encourage people to study like the actual science. Like we can talk about Ptah, we can talk about all these ancient gods, but I
Yo,
would ask
Andre
somebody that calls
again.
himself that,
Andre,
are you those gods? If
here
you
go
used to
Andre
be,
again, trying to bang on some knowledge, bro. You know what's crazy about people who have knowledge versus people who don't? The people with the knowledge constantly are trying to help people and raise people's consciousness, and the ones who don't have it or the ones that hate on it decide to take another route. And you know what that route that is.
Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
The blue
It's a
pill.
difference
We in the
between it's
matrix.
a difference between slaying misinformation and just outright being an idiot with knowledge.
facts.
And
Peace,
Mr.
peace
You
to
ain't
Stan,
everybody.
lying.
you're guilty of that all the time, bro. You're straight guilty. Talking about it sound like too much conspiracy and what ifs after a man just got done telling you we need to come together. You sound like an idiot.
Damn, sleep. You start going in. That's exactly what I came up here to talk about.
You
Like we
sound like
got
an
a brother.
idiot, bro. We on the
We
same
got.
wavelength, gang. You an idiot. I don't care how smart you think you are. I don't care how many books you read. You're an idiot. You'd rather pander to conversation pieces around destroying black community rather than finding a tactful way to tell people that the information is coming the wrong way
Facts.
or a different way. It's a difference.
Facts.
It's a
Mm.
difference
Yes.
between educating your people and belittling your people with your knowledge.
Facts.
You, sir, are taking the route of the white man.
Who?
The dude that just got off this live talking about it's too
Whoa,
much
whoa,
conspiracies and what
whoa,
ifs.
whoa. Why y'all talking about Murph? What'd he do?
I'm not talking. Murph can get it too.
What'd he do, though? Us people in the chat keep
I'm
bringing his
talking
name
about
up.
Get up,
Mr.
sleepy.
Sterling. He was
There's
just
something
up here.
down in the chat that he put that everybody attacking. But what the real shit is, me looking from the outside in, what I see is, and I haven't seen this before, this real talk, where no matter what, this group right here can sit down their books and still move forward. So
You
we
feel me?
found it right now. We found it right now. So now when Suten
Facts.
has this call to action, let's step up. Let's step up.
Man, that's exactly what I was finna say on
That's
my
where the
soul.
power is.
I was just finna get into that on my mama. I'm gonna let you finish though, God.
I,
Cause
I
bro,
don't want to say a lot. I'm just saying, like, Suten know how I think. He know who my teachers are. So if I step outside of the line of my teachers, he can tell. You get what I'm saying? And my
Nah,
teachers don't
bro.
have a. Hold on one
Because we
second.
got the same teacher though, and he go hard. So I get it.
Exactly. So when I step out
But
of pocket, he know
if
I'm
you
out of
go,
pocket.
I'm gonna go.
You see what I'm saying? So that's why I try not to step out of pocket because I can see who shares the same teachers because it comes out when they're teaching. They don't try to demean the person. They just go after the information. That's
No,
what the God Sleepy
he go
talking
after
about.
them too though. Like
That's what it's all
I
about.
can't say he just
Information.
attacked the information because he go after them too.
It's
Yeah,
all
at
about
one
information.
time, when you know what it is, you right. If you make a motherfucker step out, they step out. But that's when you trying to punk somebody. You trying to punk somebody in the corner because you got some information. Well, what I like about what just happened right now, if it's real, we can sit the information to the side and get the building on the next move, whether it be business, whether it be meeting up, whatever the case may be, right now.
right now on bro. Cause if y'all go follow me, y'all see anything on my social media, that's what I'm with. You feel what I'm saying? I really don't even be on social media no more. I be building with the community. You feel what I'm saying? Like people that's in my city, I got people in Georgia, Atlanta, Texas, New York. You feel what I'm saying? We locking in because we see what's coming. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't no sense us staying on the app and keep talking and we seeing that it's actual actions that's happening that we need to counteract against. You feel what I'm saying?
What we need is money. See, we get into this
Absolutely.
and we front
But we
and
don't
don't
need
want to
money.
say
We
on.
need
Hold on.
gold and silver.
Yeah, but at a time we're gonna need gold and silver. But at this moment, we need to fight with the medium of exchange that they have put in place for you to in order to establish yourself. Now you don't have to do it. You can sit there, but I don't come from the
Facts,
consciousness
facts.
of bums. The consciousness that I have, we have things. We're always buying stuff. So we
Come on.
reach to the community as
Heavy
well.
on that.
You see what I'm saying?
Let's
We
not
reach to
bum.
Land,
the
yeah,
community.
I feel you.
Heavy
And we
on the
have a
not bums
community right
part though.
now. We have a community right now. We don't have to be bums. What you need, Suten? What you need? Some type of printing machine so we can start getting some clothing going, some backdrop.
That's
We
what I
gotta
be
start
on.
asking
Come
the
on now,
questions about
God.
some money. Share your pocket, even if it's $5. Commit to doing it every week. We got to
Every
start
week.
sharing the pocket. We got to start sharing with the people who are out there, not the people that
I'm
are
with it.
sitting in the cut. The ones that are out there.
That's
I'm
real.
with it. I
And
ain't
here
gonna
it
lie,
go,
Slick.
right?
I'm with it.
Here it go.
1,000%
That's
right.
real.
Now that we established this, right? We want to put it out there. Let's be real about it, right? Because we got to when there's positive, there's also negative, right? So for the people that's trying to figure out, oh well, why do we need each other? It's not the fact that we need each other. It's the fact that we need a black dollar.
Say it
Get it,
again,
get
God,
it,
for the
get it
people in the back
very,
that didn't
very,
hear you.
very, very,
Absolutely.
very, very clear. Fuck your feelings. Sorry, Sue.
Yeah.
Fuck your feelings. Get the black dollar. Fuck
That's
how you
right.
You
feel
feel
about
me?
the
Just
$60
like that.
hoodie that you will go pay North Face $60 to wear.
All right, polite.
I'm just being for real. Fuck it. I'm being for real.
Oh,
That's my
God.
picture.
Oh, oh, Jesus.
Shit.
Hey, you ain't lying, no
Fuck how
God.
you
You
feel.
on
Sorry.
you on point? You on point, Sleepy? I fuck with it.
Fuck
Get
how
him,
you
We
Sweet,
need
feel.
a
get him.
black dollar and we need
Build it.
land.
It don't
We need to
matter. Like
buy land as
you'll
much
go
as
See,
pay
we
the
we
same.
have
can.
these when
You'll
it
go
comes
pay
That's
to
these same
that's
companies to go shit
why
on you.
we need to have the unity conference.
I don't
So
get it.
everybody who got
On.
something can get with the people so they can get what they ain't got.
Hey,
exactly.
God, but
Exactly.
everybody that's in the call, lock in with me because everything y'all talking about, I be on it. Like I know people that got land that's willing to let us use that shit in Arkansas, Texas,
Yeah,
California,
you
North
got
Carolina,
people in Arkansas and South Carolina right now, right? They're farmers, and they got land, and they kids don't want the land. They want to live in the city, enjoy their life. They want to sell it. The farmers want to sell the shit. Then they'll
Mm-hmm.
sell it cheap because they don't want it. They don't want to deal with the land no more. And we come in, the people in our communities that got the money to buy it, they buy it. Then we go and we work on the land. We build our own communities.
That's
And we
right.
come
might
on
have
now.
to we might have to small with one or two little small houses. And then when more economics start coming in, boom. Like
Yeah. You know
you gotta
what?
have some type of gathering of people to get like minds together so they can push the same agenda.
That's
Because
right.
And
just
if you
us
scared, go
talking
to
about
Absolutely.
church.
that's what I'm saying, sleep. Because I've been talking about it for a month and a half.
If you scared,
And
go to
that's what
church at
I
this
asked
point,
you
bro. Like,
earlier. That's what I was asking you. Are you where the like minded people like you? Because that's who you need
Got
The
to
it.
be
most
chilling with.
the most
Got
people
it.
that I know that are like minded are in Georgia, they're in Virginia, and they're in South Carolina. And then another movement is in Texas. Because that's
Oh
where
yeah, I was about to say
RBG
Texas.
Nation,
Don't
they,
you can't
they
forget about
basically
Texas.
based out of Texas.
And let's not
All right,
forget.
so
Let's
God, who
not
you know
forget.
that's in Texas though? On
A
bro,
whole
because
lot of people. You ain't even got to worry about it. We link up.
Wisdom,
Texas, I
what
know
you
a whole
say?
lot of
come
people.
on, bro. What's up? Cause
Hold,
I
hold on, wait,
my
Wisdom, what did you say?
it's a good it's a good 60 of us in Texas right now. Yeah.
Oh, oh, y'all
That's
bigger
on
than that. Y'all bigger than that.
bro.
Trust me.
I know,
yeah,
because
trust.
I'm already knowing
who
we
is
big, but I'm
us?
talking
What are you
about that I
talking about?
know of. I'm talking about that I know of that I can personally go talk to and we can build upon. I'm talking about
He's saying who is us? Us, he talking about like-minded people.
All right.
So this is the thing, right? Now, when we say like-minded people, some of us are like-minded. They just don't know how to express it. But guess what they do? They come to me
Hey,
and tell me that they like, listen, I'm there to support you. Whatever you need, just let me know. I can't talk like you, but I support. So we got a whole lot of people that can't do what we do, but they still support. So we
come
can't
on
shun
now.
everybody because some people support with their pocket because they can't do this here. This is a hard thing. And I'm not saying it's hard where nobody can't do it because some people do it with false information. Some people do it with truth. But the act of getting up and just speaking in front of people, some people are timid of that shit. So let the ones that can do that, let them do it. And you get with the ones that got the information you want. That's all. We don't got to kick each other around now
Everybody,
because Suten put the call out a long
nah, go
time
ahead.
ago, and he know damn well that I've been just sitting around like we got to do it, we got to do it. So when he put the call out, I can't shun the call, so I came to the call. What's up? And I
Facts.
stated that we could drop everything. Yeah, I don't have no book that I can't drop. I can't wait till the black woman create one, because then I won't drop it. I treat that book like they treat Jesus. You know what I'm saying? When they drop the black woman is God book. You know what I'm saying? So
Man,
it ain't no book that I'm not tied to no doctrines. You see what I'm saying? It's something new gonna pop up all the time. So I can't be tied to the doctrine. I gotta keep reaching to brothers that I may have information, but that brother may have researched tonight, and it's something that I didn't research. So when he pull it up and I talk to him or I listen to a show, I take that information, but I pay homage to him because that's where I got it from. If we start doing that, our community will get strong. Start paying homage to each other. We're not too big to pay homage to each other.
That's
that's
right.
ego.
That's a
Yes, sir.
fact. That's a
Gotta
fact.
remove that pride and all that shit. That vanity, gotta remove that.
Look, most people are scared to do this kind of shit because, especially around me, and I'm not trying to say that person is scared. They're scared of the perspective that I'm gonna give. It may fuck their shit up and all that. I don't do this with everybody. I don't just bring, I bring the records when the records is needed. I bring the so-called fuckery when the fuckery is needed. But it was a call to action, and I'm still hearing the call, so I keep coming. I
I
come
like
for the call.
though. I like the debate.
Facts, bro. And it get,
I
part of
love
that,
that shit.
bro. Part of that is this, bro.
Love
Like
it.
Sue know I'm coming. Like I'm
Like
with the knowledge
I
and
want everybody
I'm
to get together, right? I
yeah.
want ideologies to come together. I don't care what your background, what your religion is. We build, and then when it's time to go into the debate, we still bringing in economic because everybody's going to come to this place
That's
and they're going
right.
to watch the debate. They're either going to be in person or they're going to be watching it online somewhere. They're going to stream it somewhere. So either way it go, we still putting in the economics, and then people are getting information. And at the end of the debate, even though it was hostile, because I'll keep it real. If you are RBG and you're debating, it's gonna get hectic.
Yeah, I'm
When
gonna
you
throw
get up there, it's
daggers.
gonna get hectic because they not RBGs don't come humble when they debate.
At
Mm-mm.
all. Not in the slightest.
Comedics, they'll intellectually hit you underneath the belt, right? And you won't know it till it's too late.
Right.
RBGs ain't doing that. They come to smack you in the face. Intellectually, though.
And this is
Yeah.
what's up.
But
This
at
is
the end of
battle.
when the debate is over with, we all shake hands. We might even give the man shoulder hug, and then we go into our respective groups. Like, yeah, I feel like I won. Oh, I feel like I won. And then we go. We
But at
might
the end
even
of the
go
day, we
eat
still
after.
building.
You know what I'm saying?
Because both
Might go
sides,
eat
both
dinner and then
everybody,
have the debate recap.
because
It's nothing.
everybody wins. Because at the end of the day,
Sterling, you RBG?
people that are listening is
What
information.
state
You know
you
what I'm
from?
saying?
Check in what state, right? Because
Right.
we know where everybody at.
Yeah,
See, that's what I'm
yeah, yeah. What
saying. The
state you
community
RBG? Like,
already
yeah, yeah.
exists.
Cause I need
Uh
to get
oh.
with your peoples. Cause what?
I don't hold on. I don't even know what my shit is. Hold on, y'all. I
Cause
don't
Uh
know what
oh.
like,
my shit is.
Uh oh.
The
I got my
community
That's
shit.
already
right.
exists.
I got
So
my
you better
shit.
check. So you better check in.
what,
I got my
True
shit.
talk.
I see my shit.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And look, that's them. That you got to go there to get that. You can't get that in the
My
mail. You
wife
got to
made this
go there.
for me.
Oh, word. That's what's
Yeah.
up. But
She
that mean
made.
you been though.
I was on the RBG weekend
Exactly.
2016, and she made it before I left.
But I know
yeah,
you had to show up with something. I know that niggas ain't just putting them shits around
Nah,
nowhere.
bro. Yeah,
You can't do that. G
yeah.
check on the flag, nigga. We said check on the flag.
You had to have like a bracelet, a necklace,
Yeah.
something. What?
Yeah, man. For
I
real.
ain't gonna lie. They was giving like they had like $3 to $5 little flags. so you can bob to him before you went in.
We gotta start doing it, man. We got this.
RBG is the new Garveyite movement. They've the Pan African flag, the red, black, and green flag that was established by Marcus Messiah Garvey.
Right, and he didn't just make these colors up. We found these same colors all over where you see something that look like us. I don't care if you say it's not us. They look like us. You find these same colors. That red, that black, and that green with the gold trim.
You see this Black Panther with the red, black, and green. That's not his flag.
Right.
If you look to the right of him, the dude, the black bro, you see with the arm up, and the dude in the camouflage and the white, that's their flag. Those are RBGs. The Black Panthers have their own flag. It's a black flag with an outline of a panther. RBGs, that's our flag right there that he's holding up. But we're unified.
Fly everywhere. We fly everywhere.
People don't know that.
That's right.
RBGs, we're unified. You got Hebrew RBGs. You got Nation of Islam RBGs. You got Black Panther RBGs. You got Kemetic. A lot of Kemetics are RBGs.
Shout out to Panther RBGs.
They just hella, like, big God knowledge. Like, they're hella intellectuals, though. Them are the dudes that you don't want to debate. Because when they come, they bring in the ancestors. They come in with the knowledge of the ancestors. And 9 times out of 10, you're not going to win that debate. I know, I tried it.
Listen, this is love right here, yo. You know why I'm saying it's love? It's because this call been going out for a long time.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And you got 6 people up here right now that in their own right, they got their own thing going. Naga Empire, that's who we are. We the Naga Empire. And we bring the economic aspects to the platforms. If a person trying to maneuver on the platforms, we with that shit. If you want to get some t-shirts going, we with that shit. We were getting you with some money right now. What do you need to
get? If you want to start your business, if you trying to start your business,
that's right.
Get with Sleepy. Period. Simple, bro. Logo.
Everything website, on deck.
Everything you need. Anything that you need to start your business, bro.
And do it for real. Challenge us. Challenge what we saying. Put us to the test.
I'm
check it out,
though, bro.
I'm a lock in because I got hella people. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, I'm
lock in, man.
All my people.
Sleepy. You gotta call Mo.
Man,
yeah, I gotta talk.
Look. I'm a teacher. I try to tell y'all I'm ready to, come in, do what y'all need to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm a teacher now. I decided to play my role.
Sleepy. We got retired black teachers.
Yeah.
Retired black teachers want to teach our black children about who they are. I don't care if they teaching them, I'm this, I'm indigenous. I don't care about that, but they get some.
Is it black?
From our people.
Right. I'm teaching math. I taught math on purpose because look. That's the only thing that ain't tainted.
Check out what we can do, Sleep. This real shit.
Y'all come out. Y'all want to? We gonna have a unity conference because it's about to get real cold. So we can either have an online unity conference first, or we can because I don't want people driving when it's because
tap in, Libra, tap in. Make sure you
might happen. Everybody on the phone. So we might have to just do like a first unity conference meeting or something.
I would do online first and then shoot for like the spring or something, or kind of when it's kind of wherever.
Y'all just tell me. Y'all just give the date, and then we all pick whatever. Either we gonna go on Zoom or we go on YouTube. It's on y'all.
I'll be there.
And those who have businesses, try to do it in your office space so we can see what you got. You may need something. You know what I'm saying? Something that only costs $700, but if we could get together and do it, like what the fuck is $700? And it's 10 people. What is $700 for real?
Yes,
honestly. And we talking about putting together in 2 weeks. Let's say you need a printer. 2 weeks. That's it. It take you.
What's this guy in the comments saying? What's the outlining bigger purpose? Are you listening to what we're talking about?
The outlining bigger. Right, the outline and bigger purpose is to be able to lean on each other, not because we need to, because we want a black space for our economics, our dollar. That's the idea right now. To lean.
Yeah, we gotta have power, so we gotta have money. We gotta come together. If we want to just develop and have our own form of system, we gotta have money, and that's gonna bring us the power.
Here's the bigger picture,
guys. No. You gotta say it. You gotta say it right.
The biggest picture I can possibly draw.
We need resources.
You gotta get money first. You gotta get
We
money
gotta have
first.
money to have.
Oh, look,
We
wait,
Money
we
wait,
is
gotta
a
have money.
resource,
listen,
though.
listen. The Nation of Islam, it didn't get as big as it was with their economics overnight. You see what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
The biggest movement for us over here in this country was the Marcus Garvey movement. Nobody made more
Right.
money than this man that was over here that looked like us. His movement started, it came from overseas. He really didn't have no backing. So when you get the word out, like-minded people are gonna come because they're tired of being oppressed. It don't matter if they're
Oh, bro.
Christian, if they're Muslim, if they're Hindu, Buddha, indigenous, none of that. They see, oh, those are my people.
That's right.
When I'm in a
I know
grocery
how to
store and
build a
I'm shopping
storefront
and I see
website.
Oh,
another
bro.
brother and he's shopping,
Bro,
I'm not thinking, oh,
Ben J.
is he a Muslim? Oh, is he a Christian? I'm like, what's up? I see another brother.
Ben J.
Right.
I know how to build a storefront website. And for the person that was asking what the bigger picture was, or the bigger whatever, think about it like this, right? Right now, there is no one to hold this wonderful
Now, see,
corporation.
Joseph, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about building worldwide right now because we have to build our own home. We can't
Right.
build our home while we're trying to help
Come
everybody
on,
else build
man.
theirs. We
Facts.
build home, we get a home court advantage. And
That's what I'm
after we
saying. We
get
need to
home
hold this
court
corporation.
advantage, then we start playing away games.
We need this entity. We need an entity
Yeah.
to be able to hold this corporation responsible for the things that it's doing.
That's right. For people that want to
Okay.
go home and stay here, it's money for everybody.
So in order for us to be able to hold this corporation, right, accountable for the things that needs to happen, there needs to be what? An opposing entity. We
Yep.
need to be the opposing entity before one arises that we do not have control over. Simple. Be the entity or get ate by the entity. You choose. You tired of the way your kids being taught? You know your kids being taught bullshit. You know your kid. You know it's all bullshit. You know it is, right? You think of it, right?
Facts.
So why is it that every single time someone brings up the fact that the way out is to combine the dollar, the thing that they gave you in order to run your life in the first place, you kind of tense up? Why is it every single time you tense up, you get scared? Because what? Unity makes you scared? Freedom? The thought of being free makes you scared?
Hmm.
The thought of
I
your
wouldn't
own
necessarily
accountability
say.
being on you makes you afraid?
I feel like freedom scares a lot of people.
Mm.
Well,
A
we
lot
ain't
of people don't
seen
even know what
freedom.
freedom is.
Right?
Right. We ain't
You don't
had
even know
no
what it
freedom.
is.
You feel
We
me? A
ain't
lot
even
of people
Yeah.
don't even know
we
what
ain't even
freedom
tasted it yet.
is. You feel
And,
me?
and, and the sad thing
Oh,
about it
bro,
is
we
like
ain't even taste
it's
But
like
that's why a lot of people are. It makes them uncomfortable when they have fear.
we got the tools though. You feel me? And that's my thing is, if you're scared, go to church. That's my
Freedom is
solution.
look. Freedom is I get up after I'm well rested, not because I got to get up to do something.
Right.
That's what freedom is, and we ain't never had that. You always got to get up to check something.
If you're scared, go to church, because
Not for
this is
real.
not the time for people that are afraid. This is the time where people are going to be remembered. You're going to be on the right side or wrong side of history. Know that, because history is here to stay now, because it's too many. It's too many sources. We
Yeah,
in an information era.
you ever seen a lion when it's out in the meadows laying on his
Mhm.
back? It done slept for hours and it's still laying on his back, just hanging, and everything passing that shit right by. It's just that's freedom. That lion thinks it has freedom. So after it rests, it still could just be there comfortably. Get up when he's ready to get up.
Freedom is not, look,
Now we just discussing what we need to do on this platform right now. See, I don't know what y'all talking about. We talking about building economics up. If you trying to do anything other than getting economics and putting it back into the community, I don't know what you want. Because if you talking about grabbing arms and going to war with the system that's oppressing you, and they got the largest army in the world, and
but
they
but
got
but that but that
they got
system
the
is giving you guns. Like, what? How do you expect to go to war with a system that's
and they
going to
got
give you
they got
weapons? Are
they
you
got
good?
the best modern technology. I don't
Are
know
you
if you
kidding me?
guys watch Modern Warfare. Like when it comes on TV on the History Channel, you're not
Man,
you're not gonna
man.
pick up arms and go to war with these people and win.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't happening.
Try it.
Hey, Suten, I'm gonna step down real quick. I got an echo, and I'm coming right back up.
Right, to the sister. That's exactly what we're saying, Mystic. That's exactly what we're saying when we say black economics, because that's how you create a service for your community. Like I said, I need to buy me what do you call these shits?
Well, I tell you
Embroidery
this,
machine. I'm gonna
we're
pay for. Go ahead.
their platforms. Every platform, even if you pick up the phone and talk, that's their platform.
That's right. Everywhere. You can find me on
So
all social media platforms.
If you're driving to go meet with people to talk about what we need to do, you got to use the navigational system because a lot of us don't know where each other live. You're using their platform to get to where you need to go. So now they're monitoring everybody that's moving at once to get to a certain location.
That's right.
and that's my thing, bro. Like, infrastructure.
All right.
We need black infrastructure. Along with it's got to be, man. In order, man, look, that's the big picture, though. Infrastructure, black infrastructure.
And
Start with
we're
the dollars, build from there.
at these moments here, we're not talking no secrets. This is something we're gonna have to do outright. So TikTok is not a problem that we on it and all that. You get what I'm saying? Because
I'm not
what
scared
we
of
speaking
TikTok.
is truth. You know, you could catch me on another platform saying what I want to say when it comes to talk about history, but when it comes to climbing up and pulling the person, I'm not judging you for what you do. Just come up here and talk to me, or pull me up there and let me talk to you. You know what I'm saying? Don't leave me where I'm at
You
after you
even
talk
got
to
to
me.
come on TikTok, just hit my line.
Right.
Message me. We need to talk. We can talk on the phone. Me and Sleep, we talk on the phone all the time.
But
But he feel like answering his
so who
phone.
I'm about to go and get up off here. But who would I get to? Because I'm trying to stay locked in. You feel what I'm saying?
Listen, you could tap in right here, right? Just drop me a DM
I'm trying to
or
lock my people in with y'all. You feel what I'm talking about? I'm trying
facts. Like I said, hit me, send me a DM on here so we can link up, or you could
to.
just
You
hit
said
the
what,
Instagram,
God?
whatever way you do it. I say send me a DM on here. It's
Well,
Patar.
y'all
All right,
if
man.
y'all
It's good.
don't
I'm
get with
going. Yeah,
me,
we finna go
y'all
make
get
this
with
shit shake. Cause
Sleepy, y'all get with
me
Batai, y'all
personally,
get with Big God Knowledge, and y'all just talk to them about
of
if y'all
course. But
want
I'm
to do
saying,
some type of
who can
unity
I talk to
conference
to
on
tap
the
in with
internet,
everybody?
if y'all want to do a conference call on the phone, cause to me it don't matter as long as we get the ball rolling. My thing is the first step initiative. That's it. I'm putting the information out there. Whoever wants
Yeah.
to be the leader, they can. Because I'm gonna be real honest with y'all. I am not a leader. My job was security. My job is to watch whoever the leader is, make sure nothing happens to that person. That's
I
it.
respect that. I respect that.
I got I got a big um anger issue, so I cannot be a leader at all. A leader has to be somebody that's calm. When they get hit with somebody
Yeah.
that's angry and they start verbally attacking them, that they can be calm and they can just deal with it intellectually. I am not that dude at all. I'm coming
You know,
with the smoke.
we can respect
But you know, it's different leaders, God.
everybody's got strengths and weaknesses.
I have not mastered my anger issues. So I ain't mastered my ego yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting there, but I ain't did it yet.
But that's the first step. That's the first step, though, God, is to know that you ain't mastered it yet.
What's up, sir?
First
Yeah.
step.
That's right, child of the sun. That's my nickname, the TikTok bully.
Right.
And
The
the
TikTok bully
movement
with
needs
big
some
brothers. True story. TikTok bully
protection.
with big brothers.
But all right,
I'm out here.
Word up.
peace reflections. I appreciate the talk. You feel what I'm saying?
Hey,
I'm gonna go and lock in
peace,
with y'all. Though.
peace,
Peace,
wisdom. I'm gonna lock
peace.
Hey, be
Andrew and
good,
shit.
Wiz. I'll holler
Locked
at you,
in.
boy.
Cool.
Is your brother
If
asleep?
anybody's out in Oklahoma, do let me know. So, ain't you up in Kansas? You live in Kansas?
Yeah.
We need to.
I'm right down the street from Mo.
Mo live in Kansas too.
Yep.
What part are y'all from?
We in Wichita.
Man, so y'all ain't. I'm in Oklahoma City, so we really ain't even that far. It ain't really no
Yeah,
excuse why we ain't
no,
even.
we ain't that far at all, bro.
Yeah, y'all gotta go and do that.
There really ain't no excuse why we ain't even linked yet. Cause I'm buying a bunch of land next year, but what I'm doing, I'm really trying to keep on the low. but it can benefit us all for sure. And I'm gonna teach people, but like I always been telling people, I know how to mine literally platinum, gold, silver, precious metals out of water. Like I say, water, wastewater. So if it's got minerals in it, I know how to fucking extract it out of it. I got taught by a Native American years ago. That's why I don't be going hard on them like that. Cause like one of the most mans that ever gave me some knowledge more than my father was a Native American man.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
When I grew,
I love
and
them to death. I love
and
them to death, bro.
he gave gave me
If you want to learn how to do something and they know how to do it, they teach you.
I grew up in Okmulgee, Oklahoma, so I grew up with blacks, Native Americans, and whites. So everybody there is pretty much a lot of us is just mixed with both. So it's like, he taught me something that he ain't never told nobody else because he ain't had no sons. And so I've been holding on to this knowledge, and I got notes of it. But I'm gonna build this on some land, some private land, and I'm gonna teach people how to do it. It's no reason for me not to share, but I need to do it. I need to share it in a way where I can show people because you dealing with chemicals and shit, you can fuck yourself up. And so I'm like my own version of Eisenberg in a sense, but
Hmm.
I just don't be going in all that type of engineering chemical shit because it get way too elaborate for people. But that's some stuff I'm gonna be working on the next
Hey,
couple of years.
so
And
I
that's
was talking. I don't know why you bringing up minerals and mining from water. It's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
and
Like
you can
that's
and I can create the water from the gold that you can drink it. It electrifies you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want to learn how to do that.
So like
Melatonin gold.
I'm gonna go back and look for them too and uh to get some more from them. But I don't even need a lot of you don't need a lot of land for them actually. Only thing I have other than that, I know plenty of people in the oil they own type of shit that I get water from, and I can link with his people that he had that'll go get contract the wastewater because you just really need wastewater at the end of the day, and you can generate a lot of money, make the catalyst out of just melting down solid gold coin, or I can go melt down platinum coin catalyst. I know the whole process. That's the thing. I did this shit when I was 16 all the way till I was 22 years old. I used to go back and forth to college to play football every weekend to go. At 16 years old, I was making $22 an hour. So, um, you know, so to the community, I don't sharing something means I'm trying to deceive people, but I need to put this together so then I can help us generate this type of money that we need because this is free. Minerals are in the earth. This ain't nothing the motherfucking government. Nothing. They can't do shit to us with that. And I know plenty of our people that got land rights that probably got water that's in the ground. That's got.
And if you want to start paying, you can.
I can test,
If you want to start paying, you can.
tell you how much contents of that is in the water and then extract it out of it. You know what I'm saying? And that's money that can't nobody. And that's real shit. You know what I'm saying? That's real money.
That's what I'm
You know.
talking about. I already followed you though way before you said that though. But I'm actually looking right now for 20 acres. But I'm looking for land with mineral and water rights. So I'm gonna definitely be hitting you up.
What do you mean we talk too much? It,
What? I didn't say you talk too much.
no.
No,
I'm
no,
not
I
reading.
see somebody in the chat.
It,
people
it's
in
Oh,
the
the
comments hating. Stop being so scary.
it's the deal. Fuck these beasts.
The hell are you
What
so scared of?
they got? Did you ever
He
watch
can't
Eagle?
he can't talk he can't talk about what he know how to do on this platform. He
I ain't
ain't talking
afraid.
about hurting nobody, put
Afraid.
nobody on the t-shirt. He ain't giving no hate speech. He's just talking about the things that somebody taught him how to do. So he's telling us he knows how to do it.
Gave y'all the
How
science
is
of how.
that? See,
Right, we
Hey,
scared to identify who our teachers are.
you know what I'm
That's
saying?
weird.
Why
How the
we
hell are
got?
you scared?
What we gonna be scared of? This is part of the what I'm talking about. Like the distract. They want you to be scared of them. They can't do shit to us.
I
Literally,
don't know why people so terrified. I told somebody that
not
I
real.
was getting my straw man back and I was going through authenticating my birth certificate and stuff. And this dude was like, "Man, you people don't like that. You better watch out. They're gonna come for you." I'm like, "Are you kidding me, bruh?
This, that's why.
Like
That's why.
they coming for me now."
That's why we. It's hard for us to get together. The minute we start talking together, we got to worry about the white man. Fuck them. We should be at the point now. I wish they fucking something. That's the type of
Because I'm over here learning how to make my own goddamn bullets and how to manufacture my own guns. And sorry, don't want to get your live shut down saying certain words, but that's what I'm over here trying to learn. I don't care. I'm not worried about
here,
fear
here's
is a false illusion appearing real. When you let fear run you, you done lost already.
fear is an illusion. They created that shit. We ain't supposed to be fearing shit. You know,
False illusion.
what I'm saying? Like I
Okay,
said,
so
the
if even if that's true, Jose, if they will come, they ain't stopping everybody. They're not getting, what are you
They
talking
can't.
about?
They got to get in. Look, this is what I'm telling you. We build our communities, right? And we have a gated community, and we got our own security because you can have private security in your gated community. So it'll be that you got the Nation of Islam, you got the Hebrew Israelites, you got the Black Panthers, and then you got RBGs.
nation, the army,
There, that's
already
what
are.
I'm saying, bro.
The thing about,
How they
like I said,
gonna get in? There's no
we
way
got
they gonna be able to get in the gated community because you got to have a code to get in the gate.
On top of the fact, man, look, you got to understand, we're not talking about one measly little thing.
gonna be everywhere.
When this is finished, when we see the expansion and the duplication of this black dollar built over and over and over and over, when we get it down to a science, what you're going to see is cities.
Absolutely.
That's what you're gonna
But
see.
Here's
but
what
they're
But
not
so
gonna stop you from building. They're not gonna
that's
stop you
just
from building. They're gonna wait for
wait.
you to
That's
And
build
they
it and
wait.
not gonna
take it.
be these
So
cities that we
let's say
seeing
they
now.
had you had 30 truckers and they got their trucks to run off water. They gonna put all 30 of them on a t-shirt.
Stop
That's gonna
playing.
make national news, and somebody gonna step in, bro. That ain't gonna happen. Cause
they
he out
Somebody's
kill
there
us.
going to
still.
They
somebody gonna always be around to connect the dots, bro.
they kill us to keep us in this fear state. It's like they, like I said earlier, they're a manifestation of our lowest form. Their whole nature is to distract us. So we should already be expecting them to do something, but we're smarter than them. So if we're already expecting it, that means you put in countermeasures. Like you know what I'm saying? You gotta already be expecting
And the
like
countermeasure is the network, bro. We gonna build.
and
This is not going to be no petty shit. This is about to be a network.
that's like the polarity of
And that,
everything. If we're gonna call ourselves whatever gods, then somebody's gotta be a devil. So you gotta be expecting somebody to start trying to fuck with your shit, but we just gotta learn to protect it. You know what I'm saying?
Rashid, I
That's
know exactly what you're talking about. I've been linking up with him.
You know what
He
it is?
that machine that you talking about, he blew it up like 2 weeks ago. No, it's like 3 weeks ago. He blew that boy up. Like the whole side part came around. I was like, bro, I don't know how you did that, but I paid for a new one, bro. I paid for a new one. I
but
had to
that's what
pay
I'm
for
saying,
the.
bro. Look, even God's rise and they fall, right?
mm-hmm.
That's just nature. If you go and you look at history, you'll see where these civilizations had their gods rose and then they fell, then other gods take their place. No
Yep.
matter what go on, somebody's always willing to take somebody else's place. The
Rashid, he
revolution didn't
good though.
start with
Trust me,
Martin
he
Luther
good.
King. It didn't start with Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, Elijah Muhammad. It didn't stop with these people. You got other people that came that was ready to take their place. You got right now, you got Umar Johnson, right? You got
Mm-hmm.
Umar Johnson that's out doing his thing. You got other people out there doing their thing too. It's just that they don't have a big platform like Umar Johnson.
I don't think that protection is going to be the first key. That's just me,
That's
because
a,
it's
that's
a
what
part of it, but I don't think it's the first part. The first part is organizing the dollar, because they can't attack the dollar,
they,
especially
they
nowadays.
they want it to be physical. Like I said, we gotta fight them at a level they cannot go. That's with our minds. If we take back our minds, they can't fuck with us. They know that
Yeah, so
we created so in our lowest form of slavery here in America, we were still showing, the levels of our minds, how just with invention, you know what I'm saying? No other people on this planet could do shit like that. You know what I
bro,
mean?
this is not
I'm saying
I
we're
don't want
not.
to hear
I'm
about
saying, look,
Oklahoma. Stop
you
talking
can
to me about
defend yourself.
Oklahoma.
That's cool. But look, World War II didn't come to an end because people were shooting at each other. World War II came to the end because scientists devised a massive weapon.
He
Scientists,
he
engineers,
he
they
finished with
weren't
the
even in the field shooting at nobody. They was in a lab.
defense.
Coconut.
They used in Elko, Black Wall Street. They used the fucking military. Like we ain't.
The
They can't.
people that created the tank, they were engineers,
Yeah,
scientists.
they're not gonna
They
do no
weren't
shit.
out in the they weren't out in the field shooting at people.
And here's the deal. Like even Europeans, they ain't gonna let shit go down like that anymore. They got
Hell
Europeans
no.
go to war against their own
Y'all
people.
remember? Y'all remember Jade Helm 13? If y'all go back and look at Jade Helm 13, that they was doing stuff in Miami, they was doing
Fact.
training in Miami and in Texas. You had white people, Europeans, that was out there with their rifles. They were retired veterans. And it was like, yeah, if the government, if the military try to do something, we got the civilians back because our number one job is to protect the civilians of this country. So you really think that if the military tried to pop off, that these veterans that were even the people in the military, they were out there during Jade Helm. They were out there talking about, yeah, even they say it's a training exercise, but we don't trust them. And these people yeah, I got to go back in a couple of days. I'm just on leave. But they was like, I'm making sure that all it is a training exercise. That's it.
You know what I'm saying?
I
Like
am Tupac. Don't do that. I'm Tupac. I'm chunky Tupac. That's what it is.
I ain't gonna lie, that nose ring have been giving me that on and off every time it come in the camera.
Yeah, I got this nose ring because I thought I was Rico Suave at one time.
It's giving pot.
Oh, wait till I cut this off. Getting that young taper fade.
at the end of the day, we can already sense that we're coming together. We're just like at that beginning phase of it. It's like in where your mindset is at is it's your reality. Like all I see for the most part is positive things. I feel like when people focus on negative, because that's where their mind is at all the time. You know what I'm saying? Especially with this algorithm. If all you paying attention to is negative shit and liking negative shit on TikTok, like I go back to your mind. Your mind has an algorithm to it. That's what you're gonna constantly see. So if you're not constantly working on yourself to program your mind to see positive things and be that see it until you do. You know what I'm saying? I met some of the most solid people on this app. You know what I'm saying? We ain't even linked up yet. Me and Suten right down the street from each other technically. We ain't even linked up yet. And
Right?
I kind of feel bad for it now. You know what I'm saying? That I ain't even and I done drove through Wichita just even in my semi truck probably 20 times in the past 4 months. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it ain't nothing for me to even stop just to say what's up. Even if it's for like 30 minutes or an hour, just to initially
Yeah.
meet you, you know what I'm saying? Then build from there. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a deeper connection when you can actually meet somebody too, So um I need to make better efforts of getting out and meeting people because I'm an introvert. I don't really fuck with I love people, but I'll be sticking to myself because I be in my own. We all trying to build our own kingdoms at the same time, but I understand. Me building my kingdom. There's a whole nother kingdom that needs to come together as well. So I'm gonna make it more. I'm gonna make a better effort linking up with people because I'm all over. I'm in Pennsylvania right now. I don't know nobody out here, but I've
I
been
got to
out here
do a
for.
better job of being available. That's my thing. I,
But
I,
you still
I,
ain't
I
answering your phone.
that's not true. It's not true. I do a better
Shit.
job. Look. I can't not answer my phone no more. Like I'm a teacher. Like I gotta answer my phone now. So there you go. I gotta answer my phone. Because maybe somebody mama.
Yeah, Mo don't answer shit. I call Mo like 3 times. He don't answer shit.
Man. So I don't know why your thing was you gotta call Mo. He's not gonna answer the phone.
If you text him, a lot of times he'll text you back. It'll just take a while because he be watching the kid. He be helping his wife with that daycare, and he be studying, and he still be going. He do his schooling, and he's still finishing that book.
That's a
I keep
dude right
telling
there.
him.
That's a dude. That's a man right there. That's a dude. That's a man. That's crazy. He's doing a whole lot. He's
Right,
doing a whole lot.
and he's still looking for a property and shit. He trying to find a building so
A
we can go
crucible.
in. We can have all the stuff in one: the lectures, the daycare, the studio, all types of shit.
Need it.
And he looking to buy land.
I'll give myself away if someone truly needed it. Turns out that was a bad thing.
I wanted to become a teacher when I got out of high school. My pops told me don't do it.
Nah, bro. It's actually just I thought it was gonna be like weird. Like
Yeah.
I've been like a research teacher before. Like I
You
like
did it.
pull kids out,
You can become one of these.
work on them with like reading and math and stuff like that. But like now me having my own class, like it's like a totally separate experience. It's fire. It's fire.
That's okay. When don't I answer my phone?
I'm saying throw him to the dog.
Ain't her lying on me. Don't lie on me. I answer my phone all the time. Okay, let me take that back. If I don't know the number, I don't answer my phone.
They're triple teaming me. What's going on, man? What's going on here?
I'm gonna hop off. It was nice talking to y'all. It was good in your life. I mean, minus the beginning when I had to try to really tell myself to just shut up.
Yeah, I'm
All
about to
good.
follow you right now, girl. Oh, I'm
Minus
already
that part.
following you. Okay.
I'm getting so much better at just letting people be ugly and just
You
staying
want to
happy.
Didn't I give you a snack earlier today? So what snack you
Throw it.
want me?
Throw it.
I ain't got no chip.
Throw it.
All right, y'all take.
Be
All right.
good.
I
Have a
followed
good
all
Peace,
night.
y'all.
peace, peace.
Uh,
Bro, they just put this man on a t-shirt. Like how you
Who?
catch an alley oop.
Oh,
oh,
he playing.
I'm playing 2K.
oh,
Bro, he just put him on the biggest t-shirt I've ever seen. Online. How you catch an alley oop, bump chest with your defender, and dunk on him? So bad. I wouldn't even want to play basketball no more. But
Yeah,
no, man.
y'all get to get everybody in the chat. Y'all just let us know where y'all want to have this meeting on because we ain't gonna be able to do it on here. We can
Mm-mm.
do Zoom,
Well, I might do
Ego,
it on Telegram.
Clubhouse. What's that other one you said? Sleepy.
It's fan base
Discord,
Discord.
too.
Telegram.
Fan base rocks.
Oh, fan
You
I,
base.
heard?
I don't know if I got
Yeah.
that. What is it
Yeah,
called?
fan base is lit.
Hold on, let me see.
Fan
That's an
base.
app.
Yeah, that's the app. That's the grandsons of Isaac Hayes and Miles Davis. Both of their grandsons that got that app. Snoop and all them over there on
I'm
that
putting
shit.
it on my phone now.
Daddy said no.
What do you want, little one?
We said no.
He said no to what?
We didn't throw him.
Okay, then don't give it to him then.
No.
I get one chocolate.
The snack bandits.
That's just a chew.
Yeah, that fan base joint is laid out like Live House. It's just they don't have the actual visuals yet, but you could go live on your own just like over
Okay,
here.
how many people can you add on fan base?
What you mean to the panel?
Yeah.
It just keeps going. It ain't no limit.
All right. So we gonna do it on that thing. Y'all just come up with the date.
All right, yeah, ain't no limit.
Why
Yeah,
you
go
got
if you get a
why
moment.
you gotta call me fake ass Tupac? You just can't call me.
Yeah, but if y'all get a chance to download the app, just go around there and
I just downloaded
fuck around and
everybody
all
go
that.
ahead and download fan base, and then we gonna sit down and talk. We ain't gonna meet God, knowledge, and Batar and Sleepy. We not gonna talk on here. We gonna
no,
figure out the day that we all can do because since he drive trucks and stuff, he not gonna be available 24/7.
no.
Right.
I'll take off those, and I got my own business, so I'll make myself available for show.
Don't eat don't
Most,
get chocolate.
and for most people, the weekend maybe.
I can't tell your big brother.
Oh yeah, the weekend gonna be
But
that.
Okay, go play,
I'm down.
play.
You know,
My
I ain't
name
gotta
on
bring no
fan base is the
papers.
same
You
as
know what
here.
I'm saying?
Patar, Amin Ra. It's the same.
Mine just too. I
No,
got it
I'm
on.
not going. I don't want to teach no more. That's over with for me. I'm old.
You got to build. Well, teaching
The young cats like Sleepy. That's the teachers, bro.
right.
Don't label me.
I'm about to be
I
40
don't like
years
these
old.
He
niggas.
My
said,
teachers
no,
ain't
nah,
over.
it's for real.
I do not like these niggas, bro. They do not listen.
You're right.
And I don't have time. I don't have time to put in the work. I'll be watching these kids. I come home. I don't want to do nothing.
That's why. That's why I said, you know what? I'll just teach the babies, so that way the babies just be
I
the
used to
parents.
read books and just fall asleep reading the book.
Honestly, that's why I like Clubhouse because you just mute the fuck out of somebody when they get to trying to challenge you on some stupid shit. You just tell them shut up and mute their ass. Here
Well,
it's kind of
if fan base is like that, we can do the same thing. Because
Oh, I
I
don't
don't
know.
want to have everybody
On my
come up
lives, I
in
be
there
muting the shit. I
and
be
then they
muting
not
the
on
shit
the
out
same
of
page
niggas.
we on. You know what I'm saying?
oh yeah, because when I be talking, I'll be motherfucker get to just talking some stupid shit. I'll just kick their asses off because it's like this is all about information. Like we shouldn't be getting angry with each other, But a lot of times it's people that's coming from very religious backgrounds when they speak in a matter of facts. You know what I'm saying? When you speak in a matter of facts to us, I'm gonna ask for some sources then, since you
Right?
so sure on what you believe in and know. Well, share it with us so I can. So because the thing about it, I don't ever have a problem in my mind. I don't never gonna be like. If you can prove to me that shit is real, whatever you got, I don't have a problem fucking believing in the shit. You know what I'm saying? Outside of that, I deal with knowledge. I know and what I can prove. Outside of that, I know I came out of my mother's womb. I don't know anything outside of that. So anything, any God outside of that meant to, I'm gonna look at you crazy. You know what I'm saying? Just shit like that to make an example. But
George, he the next big thing. He the next young phenom and shit.
Ooh,
it's really
Joe,
bad. Like,
man, Joe
Yeah,
live
his
been
shit is
lit. I ain't gonna lie.
popping.
That's why I been going live. Joe got that shit on. Wow.
I was so happy when he was live. I was like, yes. I'm just waiting on Jerome to get his live. He said he gonna be on Bigo though.
Who?
bingo,
Jerome.
bigo.
Jay, you need a page or something? Like, let me know. I'll pull some strings. Let me
Yeah,
know.
your live, yo, don't act like your lives don't be popping. That he said imagine what was it? Imaginary friends versus
Holy Ghost, boy.
I was I was like, yo.
I opened up my page. I said, what? He had them folks on there tripping.
Ah.
What? He was exposed. He was
And
having
they
all
kept
types
coming
of
up
extra
there.
shit.
They was like, I don't believe in stuff that are fairy tale. It's not an imaginary friend. He talks to my heart and my soul. I'm like, bro, what do he look like?
888 Rashad, our leader. Man, I always say I don't want to fucking be nobody's leader. I tell people to lead themselves, but honestly, I've always been on every sports team I played on,
You gotta
everything.
have
I've always
a
got
panel. Bro. You gotta have a
mindset.
panel with elders. You gotta
I
have
don't
a
mind.
panel with elders, and you gotta have a panel of the new cats that's coming up, so the elders can get together with the new cats, and they can all exchange ideas, and we do what's best for the community.
Y'all,
We
I
need the
created I
we need the
created
elders
a
because they got the long
created a
life,
monster.
but
Cause
like we can put the legwork in. You know what I'm saying?
And if you
But
got an elder that's taking one of the young cats under his wing or her wing, and they're getting even more knowledge.
say goodbye.
you were working community. I'm on Clubhouse. I got a whole room on there on Clubhouse. Clubhouse is to me. I got a fan base too, so it don't matter what we do it on. But we should be connected on all those apps. But then when we have these meetings directly, no, we meeting on this app because you never know when they try to shut them down. So we need to have multiple avenues. You
Y'all
know.
just y'all let us know what app y'all want to do this on, and we'll
But I'm
do it on that.
Yeah,
on
I'm on all streaming platforms. So
Clubhouse
you know what I mean?
and everything, and I don't. And if fan base seem like set up like that, where you can have many people on the floor and you
Yeah,
can
I've never
moderate.
been on it. Can you mute people on fan base?
Hard to. I'm not sure. I never used it like that. I
Yeah,
have one.
you can mute them. You can mute. Yeah.
It's easier to moderate then like that because some people just be going back and forth. You can just kick them off the stage or just mute them for a while because some people
Right.
just app just to get whatever steam they need to get off and they ain't really trying to deal with information. Like we just don't want to deal with information. We trying to
Right.
build. Trying to be going back and forth, debate somebody's beliefs. I don't give a shit about what people believe in. That's personal. Let's
Yep.
deal with what we dealing with now in building in the present and going forward. That's what's important at the end of the day. You know, like I
He
said,
said Zoom got an. I don't know. I think Zoom is limited though.
Zoom
um,
is limited and they only let you do 45 minutes at a time.
I got
Yeah.
a I got a Zoom account though, so you can have up to 100 people.
Oh,
Oh
W.
shit.
So
Look like we gonna go to his Zoom then.
even if it's available, I can. What I'm saying, I'll let one of y'all use it.
Right, it's just
And you
being
know,
able to run that
We
shit.
just need a date. Everybody come. We need a date and what platform, and that's it. And we get
yeah,
it jumped from. And I gotta see when Mo got time because Mo ain't got a lot of time now.
yeah. So yeah, we can
Shit,
pick
he'll
out.
make
No,
time if we
this is
get that date.
Vinci. I'm gonna tell you
Trust
what
us.
happened, bro. We were gonna do the Zoom, and then because I said we was gonna do it at 10:30. They agreed to the Zoom at 10:30. 9:30 came, no 9:20 came, and they talking about they getting sleepy. So then they rescheduled it for last Saturday, and nobody called me. Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, Tuesday, nobody called me to set up a
That's
time.
because they
I said, if
scared.
y'all
That's
don't
because
want to
they
do it that late, then
scared.
they was like, okay, well, it'll probably be sometime Saturday earlier than 10:30. I said, okay, whatever time works for y'all, just let me know. No one hit me up. So I was
You
like,
know, I
hey,
had logged in too. Then I'd seen you back on live saying they didn't have it. I was like,
yeah,
man,
like, I'm cool with having a religious conversation.
we
But
ain't
if
gonna be
the
able to.
conversation is just going to be what you believe, and you're not bringing me no evidence, you can just call me on the phone and tell me that.
Yeah, we ain't gonna be able to build with people like him though, because he all about following him, and I ain't following no nigga like him. I'm sorry, like he couldn't lead me anywhere.
Holy shit. I don't even know who y'all talking about. That shit just sounds serious.
Yaju, I already know what you're talking
Oh yeah,
about.
yeah, 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 yeah.
I ain't following.
Oh, bro, I got some. Did I
I
say,
mean,
where's my phone? I
Oh
Trey,
think
shit.
it's his phone.
Oh shit.
you remember me from IG? I mean, I need to turn
Yeah,
my
it's
IG.
on his phone, bro. He talking about that. What did he say? Africa ain't get conquered until the European could mass produce guns in the 1800s. I'm like,
Yeah.
bro, we was already enslaved. What the? He just says whatever.
Yeah,
Man, he
Last time I checked, Cortez wasn't over there in Mexico. Well, no, and it was in South America. Like Cortez, you mean to tell me Cortez is in the 1800s? He had guns then, bro. What you talking about? There were masses producing guns before the 1800s. I don't know where he gets this stuff from. Don't. I ain't even got on this Ethiopia stuff yet. I'm slowly gathering the data. Because he think that Ethiopia now is the same Ethiopia that's in the Bible.
it's
And it's
not,
yeah
and
he
I
not.
can prove it.
yeah he tripped.
It's easy, right? That's easy. Like
Yeah,
one of our brothers got like a whole, not just him, but I'm just saying, got a whole layout of even where you got one of the brothers say that no, Jesus is
Bro, it's in my
YT.
book.
Oh, so you done put it down already?
I don't see the book. It's in Garfield's book. I got Garfield's book. It's in
Oh,
there.
okay. Yeah, it's all in there. That's okay.
I
That's
need to
what's
eat.
up then.
I got a book called The Real Facts About Ethiopia. It's by Haley Selassie. I need to send it to you, Suten, but you can just use that one book to whoop his ass with too. But
Look, you see him. I
He
put up
not
the
gonna
post.
debate me though. He won't debate.
yeah,
I don't even want to debate him. I want Buck to debate him. I want Danny or Daniel, however, whatever name you want to play with. That's who I want. I want the Tetros. Because this is my thing. They keep talking about King Tetros. Okay,
that's
what was his African name?
that's all
What
he's
was
stuck
King
on is
Tetros II's African name? Because they didn't weren't calling him Tetros. Tetros, however they want to say it. What's his African name? Call him by his African name. You keep calling him by what the colonizer was calling him, bro. That's how I know they ain't got no information, yo.
now. What
Sign my
gotta,
petition.
You
Sign my
calling
petition.
you calling the one of the leader of Ethiopia by what the European was calling him, not what his actual name was in his own country. You're lost. You're lost, bro.
Sign my petition. We gonna hold the queen accountable.
He can't say that no more because she gone now.
yep.
Her son ain't giving up shit. We all know this. He ain't giving up nothing.
No disrespect, but who gives a f about the past? I'm trying to push the future. Listen up. dummy. You can't know the future without knowing the past, because nothing is new.
Tell
Things
them to
repeat.
join the Unity Conference when we have it.
Yeah. The
You just
I
been
past,
in the
know,
comments
Susan.
the
spewing
I
past,
know
nothing
you
but
were.
the past,
just.
future is now. So, you know what I'm saying? You got to understand what went on then to understand where we're going, or else we're going to keep repeating this cycle. That's how they
You
run.
gotta understand the past to build a better future.
That's how they
If you
run.
want a better future, y'all get with people and y'all come up and y'all get with the solutions of the Unity Conference. That's the first step.
Y'all
Who's
debate.
debating the past?
We're not
No,
debating.
we're not.
We been
Who?
talking about the past?
We're not
We haven't
debating.
been talking about the past.
This is how
For
I
the
know you
last
just
20
in here
minutes,
to
we've been
cause
talking
like.
about
Matter of
taking
fact, I
steps for the
forgot
future.
I got that thing on me. Hold this.
Yeah. That's
Just go
just like
ahead.
that's
Be
just
on
negative.
timeout. Take that. Take that.
Yeah,
Forgot I got that thing on me.
get it
All
back.
right now. I
You
ain't
only
even
got a
got
little
on the
30-second
shirt.
by yourself. Take some time to meditate on that. What's wrong with you?
Why?
I'm not gonna wait.
It's always gonna be somebody.
You
Next
know,
time I'm gonna double it.
You know how
how
Or
you gonna
two.
read the paper? You just gonna go to sleep.
you 1 or 2 words stupid.
Mama made it.
Yes.
Yup.
Come here.
You want Mama to make you one? You not
Hi
already do
Tab.
that.
I'm sorry. How you doing? I thought I spoke early in the comments.
Oh, what's up? I didn't even see you. Huh? Yes,
Hello
Mama
Tab.
made that for me.
How
No,
you doing?
Nini. This.
Yes.
No, we can wait till
Opposition
this.
only makes you stronger. I agree, but it's got to be opposition that's equally yoked. You know,
Yeah,
it's got to be somebody who can sharpen the sword.
Okay,
It's not
here
like
we go.
I don't
yeah.
need to be.
We
It's no
don't have,
point.
yeah, some states is just straight ignorance, and it's like we don't even need to deal with that. It's no problem having you know a debate where we can sit down and debate about stuff. You're not even debate, just information,
Tomorrow.
best route to take. But some people just be
Oh, no.
opposition. That's all they is. They just negative. Some that shit comes from negative, thought processes for the most part. He was at least. I felt like because all he been saying is negative shit. Why are we debating about the past? Why you don't care about what happened? I, you know, we hear in this situation because of our past because we don't know it enough. It's not about living in the past. It's just understanding what went on and taking it forward and being something better than that. We're supposed to be a better
Hold
version.
on, wait. He said he donated 250,000 to the last year. What is the movement? What
Yeah,
movement you talking about?
what movement? Why
He
you on?
said I'm up 1.2. Why are you lying
Man,
in
you
the chat?
about to get
Why are you
muted?
lying for TikTok?
Yeah, you got you up. I'm up 1.2. So why you ain't building something? Why you talking to us? You should be like, hey, I got some money right now. If I
Right.
had
That's what we talking about. Exactly.
if I had
Talk
one
You should
about
be
the
trying to say, where
bread.
can I donate?
Yeah, if I had 2 million, now we would be like, hey, I got some money. Let's bring these minds together. What can we do?
Bro, look,
But
I'm gonna
instead,
be honest with y'all. If I had 1.2 million, I'm not hitting y'all up on this app. I'm
No,
hitting
Nope.
everybody up on their email. I'm texting y'all. I'm like, look,
I'm gonna meet
I
you in
got to
person,
sign this paperwork. After I get this money, I'm
bro.
gonna fly y'all to wherever I'm at. We gonna meet in a certain state.
it's documented, bro. No
We not
cap.
discussing nothing
Where
on no
is
social.
it? Where
Yeah,
is
None
the
of that.
receipt?
we're gonna
You
fly.
okay?
It can be in the middle of some land somewhere.
It's gonna be like 20 of us in one room. We all gonna be staying at one hotel.
Yeah,
Yes.
I
Yes,
appreciate.
Mama.
That's what we talking about. Like right away, getting active. There's no reason why we can't get active.
When people throw out and say, yeah, when people throw out and say they got money and they got this and that, they just lying full of shit. Because why you telling us? Why you ain't doing
Speak with it.
it? Yeah. He at one point
Speak with it.
and not
Y'all know.
one.
Y'all already know. If I got money, because everybody know they not gonna see me on this app for 2 weeks.
Nah,
Y'all gonna hit me up. I'm not even gonna respond.
no, no. I already tell people,
If I win the lottery, Everybody gonna know, like, dang, I ain't seen Suten on here about 2 weeks. Let me hit him up, and I don't respond. That's how y'all know. Like, yeah, he won. That motherfucker won. I'm
What's
going.
up,
I'm
man?
just going. I'm going to text Sleepy. I'm gonna text him a big happy smiley face. He was like, "Yep, he got it."
Any money, don't talk about it. They all about action. So,
After the money
he,
hit my bank account, I'm gonna be like, "What's your cash app?"
he still ain't
I'm
came
gonna.
back and said that
I'm gonna need
250 he told
everybody's cash app. I'm gonna need everybody's cash app, and everybody's getting money. So there ain't gonna be no excuses. Oh, I ain't got the money to build. You just got money to build.
Right, just do it now.
yeah. Yep. I'll always be like, hey, we got a plan. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Let's work, got a business plan and scale this out. So, that's something I've been an entrepreneur the last 11 years. People that have businesses, I can show you how to scale a business, put together whatever you need so we can make sure we go in the right direction. A lot of times, a lot of our businesses fail because we don't know how to scale it right. And we try to rush the process. It's all about being.
You know.
But yeah, he ain't got no money. That's why he just talking on TikTok. If I had that amount of money, y'all wouldn't even see me on TikTok at all.
He
Like,
got that type of money. He can help Umar with that school
yep,
or create his own school.
yeah. I seen Umar said he should be done in February or in the spring. I think in the spring, right?
He always pushed the date back.
Yeah, it looked like it
I
had
don't know if I want to send my son to his school though.
more progress this time when I seen pictures. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
look like he's, you know what I'm saying? So I hope he gets
It
it
might
done.
it might stay open for 6 months, but other than that, I don't think it's gonna stay open for too
I've been
long.
acting for building Cali. What are y'all building though? Who is we?
What it like you said Texas, like who's in Texas that know you, bro? I know people in Texas. I know a lot of RBGs in Texas. I know RBGs in Louisiana.
And you saying your profile says you live in Houston. Is it you got something in Texas I can come see? That's just right down the street. He said got a big cap on.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's how you got to do it. You got to call to action right there on the spot.
Right
Can't
down the,
nobody front.
I'm right down the street. Let me see it. So then I know I'm connected to people that got plenty of money. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
Because we need
That's
shit. We
why.
need to set up everywhere. We got to have a network just like we had back in the day, but better this go around. Push
That's
up.
why I said when we do the conference call, please, if y'all can, be in your office space.
Mm-hmm.
Be in your office space so we can, you know what I mean? I don't care if it's paperwork. Show us what's going on.
Yeah.
Show us the blueprint, the black power. Because for some reason, we don't see ourselves at the end of the road or even in the beginning of this winning. I see us winning. Like tomorrow, we could put $5,000 in all of our hands with no problem if enough of us just got together to
Yep.
start businesses right away, with no problem. And it won't even cost you nothing but $1, $2, $3 out your pocket. And you ain't got that for us. That's how we know if you at RBG, because the RBG care about everybody.
Right?
Everybody. Now on Doctrine, we're gonna battle your ass. We're gonna stick you here, stick you there.
Hard.
We're gonna dagger you there. We're gonna do that.
The
But we care about all of us.
businesses are for charities. I ain't doing no 501(c)(3)s. I'm not on my side. I don't have a problem people do charities, but we're gonna be our own charity.
That's
Right.
exactly
Just say all we do is talk. Right. That's why I tell them talk about the pocket, talk about the money. We need the money, and all those who ain't with it,
how
and
you
don't
in
be afraid
hold
if
on,
you ain't got
wait.
it.
How you in Cali? You've been in Cali, Texas,
Ain't heard of
in
RBG.
Louisiana, and you don't know about RBGs. You don't know about the RBG
Red,
Nation.
black, and the green.
And you got some in Cali. You got a majority of them in Louisiana, and then a majority of them in Texas, and they in Houston, where you claim you stay at.
Hop in the box and show us where you donating at.
And they're all over the place since young. They have songs that spoke this back in the days, the 80s and the 70s. The red for the blood, you know what I mean? The black
Yeah,
for the man. The green is the
our
color
artist,
that stands for the land.
Dead Press was at RBG 2016.
Yeah.
Hey,
All the
hey,
events, they there.
there you go. Wisdom six. The young guy that was in here earlier said, "Lock him in. He
Yeah,
from Texas.
that's him. That's him. That's him. Yep, that's him.
Oh, hold on,
Lock
because I didn't follow him. All
him and
right.
follow."
I got him.
Hey,
I follow him right now. Make sure you follow me back, fam. Link in.
hey,
Let's make it
hey, Lock.
happen.
Boy, you say you set up in Texas. He's saying, "Hey, I'm in Texas right now."
And we
Showing.
got the fam in Texas right now. I direct line can reach them with no problem. And they, you know how it is in Texas, especially when it comes to them armaments. I'm gonna say it like that. You know what I mean? They down there. They be at most of the marches down there.
Texas
You know,
niggas don't play
I'm
though,
in.
bro.
Nah.
I got one way to generate a bunch of money, and I may get back into it, and that's just through the marijuana business. I used to have a license to
That's
grow, and
where the profit is right there.
so and
Yeah.
the real profit is not even like selling weed. It's the extraction of it. So turning it into oils and other stuff. That's where the big money's at. It just costs a little bit more money to do that.
Please
Uh,
tell me it's in Texas.
See,
but
near me, they just grow the what do you
I
call it again without the THC in it? The what do you call it?
He
you
coming up.
talking about
The
hemp?
hemp. Yeah, they grow the hemp, but
That's big.
large amounts of it for Colorado.
It's big money in hemp.
Yeah, that's the most money I've ever seen it because I ain't just in the weed, that's regular hood shit. But that hemp, they got plots of it.
I got multi-million-dollar plant. The largest, one of the first and largest grows in Colorado. The largest. I have the blueprints of how it was built, and I
That's
have
what's up.
I have all the blueprints to do outdoor grows from a low cost to a high cost. I got all the shit that needs to be done. And I was around a lot of people, and I just ended up getting kind of fucked over out of it. So I decided just to get out of the business for a while. But I'm part of that me buying land because Oklahoma is legal, and if you get your own private land, you can do whatever you want to do. But
So they trying to legalize that shit here.
I
They
got all the
fight.
I got all the connections to do it, indoor and outdoor. So that's one reason why I'm getting land. I'm probably going to get back into it. Um, and that's another opportunity. So a lot of our people like weed. Well, if they know how to grow it, that may bring some opportunity. Move to Oklahoma. You
In the
know,
next in the next 3 years, I'll have enough food to be able to, establish something in the next 3 years because I want to be able to have, you got some fruit that take 8, 9 years to even bloom through. So I want to make sure I have those as well. So I say about 3 years, I'll be ready.
because you're on fruit and stuff. You're not supposed to eat like the first 2 seasons, right? You're supposed to just
Right,
let like
right,
yeah, because I'm getting land too to grow vegetables and stuff. I'm gonna get a green indoor. I'm gonna get a greenhouse for that and outdoor. So I got a bunch of plans that I'm implementing now. That's why I'm working right now. I'm back physically working instead of just working from home, so I can kind of stack up. Because there's a lot of land out in Oklahoma that's doesn't cost a lot, and I'm trying to buy
right.
again. And that's kind of this, and that from a military standpoint, to me, Oklahoma, kind of where we're at in the middle, is a good safe haven. You know, we're not too close to the coast, but we get all the different seasons. But I like it, and it's a lot of our people there in Oklahoma, especially
Y'all
in the
my backyard.
yeah.
Oklahoma's my backyard. I'm surrounded by 11 states
Okay, yeah. Where you at?
in the Appalachians.
Okay, yeah.
It's all those my back doors right there. North Carolina, South Carolina, all that. Chicago,
Mhm.
all that shit is the back door. Whatever way you go run into one of them states.
I can set everything up. Okay, bet. I'll link with you for sure. But I'm definitely probably gonna get back into it. Um, and Oklahoma is open carry state, so you can carry, you can carry guns,
Yeah,
whatever. All you got
Texas is like that too.
all you need is a
And
driver.
look, some of us are solidified. Some of us could speak for other people. Like everybody ain't got to throw their whole resume on the table. Now, when asked on a personal level, when you get a call, that's totally different. But
Yeah,
some people on these joints be solidified, and sometimes you don't got to take people's word for it. But sometimes you can go to the teachers, and the teachers will tell you who in the public. Our
yep.
teachers say who's in the public and supposed to be doing what, and so we know who's out here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We know.
Yep.
We're not just out here freelancing and we don't got something to reach back to. No, we do research upon research, even research the researcher. So when I bring the information and I say where I got it from, I can bring the researcher that I got it from. I can bring him over to where he can give you some extensive information. What made him even do it? You know, we ain't just speaking to be
That's
speaking.
what I did. I went and researched that human genome project. I was like, whoa, wait.
Yeah, medical. I'm moving out to the country. I'm going back to the country. I grew up on a farm, so I'm about to build me a homestead. So
Link up.
that's what I'm gonna put my facility at too to start messing with those minerals and shit. I'm gonna build all that shit out there. So
Yeah, and I got a method on a lot of people not having the mineral rights and all that. I got a way where you can get that on your property. I got a little method that, it's legal, so there's nothing they can do that they're forced into a corner. And that's being able to, timber and lumber. If you get into timbering and lumbering and all that, they can't tell you nothing about the dirt there. That's how you get your mineral right back.
yep.
Timber and lumber, that's a whole lot of money. I got a few ebooks out on that. I put out about a year ago, a year and a half ago.
We're at Oklahoma. Currently, I'm technically in Moore, Oklahoma. It's right outside Oklahoma City, but I'm buying land probably out in the Choctaw area, Choctaw Shawnee area, over in there.
I want to get some land in Africa, like Africa in America, though. They got a place called Africa America. Most people never seen it, but if you look it up, it's in Ohio. Africa, Ohio.
I want to buy land in Africa too, because that's how we start creating our own sort of commerce. You know what I'm saying too?
That's a fact. The elders be over there and they be trying to tell people to reach out to them for the beads and the stones, and nobody won't reach to them. Professor Smalls, he's always over there and tell people reach out, or when he's going, reach to the elders. They got
don't cost
a
that
lot.
much.
A lot of the people don't know about him, bro.
We got to check our elders, man. We got elders that are off the hook. They'll have you so situated in a matter of 24 hours that your revolution will be now your mind. They'll show you how to revolute your mind.
What's the name of the herbal dude that passed?
Dr. Sadie?
He got his own book.
Dr. Sadie?
Nah, after him.
Talking about Dr. Africa?
Dick Gregory?
Yeah, that's Africa.
Dr. Oh, Layla Africa.
A comedian, not a
truth.
Man, he is the worst, yo. He be having me rolling. I fucks with him.
One of his books.
Yeah, he's funny. I got his book on PDF. Anybody wants African Holistic Health? I got the hard copy too.
I got. See, that's what I'm saying. We got book clubs. We got to join each other so we can get these books PDF. Yo, look, we got it.
We also got to get the youth involved, because a lot of people don't know who Smalls is, bro.
Yeah.
You talking about Professor James Smalls?
Yeah. Professor James Smalls. Baba.
But
he took over the mantle.
A lot of people
we locked in with the youth.
People in the chat didn't even know what RBG was.
Well, let me give them a little explanation of what's going on. Let me give them a little explanation, a little bio on the Baba. The great Baba is the one, Professor James Small, who did the open of the mouth ceremony for Dr. Bing. So he took over the mantle of the studies out of Africa for the people who actually were on the ground doing their archaeological work. Not people who just talking, the people who were actually there on the ground. He has the mantle. It's been turned over to him. So because he's always on the ground.
Yeah, people don't even know.
Wasn't he security guard for Malcolm X's family?
Yeah, for over 25 years. Yeah.
James Smalls, listen to him all the time because the way he breaks down.
I didn't know he knew the middle netter. I didn't even know he was going over giving tours. I did not know this shit.
The way he breaks it down. He breaks it down and simplifies it. You know what I mean? I like the way he teaches.
Because he knows how to remove what we don't want. It's certain things we don't want to hear. If we hear it, we're gonna be saying that's whitewash. So that's why I said we got to go back to the elders, because they'll show you how to change your mind, not just read. It's about changing your mind. I changed my mind. That's what it's about saying. And if you don't know the skills that come along with doing that, it's hard to see it. It's
If y'all
hard.
want to know about all the people that we're talking about, you guys have to message Fatah and Big God. Big God, he'll PDF you all this information in the email. Just
I
hit
got.
him because we'll spend. We probably go another 2 hours on just the people
On
that we.
him, right?
Yeah, just so like y'all just get what Fatah and Big God knowledge, and then he gonna ask y'all for y'all emails. Fatah do the same thing, and he'll hook y'all up. They'll hook y'all up. Or y'all can just wait till we have the Zoom.
Conference, right?
We doing Zoom, right?
Yeah, we're gonna be
We'll
there.
figure out
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
platform,
It.
and when
Yeah,
we
we'll
have the
figure it out.
community conference,
Right, because we're gonna
Sleepy
need
got
visuals and all of
create
that.
the flyer though. So
Let me
and
see if
when
I can
after
turn
Sleepy create the flyer, we need the
my. I
before he
got
create the flyer, we need the date and we need the time.
all those are just
But
books of
it's probably
this.
gonna take us a week to put out the date and the time to get everything because I don't know most situation right now because I know
All
he's
those
still
are just
doing a lot of
books.
stuff. So we
Yeah,
got
I
we
live
got to
in.
get out of people who are going to be the ones to talk first. We got to figure out they times and the date that they are available, and then after we do that, then we go ahead and put out the information.
Right.
Yeah, we can have multiple meetings too if people, because we can. I think we can set up Zoom where people may be able to register too, or we can get people to kind of see, and then we can have
Do you have it
another.
recorded?
And look, don't be afraid if we have to monetize sometime because the more people you bring, the more data you're gonna have to be using, the more bandwidth. So if it's 50 of us, $1 to get in, $5 to get in, that helps with the whoever paying the debt on the bandwidth.
Yeah.
That's all that is. And that
Yeah,
should be nothing to be sharing, like no $5. Like come on, we bigger than that. We way
yeah.
bigger than $5. That's how I tell
There's
people.
100 people in there. Everybody give up $3. We cool.
We blow
Right.
$5 on bullshit every day. Damn near.
Straight up.
Right?
Just the thinking is $5. Just the
That ain't
thought, the
even
thinking
gas
go to the
money no
store.
more. I remember that. Well, yeah, come on, man, I'll take you.
Right.
It's
But
You can't give a
$5,
kid $5 is what you give to a baby now. You used to give them $1. Now you gotta just give them the whole $5. Now you gotta give it 20, I think.
yeah,
The whole bill.
and to me is information. And like I'm always willing to pay a teacher or anything for time and information because that's more valuable than anything is the information you get out of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, but yeah, if anybody wants books, you can email me. I got a book about everything.
I'm gonna
Literally,
put my email in the chat.
I come across PDF books and I buy them off people or I get them for free. But I got everything from history here, any landmass we was on. I got it. I study more occult sciences, our black sciences, so I did more on that side. I got plenty of books too.
I be ready to teach. I just gotta have the vibe. If it's chaos in thought and we can't say, hold on, let's drop that for a second and deal with this, that's gonna throw me off. Because
Yeah,
if you can't switch at the spur of the moment for our safety, our well-being, then you can't say you for us.
yeah.
We
Some
our safety is in jeopardy right now.
some people are too invested into their feelings, so they don't
And
want
you
to.
not lying, God. Our
They want
safety
to
is
eject.
in jeopardy.
oh, bro, it's a dude, right? He about to hit 1,000 on this app, so then he can go live. His name was Kundalini. He out of Detroit, right? Brother studies a lot of shit. He basically G checked me one day on Facebook because I was going in. Right? He was like, "Hey," he was like, "The information you say about the European is wrong." I was like, I'm arrogant as shit, so I started talking a little trash, and then he came back and started talking a little trash. But not only was he talking the trash, he was showing me the sites where I can go look at because I thought the European was pink. I thought when they first came out of the cave, they were pink. And so he
Mm-hmm.
was like, "No, bro, you got it wrong." So he started giving me the websites where I can go actually look this information up. And I was like, "Oh shit!" He humbled the fuck out of me. I was like, "Yeah." So ever since then, I was like, "Yeah, he gave me that information." He's like, "There's some people that you might start going hard, then they come, they teach you."
Right. And you can't take it personal, especially if you're a thinker. You got to be like, let me see what he's talking about, because that's the
Yeah,
first thing that comes to
at
mind
that
for
time,
me.
bro, I was making my transition out of the trying to be Hebrew Israelite, because I wanted to be one of them today. It's like I gotta clean the toilet up, and I'm like, I'm not doing none of that. So that's what I was trying to. Trying to connect Adam being red and to the Esau and them being European and they were pink coming out. He's like, yeah, bro, you got that all wrong, bro. But I was arrogant in my way. He humbled the shit out of me. He on here. His name was Kundalini. He got like 800 followers. Because at first he only had like 4 something. Now he got 8. So I can probably in the next 2 or 3 weeks he gonna get his live.
That's what's up. That's
Cool
what's up.
brother, man. He hella cool.
That's why I tell people I don't be running around just speaking. Nah, man. If I'm saying something, check me on it, and I'm gonna say where I got it from, and we're gonna go dive into it. But usually, when people giving their information, I know where you got it from, and they be mad
Right?
because you could call out the
Exactly. Bro,
direct
you know
person.
what? They don't know that though. They don't know where they got their information from.
Because
And that's sad.
they don't really be studying, so they think they just talking to somebody else on TikTok. I'm like, man, there's some people on here that know they shit. You know what I'm saying? So you better source up, but you can
They don't do that.
get away with that on here because they just talking, about this. They almost, like I said, a lot of people in spirituality, they almost sound like these Christians out here.
Yeah.
They talking
Yeah.
about all this mythological shit. I'm like, bro, like we gotta bring this shit back to this reality right now. We going way too far off.
What it is people are making a moment in the writing of a history. They're making it their life. That's a moment in the history. The duty now is for you to take that and start and impress the world with you. Leave your impression. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with starting with my people right now that are like-minded in thought, and we start right now? That's our impression. I don't want to have to watch nobody else's impression. I'm leaving me one. It's impossible for me not to.
A lot of the big like black people that's on this app, they got a big following. They not into the truth like we into the truth. Like we got articles, we got websites, we got information to back up the stuff we saying. Like I don't know if the people that's in here, y'all know Dr. Ma'at is on TikTok and she don't have a big following.
Right.
She don't.
He should.
And she's witty.
But that's what I'm saying. Her information be on point because she puts our podcast on her TikTok. She have Rick Kittles on there, and how many of these indigenous people gonna listen to what Rick Kittles got to say?
Right. and the thing about it is, and this is real talk. When I say this, there's no way to avoid it.
Nope.
She's straight certified, solidified. It's nothing nobody can say. She's solidified. A lot of these people don't know that this community already exists. We already run around. It's just some of us got gangster education. You know what I'm saying? We with the battle. That's where we come from. Battle scholarship. Like the homies say. Battle scholarship. We with that. We willing to converse back and forth with you.
A lot of
you know what I mean?
I don't mind talking to them, bro. My thing is when you give them information, they just blatantly dismiss it and they don't have nothing to dismiss it with. They just no, you're wrong. Okay, if I'm wrong, then show me I'm wrong. Cause I'll take that whooping. I'll open my hand and I'll take that whooping. Hit me in the hand with the belt. I'll take it. But you got to give me a source.
Right. And you don't understand that that's the win right there. And I'm not even trying to win.
Hold on. She just asked me something.
Yeah, Dr. Ma'at. Yeah. Yeah. I seen her on there and I was like, trouble. I could just, you know what I did? I imagined it back in 2015. I said, yeah, she getting ready to heat it up. She even got books, videos out. She got a CD out. Yeah, Meltrek. It's a CD. You can look it up. Meltrek.
How do you
it's time to take it back to the basics. Let's talk about the Meltrek. Yeah, she's official with that. My kids watch that. They've been watching it for years now.
How do you
DVDs, bro?
I don't listen to Dr. Ray.
I don't listen to him, but you know what? I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. He was the first person that was on
I listened to
the Black Empowerment show that was on TuneIn Radio. He was the first person that I listened to.
I heard him years back. Stop listening.
And I bought a DVD. It was a 3 disc collection from the Empowerment Radio, and I bought it, and it was Dr. Ray Hagins. He was talking about I don't know who Jefferstein is, but I guess this is a person that has the same story as Gilgamesh. And he was talking about how Christianity stole their religion from other civilizations.
I
He was.
used
Mm-hmm.
I was rolling around the car because it was a CD and MP3. I was
to,
blasting the shit out of that shit.
I used to listen to
Yeah.
Pastor Darby because I understood he knew the knowledge, but he still was putting a Christian twist on it.
Yeah, Ray Hagan, I can't tolerate only because of what the elders tell me. Once they tell me something, I'm not gonna bother him. I'm not gonna go over there because they say don't bother him. Now they gave him a lashing, but they say don't bother him no more. But you
Who
know,
you talking about?
paying homage is important in this thing, and Ray Hagan don't pay homage to the teachers.
Yeah, and I used to listen to that Pastor Darby guy, and
Mm-hmm.
I still like him because he's trying to break down the science, but I felt like he knew more in depth, but he still had that Christian touch to it, you know.
Yeah.
Uh, but I don't listen to Dr. Ray Hagins. Dr. James Smalls. That's the man with the knowledge I direct most of mine to when it comes to
Exactly.
thematic stuff. When I want to know the occult sciences, what I like to study more of, I go to Phil Valentine, Dr. Dilbert Blair, Bobby Hemmett. I even like Brother Panic.
No, I
To
don't
deal with
mess with it, bro.
that
I don't.
side of it.
I don't mess with Brother Panic at all.
I like his old stuff. Uh,
He a
when it,
cool,
when it,
he a cool dude, but I can't get down with that.
he be talking too much. Like I'll be like, man, get to the
My
teaching.
me, one of my homeboys, we fell out over that because he was talking about the D-Wave computer, quantum mechanics,
Yeah,
and my homeboy, I wasn't trying to hear none of that, boy. And me and him ain't talked since
he
2017.
he be get going on a tangent about some this off the he go off track a lot. So I'll be like, man, it's kind of hard. I'd rather listen to Bobby.
Look, it's so serious for me that, and this is real talk, that I've never listened to him in my life, and that's only because I'm only narrated by who is your teacher. You get what I'm saying? It has to lead back to a teacher. And if that teaching group that you lead back to wasn't the one that was actually doing the work in the 50s, 60s, and 70s and 80s, living in Africa, digging and bringing us the information, then how can I go for what they're saying? Now, I ain't saying you might be getting some downloads. Cool, you might be getting some downloads. But when you try to authenticate your information, it must go back to someone that was on the ground. It has to.
So
It
he
can't just
proved,
be freelance work.
yeah. Infudisi is another teacher I like listening to.
Yeah.
And Fudishi come from the school.
Yeah,
He comes from the same lineup. All of them is a derivative. And that's why we say we got to get in there, because we don't want this thing to be stuck to a New York thing. It's not a New York thing, but I get it. I was there. I was a child. I've been a child in this. You get what I'm saying? It can't just stay up there. And it took off. The minute RBG started taking off, it started getting solidified everywhere. Now you can see
Bro,
intelligence in
that
places you wouldn't have thought.
map, bro.
Word up
he
on the
proved
map.
he
He
proved a
put
lot
it
of
on
this.
map.
He said he proved a
Straight
lot.
up.
So why would anybody not want to take his teachings? Because Dr. Ray Hagins was really plagiarizing other teachings. He wasn't coming with nothing new. I think that's why a lot of us don't listen to him. Like I feel like he was pretty much biting off of other
I
people,
don't
and
listen to him because he sound like he's still doing church stuff.
it
Right.
is.
I don't play that no mind. That
Yeah,
church stuff, when you do that, I don't rock that. But he
Now,
is
people can
plagiarizing.
say something and then they keep reiterating the same stuff that they just said. I don't like that.
yeah. He's
Look,
not dropping.
It's
look,
cool to say it once or twice, but when you keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over and over, no.
It's a pre.
I was
Yeah,
walking down the street. I said I was walking down. How many times are you gonna say you was walking down the street, bro? Go on to the next part of the segment. Get to the other part of the lecture, bro.
right. I
And
say
then
when
he'll
you look
stop.
at
He'll
Ray,
give you a song. He gives like a 15-second song. I'm like, bro, doc, just teach. Just teach me.
check this out, right? When we think of him in itself, right? If y'all don't believe what we're saying, it shouldn't be a belief. It should be about knowing and wanting to get the truth. You can go look up Mary Ra, and Dr. Ashra Kwesi. Those are the great Babas. You could go look them up. They're direct descendants of some teachers that, like I said, was on the ground, and you'll see, because that's the one who took him to Africa. Ashra and Mary Ra Kwesi is the one that took Ray Hagen to Africa, and he began to go over there on his own and do European masonry
I
and
think he
stuff.
was only taking people over there so he can get that tour money.
Get that tour money, exactly, because the bag was involved. That's when, and we could tell that we can prove the science. They got it broken down to you because at a point in time, them people that's in Egypt wasn't allowing people to come into Egypt. It wasn't until they began to snitch and say, hey, they're using that as a tourist town. Like, yo, they bringing that information. It was certain teachers that people follow now that infiltrated and told the princes and Congress of Egypt that Dr. Ben and them was going over there getting information. They tried to kill Dr. Ben over there because some teachers that people follow right now, yeah, they twice. The
I was about to
second
say
time,
twice. I was just about to say.
look, the second time come from Dr. York. Dr. York told the Congress over there. Yeah, that's crazy.
Bro, that's why I'm not a Nuwapian.
Yeah.
They idolize Dr. York like he is a god.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I didn't join them.
Bro, they could work.
And then they tried to lie to me and tell me he didn't do the stuff that he did.
Right, and we know he did it.
Bro,
we know.
You get on Clubhouse, them niggas is deep on there.
But they know what it is, though. They stay away from me.
The Nuwapian movement, they got a lot of knowledge.
They know how to infiltrate.
They idolize Dr. York like he's the resurrected Messiah.
Yeah.
And I can't get down with that. It's like, oh, he didn't do anything wrong. Yes, the fuck he did.
Look, that's who's still in our community. That's what it. And then when I see our people with them, I'll be like, damn, I thought we just gave you the science, and you running off until some, and you don't realize this pickle man and all of that.
I'm like, that nigga in jail for a reason.
Right.
Ain't everything in a conspiracy. Some niggas need to be in jail for the shit they did. Everybody want to
definitely one of them niggas.
There are some Nuwapian communities that go against him. They keep the teaching, but they go against him. They're like, yeah, he did it. And then they give you documentation on what he did.
I seen YouTube videos of people that left the group, and this man gave I forgot how many part series of like his personal experience, what happened, and like
did you see his kids though?
Right, and they wasn't even around him. They wasn't even there.
I was like almost 50-50 on he could have did it, he couldn't do it. Then I saw it was a Nuwapian organization that came out and they gave out they put it on YouTube. They gave out the ghost. Like, yeah, he did it.
They put up the court cases and all that.
Transmitted disease. And he had the same sexual transmission. Because I thought, and this is real, and I told Sleepy this, I thought it was only one form of herpes.
Nah, different strands.
Nah.
Man.
the Nuwapians put this information out. That's how I found out it was more than one strand.
And all of them got that particular strand that have been modified by him. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a mutation, yo.
Jim Rohn thought
mutation.
The cult leader normally does and goes to prison for besides killing somebody.
Right.
Any of the, without trying to get this page live taken down, he, messing with underage, it's everything. He in jail for a long time for a reason.
If you guys want that information,
hit me up. I got that I got some of that on my page.
Because I sent it to Sleepy too. So the Patah and Sleepy got it.
The thing about some of these spiritual people, I be hearing them, I can tell they be talking about the shit they teaching. Like I read his books, and I ain't gonna knock his knowledge, but like that shit is way out there. It's like it's, and I be hearing some people be regurgitating that stuff,
Right, and if you want an easier time listening to it, I ain't doing, because the people that I'm using for the research, for the information, they're harsh on this dude. So if you want some kick ass shit, some battle scholarship, yeah, it's over there. But if you ain't ready for that, then don't come over there because they work him out.
Because a lot of that Anunnaki stuff, all this other stuff, a lot of that stuff comes from his school of thought. Because I read his books. When you read The Beast of the Leviathan,
shit.
Like all those a lot of these new spiritual, they're teaching.
Why Billy catch a stray? That's tough. What twin do?
Listen, bro. If you look into the Nuwapian movement
That's right.
and what they were teaching, and you go listen to Billy Carson talk, you're
Yeah.
like, damn, he just took Dr. York's playbook.
He
We
did.
know
He
who
knew
they
Dr.
get it
York.
from. We keep saying that. We know who they
He
get
did.
it from. The minute they speak,
But bro,
we know the
look.
lingo.
The people like
I ain't,
the dude that was at work.
I
Okay,
gotta
he
disagree.
here. Like
I
I
gotta
know where
disagree.
Billy
I
Carson
gotta
get his
disagree.
information from.
Gotta disagree.
I don't listen to
Shit,
him at all.
Gotta
Not
disagree.
one thing.
Sleepy,
Gotta
sleepy.
disagree.
That's your boy.
You just
I'm
don't have
just
to.
saying.
You know
I'm just
what?
saying.
Just go back a little bit. That's
From
all, and just
personally,
check
like
Keep
it.
like
going back. Hey, sleep.
Keep going back. That's right.
Go back to the Nuwapian movement when it first
Right. Go
started.
to the inception.
I got like 3 or 4 of his books, man, and the shit he be talking about, I be hearing them people talking. I'm like, man, that's some Dr. York shit.
Yeah, we know immediately. I tell people that all the time. I can see even when we lose some, I know how we lost them. I be like, "Dang, that's the influence,"
I'm
because
like,
they
where
could
did I
come
hear
in
this
many
before?
forms.
Oh yeah, that's
I
from
mean,
the
I mean,
Nuwapians. They're like,
'cause-
what is that? Oh, like, you don't know what Nuwapu? Because you have Nuwapians and you
he's a,
got Nuwapu. See what I'm
Right.
I mean, because he's a,
saying? Now they differentiate. No, we're not Nuwapians. We're the Nuwapus. Okay,
it's like
it don't matter.
he
You're
was,
teaching stuff from Dr. York.
he was very, he was very intelligent. I can't knock that. You know what I'm saying? But I've
Bro,
read,
look, hold on, but big guy.
I'm like, okay,
I got my homeboy
yeah,
from Buffalo. He told me that a lot of Dr. York's information came from his brother.
It did. That's old. You know that. If you say you've seen it, you already know that. Yeah, hell yeah. You know what?
yeah.
It's just that a lot of people willing to speak up now, something that
Yeah,
they would
he
call
said
forbidden back then.
his brother didn't want to be in the public like that. He didn't want,
Right.
so he just wrote his stuff in the back, and then he was like, but you know that if that was me and my brother, I would do the same thing. Like, hey, I don't want to be in the light. I give you the information you talk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's cool. But I ain't gonna.
I,
Dr. York is a hell of a mind. He is a hell of
I,
a mind.
I
He
always
just
tell people if you want to just at least a different perspective of a Bible, read a Dr. York book. He pretty
yep.
much breaking it different level on a different way.
Now
You
that he
know,
put himself in the book.
but
he
Right.
did. What?
And
he did.
that's what they don't get, that we know that
And
when we could tell where it come from because he put
and
himself
they,
in it.
and they be showing those pictures of those black people saying that this is what we. I'm like, man, somebody drew that.
Right.
But okay. That's funny you bring that up because that's the only thing I don't agree with when he said that's the same thing Billy be talking about. I can't say that because when Billy get to talking, it's not that we are the Anunnaki. We don't come out saying that.
But he
He never
acknowledged
says
them
that.
in the same form, though. He acknowledged their deeds and stuff. So,
No,
we
he
say one
acknowledges them
thing,
as people who masqueraded as gods. They were no better than you and I.
right? But that acknowledgement in itself is enough to identify you with that topic.
It's enough to identify with York?
No, it's enough to identify that two people are using the same curriculum or the same substance, the same derivative.
I can't even say that because I don't know because
go back further. Go back to their images. Go back to their images further back. If you start
for
mimicking
the Nuwapians, I'm not even like subscribing to any Nuwapian
So that's why you can't. Not that you can't, but if you go back in there, you'll be able to see what we're talking about. Even the imagery is theirs.
York talk about the Enuma Elish. He talk about the text.
Yeah, he do.
Where you get the story from.
You got to get that new thing. You looking at when they moved to Georgia. You go to that New York City.
New York. That's what I'm saying. I'm in New York, so I'm saying that I'm there when this nigga has these blocks lined off and all of that where he control. I'm there.
I read it.
So that's why I'm saying from the inception it's different.
He broke down Anunnaki as gods, judges, and angels. That's what Anunnaki. That's what he would say Anunnakis mean. You know.
Well, that's interesting. That's an interesting take.
But
look, you threw a stray at my teacher, so I got it. Look, I got to stand up.
I like Billy Carson too, though. But you know what I'm saying. But
you threw a stray at the teach.
I don't know that much about dude. He just saying he seemed like a cool guy that's trying to give people an understanding of what he wants them to know. That's it. I don't think what he's saying is 100% false. I think it's some truth in some of the stuff that he's saying, but I don't think there's no way in hell that these beings is coming back.
He don't think that either. That's the
Oh well, I
thing.
heard some.
He
I
don't
just
think that
heard.
either.
I'm just
The thing
telling you. I
about
heard that he said that these things is coming back.
He never said that
thing
because
That,
he
about it,
don't.
yeah,
the thing
that
The
is
thing
about
that,
it,
about it
that,
is,
that
he
means
just
people.
thinks.
Go
Look,
ahead.
his whole basis is ancient astronaut theory. That's his entire basis.
So I don't describe to that. They've been debunked.
Well, look, where?
Matter of fact, it's on. They got the debunk. The debunk is on YouTube. I did not know the
What
debunk was on YouTube. I was
debunking the
ordering
fact
it,
that
and they was like, "No, don't order
that's
it
just
because they got it on
That's
YouTube."
right. That's why I be telling people, don't be grabbing nothing. Check first. Peace,
well, look.
peace,
Oh,
peace.
You gotta
What's the
let us
deal?
know your availability so we can get this conference set up, bro.
Is that Mosif?
chop chop. I'm just saying, according to Dr.
Mo,
York, this is according
Mo,
to me. He
Mo
said,
punish me, y'all.
Dr. York said Anunnaki meant gods, judges, and angels. That's not my word. I'm just reading from a Dr. York book. I've read 3 or 4 of his books. I like information, so if you're gonna put a book in, I'm gonna read it. I may not agree with it, but I can get some information out. Because some of the shit he talk about, you can when he talks about like all the Christian factions and the KKK and how the government works, that's some real shit. Like I can get with him on that. But when he goes into like showing you pictures of like the Anunnaki, these reptilians, and a bunch of black folks with these white outfits, and I'm like, man, come on now, bro, who drew that? How you gonna say they look like that? Did he drew them? Did he put him? I'm like, bro, this shit is getting crazy now. I like it. I read it because it was interesting. But if anybody want Dr. York books, just hit me up. I'll be happy to send you some.
Young Pharaoh all over the place. I don't even follow him no more.
You know. But I do hear a lot of people, even like if people listen to Rashad Jamal, with the stuff he talks about is Dr. York's teachings.
Yeah, free. I didn't even know he was locked up, yo.
You know, and
Listen,
I
all of them,
God, free
yo. We're
guy.
not missing none of them. We're
and,
being truthful when we
and,
say it. We can
I
show where it comes from.
oh, but I fucks with him though. You
We
know,
can show.
Mo, let
People
us
think
know.
something
Mo,
wrong. When you
you
tell
gotta
black
let
people
us
the
know
truth,
when
it's
you come out
wrong.
to play.
Mo
Yeah.
can't come out?
Mo in detention, he don't get recess no more. He fucked up in class. So the teacher put him in detention. You don't get to play. You don't get to come to the yard and play on the merry-go-round no more.
Dang,
You
man.
better put that work in on that chalkboard. I will not
Right?
come on outside. And they come on outside.
Nah, for real.
Shit.
What's
What
good,
up
Moses?
though?
What's up, y'all?
Back.
Nah, I just been limiting myself to like 10 minutes, twice a day, and trying to put more work in on my projects and shit because I had too much shit going on at one time.
I told you got too much shit going on,
But
bro.
the shit be irking my nerves because it's like
Why don't you just
we
get
we
help?
forget about results, man. We gotta just like y'all was just talking about with these different teachings. I think we still kind of scarred from being pushed in this corner for so long that we reaching for all types of magical stuff. And there's nothing wrong with trying to elevate and see if anything else is possible because clearly it's something else to tap into. We know that, right? But we keep forgetting that we still like in the physical and we on the earth and we got other shit to deal with. And people just, even when we let them have these conversations and shit, we try to entertain it. They won't show where the results are. Like, how can I use what you're talking about? Whatever it is you're talking about that I just can't understand, and you saying we don't need no sources for, we just gotta tap into the energy of the cosmos or whatever, then show me how to use it so we can get some results out of it and help the community out. It's like I'm not trying to come up with a better remix to the story. We want the real deal. That's what we're supposed to be seeking out. So that should be, I try to, balance out like how much I'm actually doing with how much, redundancies is floating around. And we got a lot of people that's backing us up. So even when we not there, if it's not Suten, it's Joe, it's Buck. When Suten be out, then I come in. Like everybody, it's a lot of people putting in work. So sometimes I want to sit back and just watch and do what the fuck I'm doing, but I ain't in trouble or nothing. I'm just trying to limit the amount of time I'm putting into this shit because they don't take us serious.
Nope.
So
That's why
I'm
they
setting up
I
the
might
next
go buy
blow
Nah,
me
for
because
real.
when
three.
I come back, I'm gonna drop a bomb that's gonna open up a completely different conversation
it's because
and lead their ass in the past.
they're not really studying, fam. They just kind of just looking at videos and then jumping on TikTok regurgitate.
That's why I call them they're YouTube scholars,
Like
bro.
you
See,
gotta
this
That's why
is
I
what
tell
I
them,
thought. And
give me
I'm
your
gonna be real
resource.
honest with y'all because I say it all the time. I thought people was getting on this app and they were coming, giving people information, and when they got challenged in the information, they would bring the source.
and it's like I ain't knocking them. His levels to this, so it's like, but it's like when you come at somebody like us, it's like you gonna feel like you're being challenged, but it's like we're just trying to help you grow because it's levels.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like when I first got into spirituality, I was trying to drop knowledge on people all the time, and I realized let me take a step back and get really let me get a grip of this so I can break this shit down to people. But when you get to talking to people about we gods and even the Kemetic stuff, this is the Kemetic tree of life. But if I ask you about what does this God mean, how can you break that down to me? And you don't really know. I'm like, you just kind of fantasizing it. You ain't really trying to understand the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You want to understand it for yourself. You know what I'm saying? But I get it because it's like it's people are into it because it's giving them a sense of identity to studying our history. But at the same time, it's like, are you really studying to know this shit, or you just want to feel good? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of us want the information. Like this information is really what's gonna set us free, not just talking about it. Like they left us this shit for a reason, not for us just to glorify it. They use that shit to build civilization for a reason. Like there's more so than this. Like visualization is a language. So when you see stuff, are you able to break that shit down? Though? You know what I'm saying? Like his name is Patah Rai. He knows what it means, so I ain't even got to ask him that because I know he got the knowledge. You know what I mean? It's like yeah, some people name themselves certain things, but they can't even break down what that energy is, or how they're using it to help themselves. That's just the difference of it, though. But I ain't knocking, especially a lot of the younger cats, because it's growth. When you first get to it, that's a stepping stone. I don't even try to knock people. I just try to build with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, here's a book. Here's this and that to try to, astound on your foundation because some people you're gonna run into, especially if you're trying to go in there and battle religious people. A lot of these people know they shit, especially if you battling Hebrews. They know they book. So if you're gonna
They
be
don't
going,
come to my lives, bro. We ran them off.
yeah, coming over here.
When I first got live access, they came, they saw, and they ran off.
Right? They used to pull up in fleets. Yeah,
The
they
first
had
thing, like
legions with
when
them.
you back them in the corner, they be like, "Oh, well, the Egyptians were homosexual." Nobody in here is on that Egyptian stuff because they see my name. Because it was just Suten at first. They was like, "Oh, the Egyptians were homosexual." Okay, we're not talking about them. We talking about your ancestors and your
Yeah,
oral tradition and
and
your
I tell
foreskin.
Yeah, I tell people I don't subscribe to anything. I study our science. I study our history worldwide, but I definitely I do study Kemet because that's our most documented civilization, and nobody can argue that. No matter if you want to say we was in America, you ain't got more sources than we can find in Kemet. Like you know what I'm saying? But you can see those teachings throughout the world. People focus on Kemet, not realizing they already had this spiritual system before they even got there. You know what I'm saying? People be leaving that out. I'm like, this shit was Kemet was like the mouthpiece for all of our people. That was like our Mecca in a sense. So it's like this was thousands and thousands of years of something that was perfected. And I think a lot of people put themselves in a box not realizing that. That's like the reason we got pyramids around the world because we have fucking universities. People just want to say we built pyramids. Well, where's your institution? Like we
Right?
wish
Ain't that what we said earlier, bro?
you didn't wake up and build this shit. Like, where's your institution? Like, I think
Right.
we be belittling our fucking ancestors for not thinking we woke up and start doing this shit. No, when you study the history, you see the development of it. When they got the Kemet, that's the reason why the universities were in Upper Egypt, you which will I guess technically now let's say for people's purposes it would be the South now. It's because it was a way to protect it. You see the pyramids when you first come in, but you've seen all the universities and stuff farther inland and farther back. So try to, people don't be studying, man. That's all it is. But I don't try to go
They
hard on
have
nobody.
more the Egyptian or the Kemetic civilization. They have more artifacts in museums than any other civilization.
That's why they say the pyramids was here. But I'm like, if you're gonna say the pyramids was here and Egypt was here, you're saying these people are the same. So what is our argument?
Right.
That's right. That it doesn't go nowhere.
Like
Exactly
we're
because I'd be like, yo, okay, so let's say you right. Because I'd be sitting back thinking, I'd be like, you know what? Let me think from the other person's side. So I'll go, you know what? They right. And it still means nothing. We have the same issues to deal with. We still have the same problems. So we got to solve those issues, whether Egypt is here or on the fucking moon. Don't make
Yeah,
a
Right.
difference.
We
We
can't just
said
put it
we the
down.
source.
like, like
You breaking up, bro.
now you saying he global empire, so they the same people, right? It's just different landmass.
You
So
cutting out, God.
you hear me now?
Yeah,
Uh,
go ahead.
Keep talking
yeah.
so we
That's
can
all I'm.
see.
They kind of killed the
Yeah, you're
argument.
still breaking up.
Let me put my headphone. We may be going to. Let me pause. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me now? No, that's all I'm saying. It's like you kind of kill their own argument when we try to make those points saying Egypt's in America. Well, we got obviously Egypt in Africa. So we're saying they're the same people then. Like that's all I'm saying. It's like a argument that'll never
No,
end.
they gotta be. We're first. That's what it is. We
Right.
first.
It's
It's
almost
the
like they
race.
haven't
The race
accepted
is
that they
race,
was
and we
first.
gotta be first.
It's
Yeah,
like
they
if you
haven't
accept
accepted
that
that.
you was the original, what are you still trying to prove it for? Because I wouldn't be
Right.
surprised. I'm just like, how do I take this information and use it for the issues that we got to deal with? Like, I'm not trying to prove
That,
any of that.
that
And it really doesn't matter because what
that's because
happened. See, this is what they do, right? They'll take that and reverse it and then try to use that to erase something else that we
yeah,
need. Then you're going to let people get away with what they've done because you just can't stomach it. You're going to have to take it on the chin. You got. You can't go, oh, they lied. Slavery don't even exist. Oh, so they about to get away with it. While we in the
hmm
middle of making way, we taking steps forward. We teaching people the truth. People starting to wake up. They starting to get in control of their health, their education, and you're about to let wickedness slide by erasing history. They don't even have to do it no more. You programmed to start getting rid of their shit from your superstition.
that it's
They ain't got
because
to
their
cover
emotions,
their ass no more.
because emotions are tied to it. They're not really trying to really deal with it. They want to be first, bad. And I'm like saying they is even weird. 'Cause it's like we all the same goddamn people, just on different like,
I will
people.
say
Right.
this though, that them indigenous African Americans, they got me to studying. And when I tell y'all that I studied this human genome project, I studied it. I ain't come to the same conclusions that they came
Right.
to, because they don't know where they got
Yeah,
the theory of doing a human genome project
Hey,
from.
when you asked me what I tell you, he was like, "Yo, did you?" They say something about the Human Genome Project. I said, "Bro, go look that up and have fun. Go look that
Right.
shit
Because
up
that thing is
and sit
trash.
down and have a good day,
No,
brother. You're gonna be reading that
it's
shit for the
long
rest of your
as
life."
shit. I'm thinking it's a couple of pages, man. You gonna be reading that shit
It's a
for a week.
study.
They talk about something they read it. Look, just ask them if they finished reading it. You already know they lying. So you
That's
read
a
the whole
study,
Right.
thing,
study, boy.
Fuck out of here.
That's a year-long study.
You got to
Yeah,
and
pick
then
out
they
it was
update
chapters
it.
in particular.
it was like from 1993 or 1996, like 2013.
It's a year.
fact.
That's to to
Yo,
to get through
And
all of that information takes you a year.
and the cool part about it is like, why do we gotta pick and choose? Like I try to stay in the middle because like this American Indian ain't new to me. Like I grew up literally in Muskogee Creek Nation. Like
Yep.
of course I know my bloodline is connected to like Chickasaws, but I understand the history behind all this shit. My family's always told me, you know what I'm saying? But it's like when people go so extreme to say the slave trade never happened, I'm like, come on, this shit get ignorant now at this point. Now we can question some of it, but we cannot say it didn't happen. Like this
Right.
literally, man,
there was
I
no
got a
slave ships. Like, bro, stop. Y'all gotta stop that shit.
I got a history of travel, which is nothing about. It's all about um, American slave trade. I got a book called
You
Voyage.
cutting out again.
I got a. Can you hear me now? Can you hear
Yeah,
me
go
now?
ahead, go ahead.
I got a whole book. I had ordered off Amazon, but luckily I got the original copy. It's from the early 1900s. It's called Voyage of the African Slaver. It is first hand knowledge of a African slaver that documented his voyages. Like I have the book, so it's like when we say stuff like that, like I feel
You
like
talking
most
about
people that say it,
what's his
they still
name?
don't bring
Point
sources
one,
though.
Equiano.
So it's like, you know, at some point, it's
like when we gonna move on from this? Because this is like you're saying, this is almost like another loop we stuck in now. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
it's an excuse to not do what you know you got to do, right? It's supposed you're supposed to look at it, and even if you can't come to a conclusion, you look at it and go, nah, something don't smell right here. So maybe they exaggerate numbers, or maybe we got here earlier, maybe we traded earlier. Any of that, that's all cool, but we got to be careful erasing stuff, especially things that happen to us, because we
Beautiful
got to
God.
make sure we're not letting people get away with this shit that they doing. And that makes people feel better, like, oh, I was never a slave. But then that would kind of make you stupid, because then how the hell did you lose so much knowledge? You just said forget it, like you just stopped worrying about history and spirituality. How did they get ahead of you? They got ahead of you by dealing with your elders and then
That's
grooming and programming the
that,
children.
that's what I said earlier. I was like, they used the same blueprint they used in Africa, and they came over here and used the shit again. I said they used the same tactics, and we were warring with each other on both continents. If people want to get that technical, like they make it seem like all of us over here, the ones that were here, wasn't beefing with each other. Like I feel like people ain't reading enough to even figure that out. They did this use the same tactics, you know. God, I'm from Okmulgee, Oklahoma. I'm from the eastern part. It's Creek where Muskogee Creek Nation headquarters is at. I used to skip high school and go to the casino back in high
Yeah,
school.
and see, that's what they don't realize too. They talking to people who talk to their elders that's Indian in their family. We
I
talk
I
to them.
I grew up, yeah, I grew up with Indians. What you see on the internet is not the shit in reality. You know what I'm saying? Some of my people I didn't spend the block with Native Americans. I used to hang out on the reservations and everything back in the day. I got homies that's way up in the BIA. I got homies that are councilmen. You know what I'm saying? When you really have conversations with them, it's different. But on the internet, people personalize this shit where they just going back and forth with Native Americans. When I'm like, have you ever really met any in your life? Like,
Right.
well, I literally lived and grew up with them. I got them in
No,
my family.
not
You
playing
see
about
a Native American courthouse, like you go on some land and they're the police. Your family there is the police. Like you ever seen that before? You seen
Yeah,
those photo albums with those people there sitting right next to them, the African people sitting there and mixing in with the Indians. They know what they were doing.
it's just
They
a
were ducked off. They were ducked off because they were escaping. They were trying to escape from something. And those Native Americans as well, they were ducking off because they turned against their own people. They weren't. Some of them went with the Englishmen, and some of them was like, "Nah, we ain't messing with that." It was internal wars going on
yeah.
before they were dealing with those people.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
we had a common enemy.
The
That's
same
why we mixed.
the same shit was going down like now already. Like no,
Oh, you cut out completely, Big Hot.
damn, man, fuck TikTok.
Just go down and come back. I'm
But no,
trying to hear this shit.
I was just agreeing with what you're saying, man. It's like I was born and raised. My high school is called Okmulgee High School. Like it literally means like boiling water. So it's like it's like I didn't like I always knew like my indigenous side. So it's like this is not new to me. So like even on my other page, I shared a lot of the knowledge, but you'll never hear me say anything about we was here and was nobody else here. It's like that would be so ignorant. That's like the most ignorant statement when I hear us say that because I'm like, you know, we if there was a amount of us here, it wasn't as many as we think. You know what I'm saying? But I just try to bridge the gap because it's like it's just that back and forth. It's like
But,
what
bro, I've seen this, right? Some of the this is what I call them, the indigenous African Americans. They'll apologize, right, to the native community, and then they'll still make their TikToks about them talking about them being indigenous, and then the native, the Indians, will come back and start talking trash to them. So then the beef starts all over again. Why you keep coming back in my room?
that's facts, bro. I got all kind of death threats in my IG from
You're
like
not gonna, bro. I already told you that. Go on.
I was like, bro,
Go
I
back
live in
to
come find me. I ain't hard to find. You know what I'm saying? But it's because of people on the internet. Like a lot of them are just regurgitating shit that they see and sharing memes all the time. I'm like, bro, share your family if anything. At least share your family. Like if you're gonna speak on this, like show your lineage. that gives you at least some sources to start speaking from. But that still doesn't. You still can't say like we were here and that they migrated here. No, if you really want to get to the science, we all migrated to this motherfucker.
Right? And then look, people be talking about it like it's a door. Like there's this one door when you get to America and you got to knock on it and come through and show your ID or something. People were coming from all angles. You have people in on this land, and they got people coming from the north, from the west, and they just like, yo, who the fuck is that? They just popping off. They don't even know who those people are because people were entering this land from different angles.
On both sides of the ocean and the land bridge. There used to be a land bridge that connected from Europe to America too, from both sides. People, you know what I'm saying? But trying to like, it's hard to have that conversation with everybody because it's like I'm. It's not new to me, so like I don't have those emotions with those conversations at the end of the day because I always knew my indigenous side, but I was raised black, so I don't. I've been to powwows and all this other stuff my whole life, but I still never fully connected to that, But it's just different for me though. 'Cause I feel like most people don't ever get to even go talk to Native American elders. Like I said earlier, the man, the one man that was if I said I had a mentor or father figure in my life was a Native American. And he's the one that he brought me my first vehicle. You know what I'm saying? He he taught me how to operate heavy equipment and everything. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and I still talk to him to this day. And he gave me a lot of the history and knowledge and shit like that growing up. So it's like I feel like we got more in common than we with Native Americans than we don't. You know what I'm saying? Than we are opposite. But a lot of people don't want to take the time to actually study that shit. Or actually talk to them. It's just, but it's gonna be beefs on the internet though. You can't deal with people on the internet. It's already a war going on. you know, you can't say nothing nowadays because, and to their defense, like a lot of Native Americans are just as hateful towards us. So I ain't gonna say it's just us. It's them
Oh
too.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't need that shit on energy because it's like, we
Yeah,
got
my
better.
my grandmother said that some of them sold out for free. Some people took it was like, oh well, I'm being threatened, or they're gonna give me this land or this money. They said some of those people sold out for free.
Yeah, bro.
Like
Right.
it
It
was
was
for
a
free.
civil war. The Choctaw Nation had a civil war. Because some of
That's
them they just want to accept the Europeans' way of life, and the other ones like, no, we're not going for this. So they start beefing with each other.
Yeah, that's how they lost their land, bro. And after the Civil War, because a certain percentage of the tribe fought for the Confederacy. Once they lost the war, that's when they had to give up so much territory so we can build. So they built the railroads through Oklahoma. I got the documentation. I had to did a live on it because I got a whole articles that my great aunt put together about the Creek freedmen and like how our family and all these black families got to Okmulgee, Oklahoma, and like how a lot of people don't realize like some of the first five delegates in the Creek Nation were black people. Like they were I say they were mixed. You know what I'm saying? So like all the intermingling was already going on a long time ago, but a lot of history we just miss out, not realizing like it's just it's a lot of pseudo shit going on with this shit. You know what I'm saying? And to me, we don't gain nothing from it. Like it's like, all right, we do, all right, we decide we American Indians. All right, so what we do next? We ain't getting shit back from the
Same
government.
issues. We got the same problems.
They ain't giving the shit back. Like we're gonna have to start
That's what I always say.
not
It
giving a
don't
shit.
matter if you claim this is your land and they got your land, they not finna come up off the land. A lot of them don't want to live on the reservations right now.
Yeah,
So if
they not
y'all want to swap places, you come out of your house, your apartment, and you go live on the reservation. Y'all just house swap. They'll gladly
because
do that.
they pushing Native Americans to land that they can't really do shit with. You know what I'm saying?
And then when they want it, they'll kick them off. They'll dig
Yeah.
their way over there slowly, inch by inch, and
You
slide
Oh,
know,
you right off
we
of it.
got gold over here. Now you guys got to come off the land. I'm sorry. Here,
it, it,
sign this paperwork.
some people's whole platform. That's just what it's all about. I'm like, bro, like it's common sense to tell you that we migrated the world. All right, that's where I leave it at. It's like, all right, we know we was everywhere, but in high numbers, most of us was on the other side of the fucking planet. You know, but I
I've
mean,
talked to some of them, and a lot of indigenous people do not want to live on the reservation, and they'll gladly leave it if somebody gave them another place to stay.
Yep.
So I don't
Peep
know why
most
you
of
say no, they
check
won't. I talked to them.
and peep
I
this
know
out.
that's
There's
factual.
when you look at the stuff that you normally have in your cabinet and the stuff that you normally use to help you, season your food and mix with your meals and everything like that. That's the stuff that be fucking us up. But if you get in touch with somebody that actually care about you, like a black doctor that know what's going on inside of your body because they can relate to you, they'll tell you. Or if you do the research on your own, I guarantee you, once you start finding out things that can help you with different ailments, things running in your family, little issues that may be new that you haven't, you're gonna go to another country to get your shit.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the stuff in my medicine cabinet, it comes from outside of America. The shit
Mm-hmm.
that's widely available here, besides like ginseng and shit like that, I don't need it. Some of the stuff I try to order, it's illegal. That's not a coincidence either. Why is it illegal? And I need it. Those are arguments that we should be having, but we can't have those arguments if we got a whole bunch of people saying, "Oh no, that didn't even happen. We from over here." Now, how do we present our argument saying like, "Look, if we not from here and we need food that's from somewhere else to put back into our diet because of our genetic sequence, how about like we? That's a great argument, and they gotta legalize a lot of these things. They saying this can't be in the country. Well, these slaves that we just violated, they need their food, and that's their food. So we should be allowed to order it. At least black people, and y'all can't order it. Make it illegal for you. That's my food, and I need it. And because I don't have it, my body's not operating right. But we can't. That's why I'm saying we got to be careful. It don't really matter if we didn't have slavery, if we didn't have health issues because we not following our traditions or other, the foods and shit that we were eating. If that wasn't part of it, then we could say we anything. We could
Yeah.
bang any set. It wouldn't make a damn difference. But we're
That
going to erase a lot of other stuff inadvertently by just disregarding certain parts of history.
facts. And, one time Oklahoma was supposed to be a black state. That's why we got so many black towns to this day. So it's like we have land. You know what I mean? Even in Oklahoma, we still got all black towns in Oklahoma. And
Well,
stuff.
I got a book that says that America is the ancient land. It's from the 1800s. And then I'm looking at my second resource right now, too. So I can try to find that.
I don't. You see, I'm not gonna argue and say that I'm not talking directly as you, Kendra. I'm not. My argument is not that we wasn't here.
And
You know,
it says,
but when I say what my thing would be like when we even say we're indigenous or original to this land, that means our origin starts here. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, that's what this book
right,
says.
science hasn't caught up to prove that yet. So I can't even, you know, stand on something like that just yet. I would say that we were the first to migrate here, yeah, but other people
Um,
migrated.
well, I got something that says that life started here. America is the oldest known continent on the face of the earth.
Was it written by somebody with the last name Bay?
No, no bay. It was
Charlie,
written in
son.
the 1800s.
Who wrote it?
Leplongeon, and then Augusta. Here, let me just turn my thing on. Hold on.
Because a lot of these people, when they write those books too, um, is when they threw out colonialism, and a lot of these people were religious, and they were trying to make this the Bible. They were trying to recreate that old world, new world type stuff. I'm not.
Yeah, they started carving the Ten Commandments all over the place.
Yeah,
They started
Right.
they started naming
They
cities and
they
towns
started
after stuff in the Bible.
carving Hebrew in Mexico.
that's why we got a Memphis water in Tennessee because were literally manipulating and doing the same thing that was over in Africa. you know, but um,
Hold on.
but here's the deal: if it even is the ancient world, what do we gain from it?
That
They
they've been
want to be
lying, and that they've been lying, and we can't
Well,
believe any really none of the
indigenous.
stuff that they say is proven and has any of
but
the history.
well, we already know they're lying about everything. but what I'm saying is, what is this information going to do for us to go forward with it?
I mean, it matters. It's just funny when if it's Africa, it's cool, but when it's America, what is it going to do for us?
I, what I'm saying is, I'm what? What do you mean by that?
It's like the indigenous people, they got some disdain toward Africa.
Yeah, actually,
I don't get it.
No, we
How
don't.
how how can
Because
we
I thought
have
I
a
was
unity
African.
conference when all of us is coming together? Then you got a group of the indigenous African Americans coming to the conference trying to go against our team.
you
I
know,
don't get it.
Doctor
Huh?
Doctor, all
No, you
these
don't need
people,
math for respect to keep up.
all
You don't
people
need it.
that
So, okay.
in history have always acknowledged that we was in America, but
It says this is the ancient land.
they focus on the information. But
All
if it
land is ancient. I'm trying to understand. What do you mean by it's that ancient land? All land is ancient.
It says that
This
geologist
was
says that it's
originated
the
here
ancient
first.
land.
That's what I'm saying.
who
It's an
so,
ancient
so
land. It's far back in the past.
what group of people were we here?
And it says,
Thank you, sir. Is my toothbrush out there? Is my black
it's
toothbrush out there?
like what did we really gain from it though? Like I can we were the original people to the planet, so I don't even outside of that. No point in me to
Let me
argue.
come back to my toothbrush.
okay, you're right.
Like I said, if they weren't raping and pillaging and stealing and experimenting on people, I wouldn't care if we said we started in Australia. It wouldn't make a difference because I didn't seen a black body
bro,
on every land.
bro.
So that the oldest one is a black body on every land. So that wouldn't make a difference. But we got to be careful so as that we don't erase certain things that they did while
Yeah,
we're trying to find the
yeah.
truth. We got to deal with the issues that are right in front of us first.
And there's pyramids in Asia, so we're gonna say that was ancient. Is that first? We can see Kemetic stuff over there. They got stuff underwater. You know what I'm saying? We know we were here long before anybody else. Just off the strength of that, that's all we should be dealing with and moving forward. You know, but I don't know.
Oh,
I just don't see any institutions here to prove that the all this knowledge started here.
And here's the other issue that I think people skip over as well. What we're talking about and what we have discovered over the last 20, 30 years since people started, pushing their stuff outside on the block, like places like Harlem, Atlanta, LA, those major places where we had people on the ground, whether it was the Moors, the Hebrew Israelites, just the 5%ers or whatever. They were going, matter of fact, even into the universities, we had brothers going in there with no degrees at all. They was questioning them, and then when they got up there, they got cooked. Had
Hmm.
no degree, right? We went against their teaching. The stuff that we're talking about is not what they agree with. If we get a Caucasian up here with his degrees, he's going to disagree with us. So I don't know why people keep saying that they're lying to us. We don't even agree with them. They're telling the truth about some things, and we can use it to come to a different conclusion by pointing out that they're lying and that it doesn't make any sense. They wouldn't agree with us. A historian will say that I'm completely wrong and that I got my shit from the internet.
Yep.
So I don't know why they think that we're. I just keep hearing that over and over and over. They're lying, but I don't agree with them though, and they don't agree
Yeah.
with us.
Exactly. That's why I tell people to focus on the science they were teaching and the masonry work and a lot of other stuff. That's how you start drawing a connection. Just like when you look at Rome and stuff, well, the arches and shit came from African people because you can see that stuff that predates it. So it's like we know we had a fingerprint on this stuff being built. We start
Hey,
with
and big God, how
yeah,
long, Suiting you too, Sleepy too, how long have we been saying, and how long have we been hearing the people who came before us, our elders, in this knowledge? How long have they been saying that Sumer was not the Fertile Crescent? How long has that been saying? That's been stated for the longest time. But
five ever.
just 5 months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, they finally admitted it.
yep,
They
because
finally admitted it.
they know they can't stand on that shit. Come
It's
on,
No,
true.
I was sitting on that shit by myself. I was sending more articles and everything.
Yeah, that we knew that shit from the jump. Like that don't make any damn sense. Cause they ran through Sumer and then moved on, and they still studying the knowledge that's coming out of Kemet
You
yeah.
like
to
it
this
says
day. They still
Lumeria
looking
and
at
Atlantis.
Imhotep's medical
I, I don't.
manuscripts and shit.
I've never seen
Lumer
or heard anyone say that they found Lumeria.
Lumeria was created. by the Aryans, what we call the white Aryan, Madame Blavatsky and
Adam
them,
Blavatsky.
Madame Blavatsky and them. This was a whole agenda. Like you got like what was is it Zachariah Stitches? What's his name is?
Yep,
Yeah,
that's it.
Zachariah
That's
He
it.
Sitchin,
That's
Madame
it.
came,
Blavatsky.
he
That's him.
came
That's
out
the
with
guy.
that. He
Alistair
started
Crowley. Yeah, you got it. Ronnie
Horace
L.
start
Hooker.
Greeley.
he started pushing a lot of that bullshit
What you
when
say, Mo?
he started hearing about the Dogons tracing their origin to a star system. So he had to create a story for Europeans so they can have a connection outside of this fucking realm because they don't. So he started creating the Palladians, Lumeria, and all this other shit. It's all pseudo shit when you
Because
really
He
they're
is
study.
trying to
studying
create,
race.
they're trying to put themselves in
Yeah,
history. Where they stand
yeah.
at in history puts them as babies. So they have to create a history for themselves. And how can they do it? They have to use yours. So they'll take Sumer, and we know now that Sumer has a whole bunch of evidence from the Bantu people. But they're not going to
Yes.
come out and say, oh, the Bantu people traveled over here because that will push the Bantu history back another five, ten
Talk
thousand
that
years.
shit, Mosif.
So they're not going to admit it. They're just going to say, well, they came from the sky because
Talk
they came
that
from
shit.
Africa. That's the
No, they
problem.
didn't.
Facts. It's like nobody. You know, what's that one dude's name? He always talking about Zachariah Stitch, and I'm like, you pseudo, bro. If you keep sourcing him, I know your everything you
You
said.
talking
Bro,
about
Zach Stitch.
energy?
I'll
He's
tell
talking
you.
Uh,
about energy.
Zach Stitch was a damn
whoever that is, that was
economist.
That's energy.
yeah. That's all that shit is
He
pseudo
Cause
shit.
was an economist, bro.
I've heard of Zachariah Stitches, but I didn't know like who he
Bro,
was. I just kept hearing people say the name, and then
the police.
Sleepy and Energy got into it over Zachariah Stitches.
Sleepy was already on his helmet about it then, so I ain't got it. Like when
Bro,
you hear Palladians and shit, this is all shit created for Europeans to try to connect them with something
I
outside of
got
here. They don't.
I got that
They don't.
book, King, The Lost Continent of Mu. I got that book, but that don't mean that that Mu was real.
Mormons also did the same. Yeah, facts. The Mormons did the same shit too. It all comes from that Zachariah. If anybody's studying his shit, you need to go take a second look at it. That's all.
You need to go
the
take
dude will
15 looks
contradict
at it because the
himself.
dude was an economist.
Yo,
The dude was he went to
Because
listen,
school for
the
economy.
the
He
facts.
wrote
person
them books.
who challenged him used his own work against him. He didn't even come up with no new material. He just showed him how his shit didn't make any sense. He disproved himself.
Yeah, because when I heard old boy bringing that shit up, I was like, bro, you ain't really studying it. If you do, you must be just teaching his shit. Because that's
And
everything.
that's how I know it's holes in your story, which is why it made me so mad in the
The
beginning.
Lost Continent of Mu is by James Churchward. Introduction by David Hatcher Childress. James Churchward is the brother of Albert Churchward, and James Churchward didn't like black people,
Yep.
and he worked with Darwin.
But people don't realize a lot of these people were funded by
You want me to make you a sandwich? Okay, make your own, Enrico.
but all that Lemuria, all that Aryan race, and all that shit. You know, it gets too sci-fi. You know, because at the end of the day, when you really study the science, even when people say Atlantis, Atlantean, I'm like, are you really studying? Because I heard somebody earlier in the comments was talking about Thoth, and they were trying to make Thoth real, talking about he was an Atlantean. I'm like, well, hold on now, but but it what because even comedic, it was all this energy talking about. Like they have these like you got to think about different stories during different time periods. Like yeah, there was other land masses around, so yeah, there could be a place called that, but it wasn't like a if there was a person, that energy is what they called that. You know what I'm saying? But you know,
Tahuti,
I'm all about information. You know what I'm saying? All that comedic stuff is just energy. It's nothing out anything outside of that. It's all about characteristics and forces in nature and how you can utilize them and cultivate them within yourself because they already exist, you know? But
Yeah, and that's what happens when you take what somebody has and you use it for whatever you want, and your ego is so inflated you just think that you got it all figured out. They took it and it was like, oh, well, we're gonna take this god and then we're gonna make our own god. They thought these people were just making up shit.
yeah,
They thought that that's they didn't think it had anything to do with the mind, the body. the earth, nature. They didn't think that. They was like, oh, this is a real person.
Right.
This is a person, a being that actually exists. And they
Not
fucked up the whole entire story. Now we're sitting here saying, oh, they're black. No, you got to go deeper than saying that person was black. That person doesn't even exist. It's not a person. It's an expression of nature. That's
facts.
all it
That
is. It doesn't exist. Call on it
that
and see if it pull up.
No, bro, they think Dope was real. He gave knowledge to the world, and
it was.
he had a bird head.
It,
Or he was represented as a monkey.
yeah, I'm like, but that's how I know.
He was
Well,
Mojo Jojo.
JoJo, I used to watch that shit back in the day.
Mojo
That's
Jojo.
like when I'm dealing with people like the levels. I'm like I study the history, and I always study like I always attracted more to the science of it. So I study more of that. That's how you start connecting cultures around the world. Because if you go into like the Olmec culture over here, the Mayan culture, that you can see fragments of these systems, and so you can start seeing like the connection when people say, "Well, these people, you know, how we have their certain foods on the other side of the planet." Well, these people knew each other. You know what I'm saying? How they connected was based off of language, but really visualization, because that's the first language, your spiritual system. So it's like, I feel like we minimize our history when we try to cut off one side of the planet, not realizing that we're taking our modern thoughts and trying to apply it to something ancient. We can't do that. You know what I'm saying? They thought on a whole different paradigm than what we think now. Where our brains are split. We don't even think like they obviously because we can't build a fucking pyramid. You know, even
Hmm.
Obviously.
though. So it's wild, but I just try to tell people like actually study it to know it. Don't just study shit just to argue, just to get online to argue with people. You know what I'm saying? You should study it for yourself just to know it. But a lot of people just want to argue all day. That's all they want to do. A lot of people want to join people's lives just to challenge somebody. I'm like, man, fuck
Yeah,
challenging me.
they'll join your live and talk to you, but when you go over there and try to join their live, they talk trash and block.
Get his ass
Yeah,
out of here.
yeah. Especially they the worst. They they the ones that don't even understand. They just taking everything literally, not realizing like, you know, oh
It's
y'all
cool.
shit.
They can stay in their lane. I don't have a problem with them. But I just know that they get up here and they try to hit me with this human genome project.
Yeah,
Just
that
know
shit.
I got something for them.
They ain't read the whole thing though.
Bro,
Bro,
you gonna spend a week
you,
locked in your house
you know when I
because
stopped
not
reading
only
it?
do you gotta read it, you gotta highlight certain information in it, and then you gotta see where they got the where did the manifestation of the Human Genome Project come from? Where did they be like we're gonna get this study and put it together? They don't know that. I know it.
Right. You dealing with a whole bunch of gathered data that they simplified and crushed down to put into the genome.
It's
There's
a
studying that happened
compendium.
before all that. Then
It's
you know why
quite
I
literally
stopped?
a compendium.
I
It's
stopped when I
just a
saw
compendium of data
Yeah,
that you
Yep.
have to
facts.
decipher.
And then
And
There's
I ain't
no
you
cut and
gotta show,
dry anything.
they gotta prove to you in the Human Genome Project where they getting the sequence of the genome from. Because they
and I
keep
ain't seen
saying, oh, the African, the black people here in America got 13 genomes. Where you get this information from? Show me that in the Human Genome Project.
it's like somebody asked me the other day, it's like how we can people in Africa when we don't look our phenotypes are different and all this other stuff. I'm like, you know, do you know how many nations are in Africa right now?
they keep looking at stuff they
Stuff.
see on TV.
If you look right now, there's a tribe somewhere you can go blend in. I promise you.
Facts.
If you really
But look,
diagnose.
we're not gonna look. It's actually like because a lot of the Africans over there in the continent, they're not mixed with Europeans.
Well, yeah, that's true. But
We have 13%. We have 13% of the Europeans swimming in our gene pool.
that's where we get our
If your family
That would
got
have been
caught up in
no, that
slavery,
would have aged out by now. It takes
now
3 generations to get rid of something.
Talk to him, Kia. Talk to
we're gonna still always have
If
some,
if
but
you
our
can
our our genetics are dominant. So I always say those little bullshit cravings we get for that little bit fucked up genes inside of us. You know, but
If
Either
you
either it is what it is. They tried to wipe us out by that way. Then they use other tactics now to try to get us to wipe ourselves out. They realized they couldn't. So they still trying to do the same shit. But after all the shit they doing, who's dying really by naturally at the highest rate now? Them. You know, and
that
we
part,
still.
Who?
It doesn't matter if it takes 4 generations to get them out of you still, even when people are
Three.
no,
breaking down your genetic makeup,
You're gonna still have it in you.
13% is still going to show up.
No, it's not.
Here-
and this is the
And
other issue
again,
here.
Here's the
listen.
No, no,
I'm not just
no,
pulling shit out of my ass. I'm getting
Uh,
the
You're pulling it out
information
your
from
ass.
Rick Kittle.
no, no, no.
I'm getting the information from Rick Kittle, who's a geneticist. He studies. He's the one that created the What is it?
Mm.
here's the deal. It's fine if it's in it.
What is the
Like
name
it
of that?
doesn't. We know if you know who you are, that shit don't.
AfricanAncestry.com. He created that.
Have you heard the information on that? Oh my God. Do you know you cannot get you cannot tell somebody's where they came from by their DNA. You can't.
We're not talking about the
it's not the DNA. It's
ancestry.com.
not the study of land.
Yeah,
It's the study of those people that are on the
yeah.
land.
We're not. Yeah.
I don't know
This,
why some people just talk like that. They go, "Oh, well, well, this DNA proved that I'm from these plants and it's dirt." The people are standing there, so that is just assumed. It's
it,
assumed that they're all standing there on that land, so that must be where you come from because that's where the genetic sequence is matching up at. You're correct. It's not talking about the soil.
yeah, that's two different things. Yeah.
By the time you go back to when you actually were there, you could have been in Nigeria. You could have been in the Congo. You could have been in Egypt somewhere. But
I
they're just
mean,
saying
so that means they
your
got
genetic
they
sequence
don't even have
matched
That,
those
people.
people right there. But hold on, wait, because I want to get into the 4 generation and 3 generation thing.
So they
That
got the DNA of all these people of the world in a database somewhere.
They say the
So
world,
they can tell you the ancient
we
and
have the
everything.
largest African database of anybody you're trying to get your ancestry from that are over there with the people. Go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, those. Oh, I was just pointing out if we control like how rabbits or dogs mated, then you could say, well, I'm sifting out this short leg gene, or this ailment that it has, this mutation it has. If you control it, you can do that in a few generations. But these are people who just been running around messing with who they want to mess with. That's not true if it's not a controlled environment. You can't just we're not locked inside of a room and they say no, you can't sleep with that person because we're trying to sift something out. Like how they know who's sleeping with who?
you'll be hard pressed to find any black person in America that's got 100% black blood. Like you're not gonna find it. Like,
But
The
my
closest
thing is
you're
this
going to
though.
get is people in South Carolina.
yeah, it's gonna be very small if you do. Now in Africa, that's different. you know, but but to
But
me, it's would you rather have African blood in you or European blood? It's like that's
I rather have this land's blood in me. I don't want
not
none of them.
what we can't get around that. Look at Sleepy.
No, I don't find proof in two books that says this is the ancient land.
And I
So they're
got
I
not
books
lying.
that
So wait, wait, wait,
I
wait.
can
Hold on,
also pull
hold
up
on,
some
wait,
books
wait. They're
that
not.
tells you. Come
Hold on.
on,
I'm trying to
Kenneth.
figure out why
Come
they're
on.
not lying.
Yeah, like
Um,
like
why,
yeah.
answer me this. Why did it take to 1980, 80s, 90s for them to start relating us to a landmass? Like we were caught everything else in
because
a book,
again,
but in the
this
late
is what happened.
1980s and
This is
90s,
what me
they
and
would
this
go
is
ahead
what me and
and
Mo
connect
got
us to a
into it on.
landmass.
When after slavery, the
Are
year
you not
slavery
connecting
came
yourself to
to
a landmass?
the year slavery came and it was exalted, right? You had free slaves creating African towns. So it had nothing to do with the 19 anything. This is
And I'm talking about
18
no.
this is 1865.
I'm
Even
talking
before
about them connecting the
1865,
people,
you
the
had
people,
free
because there were
towns
Africans that
of
came here. Less than
African people.
350,000 came here.
So now we're
according
switching
to the
it.
Library of Congress.
So now we're switching the narrative. So now
Hold
we're
on.
talking about the people.
My
Now
question is this though,
we're
Kenya.
talking
I
about
got a
a
question.
population. We're talking about a population of people who came here, not about them classifying us after 1920 of us with a certain landmass. And I'm telling you that we were identifying with this last landmass before the 1920s. We had
I'm,
free
I'm,
African towns over here in America before the end of slavery, and they
yeah,
were
because
referring
the
to
Africans
themselves.
came over here. Africans came over here. Less than 350,000
That's
Africans
it.
came over here. My source is going to be the Library of Congress. Okay, and 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 um and of course they're going to relate to where they're from. Now it took to like 1980, 88 or 1990s before Jesse Jackson called us African American. We
What
were
about
not
That's
us
his
here.
what
problem.
about
Yeah,
before
but that
that
ain't
though?
got
One
that
more
has
But
Why is
nothing
and
to.
then
time.
they call us black,
After
Negro, African
slavery
Americans. I mean, which one is it? Why we
in
got so many different titles?
1865,
White people got
free
white.
black people were calling themselves
Mm,
African. They have African towns in South Carolina. They have them in Jamestown. They have them
Then I
in
wonder why on
Virginia.
here I can show you my genealogy. They never were called African on our census. They were never called African.
They
Who?
call
I didn't say, see,
black.
this one, I say something and then you say something totally different. I didn't say nothing about a sentence. I said people
That
after
shows it
slavery
shows your
were
race.
calling
So
themselves African and they were naming their towns African towns, free African people
Black
before
Wall.
1920.
They even refer to
because
black
they were here.
So
Africa.
now, see, like, I'll say
Right.
something, you switch, you
And,
go to
Yes,
something else, and I'm
they
not
were.
and
talking.
from
It's
where I'm
cool.
from, Black Wall Street, my area, they even refer people. They refer to Black Wall Street as Little Africa, but they also had indigenous roots, so they had no problem with the distinction between that. It wasn't a problem. I think nowadays it's a problem. People, I don't know. I never had this
I mean,
problem.
I thought I was African. I didn't know there was anything else.
No, 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 no. You're not African. I'm
I thought I
African.
was African when I first got on here.
Right.
I didn't think there was anything else.
You're correct, but you're not African. I'm African, and whoever else did they studied and know what's going on in their family, they're African, not
Yeah,
you.
I
You're
studied
probably
mine. What
not
are you
African.
talking about? So you're trying to say I didn't study mine? That I haven't looked
no,
at my
No, I'm saying
genealogy?
you're not hearing me. I said I'm African, and you don't have to be African. That's what
I
I'm
have
saying.
yet
I
to
didn't say
see
you didn't
Africa on
study it. I
mine.
said whoever found out that they are African, those are the people we're speaking for. We don't have a problem with someone not being from Africa. We're just trying to make sure everybody is being specific about what they're talking about. Just
well,
like you just stated with the people who are just saying, hey, y'all all from Africa. They're completely wrong as well because everyone's not from Africa.
There you go.
I think it's because people that are on just that side, they just pick one side and stand on it. They don't try to come. They don't try to reason with both sides. That's the
I'm an
problem.
Israelite. Go fall down some stairs.
Right?
Quickly.
Look, I had this discussion with my
Take
dad the
Yahweh
other
with
day,
you.
right? He was like, how come this basketball player and this rapper and this person? I was like, Pop, this man's from Jamaica. This man's from Rome. This man's from here. This man, and my dad's an Israelite. And he's looking at all these black people in America with this money and the people who are being gunned down, including people in my family. And I had to point out, like, did you forget my cousin is African? His dad literally just got over here a couple generations ago. Like, he's new. He's
Ain't
not
none of
from
us
the same history we come from.
Israelites is made up. Ain't no real tribe. You
Okay,
can't
you're an
prove
Israelite. Makes
that
sense.
treat that
But no,
Israelites.
My question to you is this, Kenya. Why is it that you trust the Human Genome Project and that's white man science?
First of all, I didn't even mention no Human Genome Project. I'm talking about something else.
Kenya.
Did I mention the Human Genome Project? Yes
Kenya.
or no?
Kenya. Are you gonna
Did
run?
I
Are you
mention
gonna
the
run? I'm
Human
not talking to
Genome
you about
Project?
what you
Yes or
talked about
no?
today. I'm not talking. We've had this
Hmm.
conversation about 15 times, Kenya.
More than that. He said 15.
I don't trust nobody really. That's why I
But
go
you
look at
trust the Human
multiple
Genome
sources.
Project. You
I don't.
trust the
That's
Human
why I go
Genome
look at
Project to tell you,
multiple sources, research
man,
who the sources
you have
are.
multiple. So you have multiple sources that tell you that Egypt is America.
I never said Egypt is America. I said
What are
y'all
you
can have
saying
Egypt
then?
and Kemet was here. I said
Okay,
Kemet was
let me
here.
rephrase.
I said Kemet was here.
You have multiple sources stating that life started in America.
I have two sources.
Emmett was not in America though.
How did they come to that conclusion?
That's what I said. That's what I said at first. They said geologists said.
How did the
That,
geologists come to the conclusion that human life started in America?
I don't know. I have to. I'm looking at this other book, the second book. But
Why are you using
um,
geologists and you don't trust them?
who said I
Because
don't trust them?
they can manipulate the genetic makeup in the studies when it comes to you in your DNA. So
The
now we know,
geologist
like I said,
is it the
indigenous
geologist?
African Americans want to use the
The
geneticists and it fits
geologist.
their
There's
narrative.
a reason
When it
why
don't fit
y'all
their
are so
narrative, they
foolish
don't use it.
and so foolish and indoctrinated. There's a reason why they came onto this land and did the people on this land the way they doing them and
Because they're
We
still doing
doing it
them
for
we
today.
don't
land.
disagree with
Same
that.
reason.
Because there's
We don't
We don't
yeah.
disagree.
dis- we don't
They did
disagree
that.
with that though.
They did that everywhere.
Where? Because I see Africa. Well,
When you
okay.
say Africa,
At least
Oh
Did you just
Nigeria. At
say
man,
least
where?
Nigeria. At least Nigeria. I see that they're not so oppressed. They're well
do you
educated, well spoken, and well traveled. We
do you,
are oppressed over here. I see
but
that Russia helped South Africa, but don't nobody help us over here. I see everybody else in the world can get real food, and we get chemicals and GMO over here.
do you realize colonization is going on in Africa right now because of these countries
oh
you mentioned?
man,
Show
And
me
it's
Africa.
different.
starting
Show
to
me
work
different.
because
Show me
they got a
different.
new oppressor.
just go look up the
The king
color.
just took
But
over.
show me African people in Africa eating GMO.
Do you
Everything
realize?
in our that damn stores is fucking GMO or have
Do you
poison
realize?
on it.
Do you realize
The-
the continent of
You can't even grow your own garden because the water that's coming out the water hose has
I
fluoride in
mean,
it because it's
we
the same
have
water.
electricity at will,
they got? Do you
so
realize Africa was getting colonized for thousands of years before they
You
even
know,
came?
Africa.
this is
Uh,
how we learn their technique. We learned the techniques they were using because they first used it over there.
Africans are the colonizers. What are you talking
There you
about?
go. There it goes. There it
So,
goes.
all right, which ones
who's
then?
the colonizer?
Tribe was.
The ones mainly in the north and Nigeria on the
You
west
got to give.
coast of Africa.
I'm not
She
trying to
don't
really
like
count, but
Africans. That's
like
what it boils down
we gonna
to.
start throwing stuff out. Which ones?
I just told you the ones on the north part of Africa and down Mali and where they say we came from.
The
All
Mali
Yeah, that's
people
true.
escaped.
We
They
ain't even got it.
escaped. They escaped to that area. They're not even from there. They were running from people who were
those.
destroying. That's the priesthood that came from them.
I'm talking about when that time started, before the colonization and all that shit started. They were the ones that did it.
So all right, let me say this then. So we're American indigenous black folks over here. They wasn't doing the same shit.
I haven't seen anything that said that.
You
Okay.
ain't
Oh, okay. So
seeing
let
it.
me educate you. The
Goodness
indigenous
gracious, bro.
African American over here in this land said that they are the Moors. The Moors were colonizing people. The
But
Moors were
I don't believe we're
colonizing
the
the
Moors.
Moors
So
in this land.
how you go? You need to talk to someone that thinks they're a Moor. You can't come with me. I don't think I'm
We
no
never
damn
said
Moor.
anybody was a Moor.
But just the history. He just talking about the history because the
But the
same
Moors
shit.
don't even because the Moors don't come from here. The Moors
Every
come
time
from
we're
over
trying to,
there.
but we're trying to make a point, and then you go off somewhere else. We
Morocco. They
didn't
say they
say.
come from Morocco.
No,
All
same.
the indigenous African Americans that I talked to, except for Kenya, acknowledged that they were Moors, that their people were Moors, and they were originally native to this land.
Well, they're
So we're
wrong.
talking about the Moors, the original indigenous African American that was native to this land,
They're not Moors.
whose nationality is Moorish American. They claim that they were governing the seas, right?
Moorish.
I
And they were participating in the slave trade. That's why you have the five civilizations that were signing treaties with the Europeans.
I
And then they had a civil war with the Choctaw Nation
yeah.
because some people wanted to bang with the European, and some people just wanted to accept the European and
Right.
the ways of the European.
They're called Moorish for a
So
reason, probably because
and
like the Jewish,
throw out the
the
title.
English.
Throw out the title. What I was saying was we're so quote unquote black people here not doing that. What you accuse Africans of doing? Were black people here not doing the same shit? Is what I'm saying. You
No,
just
I have not found any. I have not found any. I'm not going to say yes or no. I have not found any evidence, so I don't know yet until I find some.
Well, I got evidence in my family of black people and Native Americans joining forces with those people. They joined forces with them and used it alone. They weren't even there. It wasn't like they were threatened. They did it because that's what they wanted to do.
So the
We
same.
can't
So what did
romanticize
they
with
do?
melanated
So-called
people. We can't say that
indigenous people
So what did they do?
enslaving people that were brought over here from Africa.
When
So
you're
if you're
accused,
claiming to be indigenous and you're native to this land, your people were enslaving the people that they brought over here to be enslaved.
exactly, you're saying the same
Well,
shit.
I don't see any proof of that. So I can't
No,
see that.
so every time we bring up something, it's no proof. Got it.
the
I'm
Chesed, the
Now,
sorry, I
people.
haven't
I'm
seen any
speaking for
proof of that.
What I,
own
if
family.
you
it,
if you
No,
don't see any
no.
proof of that, then therefore you're not studying the history of the
we
people you claim you're coming
we
from.
we wouldn't
I
be in.
am studying. So how are you going to say I'm not? I know that we were not slaves. I know that on
And
the
I
census
took a 5 minute
records,
We
study
You
knew
it
we
weren't
says,
a
weren't either.
slave.
I spent 5 to 10 minutes trying to prove the point that we're indigenous to this land. And oh my God, I ran into indigenous people over here enslaving the Africans that they brought on the slave ships to be enslaved.
The same shit was and their own people.
And I wasn't even looking for it. And
The
that's
same.
a 5 to 10 minute search. So if it took
those
you
were the
5 to 10 minute
Moors that
search,
did
and
that.
you've been saying you've been indigenous for months,
That was
that
the
means
Moors.
either
That
you're
was the
ignoring
Moors
the
that did
information
that.
or you're blatantly discrediting it from even happening.
But you
Which
just
That
one
was
is it?
first of all. I said I haven't found any information on it, so I'm not discrediting shit.
You said we
what I'm
were never slaves.
And then
there.
I
You
wasn't
mean you
slave.
got
I
you
said
were
my
I
yeah.
heard,
You
family.
mean
I
right,
said
I
you
my
didn't
were
hear
family.
her
I said
say that we
300.
ethnically
were never slaves.
I said less than 350 Africans were brought
Yeah,
over here
I hear.
enslaved, and I told you my
I
damn
hear her say
source.
that. I
You know,
didn't hear her say we were never
listen,
slaves. She ain't said that for months.
if you say
She
300
just
seconds,
she just said it.
you know how
I said
many.
my people weren't slaves.
You know
I
how
have
many.
not
I
seen
Okay, but
it.
you didn't say that though. You said we
Yes,
like
I
you said.
did. I didn't say we weren't
Oh
slaves.
my
I
God,
speak on
Kingdom,
myself.
so okay, so no,
that's not
hold
how it
up.
came off,
You
bro.
asking hold on, so you asking for proof of a slave ship for just your family.
I'm asking for proof on record showing that they were slaves when under their jobs. It had my grandmother or great grandmother, whatever. She was a homemaker, not no fucking in no field or nothing like that.
So you're not asking for slave ships just for your family, right? You're
And then
talking about the slave.
I'm only no, I don't. I'm not even saying that about slave ships. I'm just trying to look and see if it says anything that they were
Well,
slaves.
I'm just trying to point out why people are assuming that you're talking about everybody. If you're talking about yourself, I ain't got no problem with that.
I can
I'm talking
argue.
about
I have no
myself.
issue if you're talking about yourself, but it keeps sounding like you're trying to say
It,
that like other people who know their history and know where their people came from that they're
I
not
can't say
African.
what they. I can't say if they were slaves or not. I can't speak for that.
Oh yeah, we in agreement.
my
I
my
agree with that 100%.
my point was that if you're just trying to say you have animosity towards saying African, so African. But what I was the same shit was going on over here with the Indians selling Indians. Like it was the same shit. So it's
Right?
like when we start going back, it brings us back full circle. So it's like we want to
No,
point to
no, it was it was the Native Americans
no, no,
selling
no. These
from
people,
our
these,
research.
these people were always amongst each other.
I
Like
know,
they
but they're not these people we got now.
Oh, they had
Here we go.
cannibalism and everything, bro. They was
when you
eating,
as
sacrificing people to the moon and the sun, and there was no white man over here.
I was talking about no, no. I'm talking about not, there was two.
black.
There's another group of Native Americans
All right,
that
let
we're
me break it.
talking about.
But let me break it down. There were black tribes selling black tribes, just like there was African tribes. Like what I'm saying, your argument, it happened here too. So you can't deem one really bad and say this it didn't happen here. It happened.
It was like
How do you think we got colonized? If
it was Ging.
have you read these explorers books? They integrated because we were already in tribal wars with each other. They used the same tactics, literally.
Provided weapons and everything.
They used the
We
same.
were at war with. Okay, so you had the Native Americans, the original Native Americans, that were like Genghis
Listen,
Khan. From what I found, he was like
let's,
a Afro Asian.
let's
He
just
was
not
dark skinned and
let's just
mixed
not
with us over here,
don't know.
which created them.
We only can go off what they were saying in their books. They seen us both here. Okay. What I'm saying is they described
That's
we were
facts.
already in tribal wars, just like when it came to Africa, Africans were in tribal wars with each other. So literally, the world was they was a slavery type fucking
Yeah, yeah.
world.
We just seem like a warring people over here. We just do.
Well, what I'm saying is that argument when
We
we try to have animosity Africans telling Africans, well, How we just
Africans go to war right now with each other, different tribes and shit. Still,
oh, that's how they infiltrated us.
So
That's how
what do you think a gang is? What do
So
you
I'm about
think
to
a
say,
I
what
pimp
do
mean,
you
is?
want, man?
Well, hold on, hold
What's
on,
going
hold on,
on,
hold on. We got to be real though. What do
yeah.
you think a gang member is? They
first of all, gangs didn't
tribes.
even start off that way.
I
When
don't want
when
to
when the
get to no,
government's
no. I
putting
don't want to
guns and
divert.
drugs
I
in
don't
your
want to divert
neighborhood, of
nowhere.
course,
I
things
don't want to
change.
divert. I don't
No,
want to
it's
divert nowhere. I don't
no,
want to
it's
divert. I just want to stick to this point. The point is, we have pimps, we have drug dealers, and we have gangs. We have small groups of people that click together here, whether they bang and hold a flag or try to take over a block or not. We see it in the government. We see it in the school system. We see it in the medical field. People click up and they do crooked shit to get what they want. And they're black, white, Asian. They're all types of. They look all types of different ways, right? But what I'm pointing out is that this has happened with everybody. So we can't romanticize and go, we don't do that. That's us up here on this panel. We don't do that. But we can't look back and then romanticize with everybody and say no, they weren't included in it as well, just because that's how we
we
feel right now. We have some
wasn't
So
bad
so
people
the
in our family, probably the
wasn't li-
last generation.
we wasn't
uh,
living in
uh,
harmony. We trying to make it seem like we was living in harmony, and then colonizers showed up. It was already tribal wars.
I know, and I already said, and I said that the wars
How
were
did the
against.
how
We
did the
wasn't.
Hyksos get in? How did the Hyksos get in? How did they
And
get
so
in?
I'm listening.
When the
So you,
Hyksos got into Kemet, how did it happen?
how do
They
we
just
even know
walked.
Kemet? Did they even? They haven't translated the what is it called, the meta netter or whatever? That shit ain't translated. That's fake
I
ass
asked a
translated.
simple question: how did the Hyksos get? How did the
They
Hyksos get into Kemet?
you
If
could
the
have
What's
metadata has
Kemet?
not been translated, then why is it that indigenous African Americans are trying to tie Mary to tie America? Remember,
exactly.
it's not translated, so this ain't the land then. So all those land, all these little
It's
city
not
names
translated. It's not
that you
translated.
guys are saying come from that are in
so
that
so
was over here
so
in
if
Egypt.
it's not
Since it's
translated,
not
they never go.
translated, you can't say this is Egypt then,
Yeah,
because the meta narrative has never
I
been
never said it
translated.
was
So
Egypt.
if you
I
find
never said
Memphis
it was
over here,
Egypt.
you
said it was.
can't use
Oh
Memphis
my
because
God, Kemet!
even though you find Memphis over there, because it's not been translated. You can't use
You
no
know,
Egyptian name
Kenya,
over here
you
in
know that
America
we're saying
to
Egypt
correlate
because
to
we
the
talk to
names over
people.
there in Africa because the meta narrative has not been translated.
Egypt is separate.
But you know that
Egypt,
we're saying it. Hold on though. You know we're saying Egypt because we're used to talking to people who don't know
We're,
what Kemet is.
we're
So cut
referring
some
to.
not
slack
even
so we
that.
can
No,
get to the point. People don't
but
know.
not
You
even
know we're
that.
talking about Kemet.
I
We're
don't
not
even. I
talking
won't
about
even say
Greeks and
Kemet. I'm
Romans
saying
though.
the Mayans in Egypt,
The Mayans.
Egyptians,
Are,
Mayans.
all were Mayans.
Mayans and Egyptians.
What are
Are you
Who's
you
older?
talking about, bro? I don't even
what
know
I'm?
what the hell we
Are you
talking about now.
saying the Mayans?
What are we?
Are you saying
This
the
keeps
Mayans?
going in too many different
Like,
directions.
She
I
said the
can't hear you.
Mayan civilization is older than the Egyptian civilization. The
no,
Yeah.
Mayans don't date
no,
back to BC.
Please
no.
calm
According
down.
to who? According to
The
who?
the Mayan
Yeah, here
calendar.
we go. It's like we can't use actual evidence of nothing she's saying, because no matter what she's saying, she
Scott,
disbelieves.
she
I mean, I got
obviously,
evidence.
You
I
just
got
bro, she
believe
evidence.
it.
You
believes
bring
in
your
something.
What
evidence out, and I'll bring my evidence out. But your evidence is
what is
more
the point? What is the point of
easier
you
to
telling
find
us
than
so?
mine. But
And
I
then
got
when the
evidence
wrong
too.
person refutes it, you say that's just what they're telling us. So we can't use no damn evidence. We
You
just
can
gotta
use
believe
your
what
evidence.
you
You go
say.
ahead and use you go ahead and use your worldwide evidence. I'll use the lost evidence, the
The
real
The
lost
evidence,
lost
evidence.
evidence.
the
The
evidence that they're
lost
trying to hide.
evidence.
Because I got two books
How do
right
you
here.
use lost evidence?
You know how you have lost civilization, like that you end up finding the truth later. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's obvious that they pushing this narrative that Egypt and Africa is the motherland. When even the name Alkebulan means the mother of mankind, not
Okay, so
man,
so
but
let's slow down.
mankind.
Let's slow down. If you look around the world and you see that you can start understanding other people's languages by using the languages that started in Kemet, that common sense would tell you this is the Caucasian people did not even like that this was true. They was like, well, goddamn, fuck. They
But they
had to
let it out,
accept
and
it
they're always
because but they had to accept it. You could use this base language to unlock all of these other languages. So they don't comfort. It's a mother language. Then there's pottery, the techniques that they use to put the stuff together, the elements that come from that area, the
the
stories that come
Egyptian
from
blue
over
and the
there.
Mayan
It's
blue.
not total.
Compare the way they
It's
make it.
Oh boy, here we go.
One's synthetic
but
Well,
and one's
guess what?
not.
Guess
but
what? The
you
Egyptian blue was way older than the Mayan blue. I already gave you
According to their clock, but
that's
how is it
why
made though? How is it
this
made
is
though? It's
why
all
this
synthetic
is
with
why I
arsenic,
wanted the
arsenic in it.
indigenous
That's something that
African
the Egyptians would
Americans
use.
to pull up that day because I was going to debunk all of their shit. And they were
All right.
still gonna try to
So,
push the
Explain
narrative
why it has
that's
arsenic in
still
it.
right.
Explain why Egyptian blue got arsenic in it.
all right.
It has
What
all
source?
chemicals
What
that can
source says
harm
that? What
you.
source says that?
So
Look it
we just.
up.
So if you
What
just.
source says that? I want to know your source. I don't
All
want
you
to.
gotta do is put
I want to know the
Egyptian
source
blue
that you got.
arsenic and then you'll see it.
No. What is the source that you have?
I mean, I don't have it with me right now because that was months and months ago. So
You
don't tell me
know to
what
come
book I put
strapped,
that
Kenya.
shit in.
You know
I'm
to come
telling you how
strapped.
to find it. You don't want to find it the
You
way
know to come up here strapped.
find
I don't
it
know
the
why
way
you come
I
up
just
here
told you. You'll have
acting
a
like
whole
we
bunch of
just
sources.
running the
I'm
mill.
telling
Like
you.
why?
It's not like I'm not
Come on,
telling
Kenya.
you.
Come
Go
on, bro.
look.
The only person that was
Go
pushing that.
look. It's synthetic. It's not. Go look and see how they make the two colors different.
It's ridiculous.
We got
Now, what does that have to do
we
with
got
anything?
scarab beetles over here.
Uh, uh,
She gonna say she gonna
I know
say
all the
all the
heads,
animals.
all the
She gonna
heads,
say all the
No, no,
all
animals
no.
the
Hold
that
on,
heads.
hold on,
come
hold on,
from
hold on.
Egypt come from
Do we
The
have
animals
America.
on the heads of your Egyptian gods are
do we
animals
Don't
that's
have
do it.
all
Don't
over
do
scarab
here.
it.
beetles?
Don't do it. Don't
False
do it to
again.
yourself. You
I'm
should
gonna
know
do
better
it.
than
False
that.
again, Kenya. Wrong
I'm gonna
again.
do it.
Wrong
all the
again.
all the Kemetic gods' heads do not just necessarily come from Africa. Okay. Once again, you're going to prove the point
But
that
they're all here though.
you're going to prove the point that
They're
all
in
these people
Africa too.
we're going to go right
Not
back to
all of
that.
them.
Yes, they are.
You're going to prove
Not all of them. That dog don't even look
I
like a
sent
jackal. Do you know
I
what a
sent
jackal looks
you
like?
the information.
You
it's a
good?
jackal. You know what an
Are
African
you
jackal
okay?
what an African
Yeah,
jackal
I
looks
looked up
like?
an African jackal and it does not look nothing like Anubis. But that dog over here, that hairless dog in Mexico, look just
My
like his ass.
God.
No, it don't.
I
It's not
We
even the
did.
same.
Anubis
I
is a
That's
carving.
wild.
Kendrick, here we go
That's
again.
a carving.
So here you go. You're acknowledging that Egypt was a global empire, so all these people were the same. So why are we arguing who did what first?
Who's the same? I'm not the same as them over there.
Then
Oh, my stomach hurt.
how did they get this information then? How would they get the information?
Well, obviously they had to be trading because how did their Egyptian pharaohs get cocaine in them system? Cocaine comes from South America. So how did the pharaohs get coke in their system over there in
Because
Egypt? So
they
obviously they
traveled,
It's
were
real
Kenya.
trading.
simple. They picked it up from the
I
plug.
know. So obviously they were trading,
Yeah, we
and
know
they
Not
sold
that.
what they
traveling.
had over
That's
here
not a
and made shit
problem.
over there like that.
All right. Once again,
That's not a problem.
if they were trading, what else could they have exchanged? Knowledge, maybe marrying, maybe intermingling, maybe because they were families, maybe because like your cousin may live in California and someone may live in South
I
Carolina,
don't know
Texas.
them people.
It's like I feel like Kendrick with you have a lot of animosity. It's like,
Kenya. No, I
but
don't.
Kenya, I feel like you do because it's like you have a
Well,
bias.
you're
Like we're trying to deal with information.
I thought I was African all my life. I'm 42 or almost 43 years old. I just came into this knowledge. I thought I was African. I was telling Patience that
That's
she was fucking African.
the point. You have a lot of animosity, and it's like you got to
I
take a
don't have
step
animosity.
and
I don't
remove
have animosity.
remove
I
your.
see the difference. I see how they treat us, and I
No,
see how the
you.
world treats us compared to them.
See,
But
there
look
we
how
go with the us again.
but look how we're treating each other though. How when we talk about Africans, how Africans are treating us or how we treating them, we're doing the same shit. How are we gonna say we're not doing it? I see it all the time online. You know,
But
but
the way, but
I'm saying
we were,
I'm saying when you make comparisons, you're really acknowledging what we're saying is when you say, well, Egypt they had this stuff in Africa. Well, these people had to know each other. You don't trade with people you don't know. How do you think religion got spread out? Because in different things, people took on other people's religions in order even to have trading routes. Mansa Musa converted to be in the Islam, not really to even believe in this shit, but
If you want that trading route.
to have a trading route. So you don't think
I, I
this
even know where Muhammad came from too, according to this book, and then I went looking up the history on that, and it makes sense.
We about to go
but
somewhere.
There was a whole 5 act play about it
what
too.
I'm saying is when we say that Kemet had the same animals that are in America, Africa had these foods. Okay, why are we just focusing? You go farther down the
That's
Nile.
all you want.
Getting
Y'all the one that believe in the narrative. Oh, y'all African, so y'all believe in that. Yeah.
who
Kenya,
who's
I
Nobody
don't
ever.
believe it. I know it.
I'm over here.
But that doesn't mean I don't. I'm not trying to make you an
Mo,
African.
Mo was
There's
the
a
only
difference.
one that said he was an African. Literally, I have never said anything. We're
Kenya,
dealing.
do some.
We're
That's why
dealing.
I said earlier. What did I say earlier? I said whoever did their check and know what's in their family. I did it, so I ran into the African people in my
We're
family,
dealing.
and I ran into the Native American people in my
We're dealing.
family, and some Irish people.
This is
So we're only talking about whoever it's true for. But when we talking about how where boats came from and the pottery and the different tools they're using, the scarab beetle depictions that you see on these temples over here, they ain't got no scarab beetles.
This is literally
Look, quick.
information, scholarship. Like there's no emotions when it comes. Like we got to deal with
Um,
facts.
I mean, they run everything. I mean, if whoever controls the printing press, the media, and the internet controls the
We saw
narrative.
Hey,
Plain
hey,
and
back in the
simple.
day with no
let-
source.
we
I
can
got
we
it.
can have a conversation without worrying about they. They don't like they
Kenya,
don't.
that's not
And then
true. That's not true.
after 1956,
You're
the
giving
Vatican took control over all printed books.
Kenya. You're giving them too much. You're giving that they too much power. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, that they is not only just white people either.
The Negroes here in this land is making shit just as worse though. Just like Africans can make it just as worse. It's like where are we gonna come with the information? Because it's like everybody's trying to be right, but we're like when we asking for
I just
certain,
want truth. I'm not trying to be right. I want truth. That's it.
when we
But
gotta bring
every time we give you truth, you dismiss it
What's
with
the
no.
truth? What's the truth? What everybody else, what the world is saying,
that.
that's the truth, right?
No,
Even though you can see things different,
we're trying to
and that
like
so I mean, it
we're trying
makes no sense.
we're
If
trying to
it's
come.
easy to find it, that's
Let
probably
me
not the truth.
let me
We
show you. Let me
say
give you
that
a good example of something. Right when we actually looked at Columbus's journal, you know what we learned? Using Columbus's journal and his partners who also had journals, all of those navigators had journals. Go look them up. What we learned is that you are correct, Kenya. They're lying. They did lie. And we used Columbus himself, who they lied on, to disprove what they said because he told us who he saw when he pulled up. But we don't have to completely throw everything out the damn window just because we found some lies.
50-50. I said out of the books, you get 50% truth,
So
50% lie. And there's
correct. But
probably no book that they'll
what I'm
allow us to
trying to
read
point
that's
out, what
100%.
I'm trying to
This,
point out is that you're telling us that they're lying, and we don't even agree with them. They're not going to agree with us. They still trying to keep this Columbus story alive, and we already saw his journal.
it's like
We
we
seen it
agree.
already, and they still
We're
trying
not
to hold that shit up.
like me. I'm not identifying with like any. I'm just dealing with our history as a total information. So it's like you're not gonna like aside of that. I study our history and try to bridge the gap because there is a connection there. Just like I said, as much as say Egypt was in America first, it's like you're proving the whole point of this being a global empire. Like that's the whole. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like that's like the conversation is dead after that. It's like all right, so let's move on to something else. You know, but it's like it's got to be. It's like we're trying to make this a competition. And it's like a pointless one, and we can't keep blaming like the white man.
I'm not
It's
blaming
like
the white
when
man. I'm
blaming
quick to
like when
blame the Moors. What are you
like when
talking
we gonna
about?
look at our own family, because if our
The white
grandparents,
man's a scapegoat.
it's like we know we have all this information available to us. It's like, but it takes work and research to really try to figure this shit out. That's all I'm saying.
You don't.
You know,
You think I just look at stuff for 30 minutes and that's it? I research a lot to the point where people that I know tell me that I'm researching stuff that I don't need to be. Are putting too much time into research.
but you didn't know tribes were already in war here.
I didn't know who.
You didn't know the tribes were already in war here before colonization
Yeah,
showed.
the tribes with the native and the indigenous.
The
Genghis
the
Khan came through here.
These were
Genghis Khan was
brothers.
black. Or,
No, these were brothers. These were brothers who were
show
yeah,
me.
fighting against each
Give
other.
me a
you,
source. Source.
The Powhatan. Look up the Powhatan people.
Spell it
They
for me.
the
split off and started fighting each other. Look up the Aenean Wea, who you call the Cherokee. This is my family's history. I'm telling you from my family's history.
spell it
the
for me.
Choctaw people. They
Just
so they had a civil war with each other.
Somebody just spell it for me,
Am
please.
I lying,
yo,
big
look
guy?
up.
Did they not have a civil war with each other?
what'd you
Can
say?
somebody tell me how to spell it?
The Choctaw people. Didn't
Yeah.
they have a civil war?
it was whole. It
That's why tell me
was,
how to
that's
spell it. Too.
keep saying natives and blacks, like the black folks was
Okay,
warring with
bye.
each other, trying to make it seem like we was living in barbecues. Niggas was killing each other just like they was in Africa. This like I don't see how these
Nah.
see that's the bias there though. That's the bias. So are you really reading these
I
explorers
mean, even
documents?
Christopher Columbus journals talked about the people that he came upon over here, and that they were peaceful people.
Oh, realize how he wiped how they got how Coronado them wiped out a lot of those people in the South Americas because they were warring
Look,
tribes
listen. She
got them
keeps
to
referencing Christopher
and
Columbus.
I,
And
I,
when
I
we,
know. First
but
of all, I
then we
keep that was
start,
my first
when we
time
start
referencing
bringing out
Christopher Columbus. What are
information
you
that
talking
doesn't
about?
give her
That was Mo that
information,
just did.
he's going to say you're getting your information from people who's trying to suppress the information because they don't want it to get out. But
they
when it
was
comes to Christopher Columbus, we got to
Yeah.
accept everything he wrote in the book, and it's somebody that don't look like us. I got it. Because
But
when
when
I
Mo
get,
just brought
when I
out Christopher
come,
Columbus, you
I
didn't say
know
that shit, right?
when I come
When Mo
online with
just
this
brought out
info,
Christopher
I'm bringing
Columbus,
my
you didn't
bag.
say that shit though,
And when I
right?
bring my
I
bag,
used
I'm
it.
bringing the sources.
was
And
an
they
Hold
tell
on.
me
example.
I can't use none of the sources because it's from Europeans, but they keep
Oh,
referencing Christopher Columbus. You
oh,
gotta be kidding me.
was
Who
trying to
said
tell
that? Who
I
said
was
that?
used.
they
I
be a
was. You keep everything we say. You keep saying they lied. They
What,
lied.
what like what?
And
What like
so
what?
what I did. You got to pause for a second and breathe. What I did was use Columbus as an example. I used his journals and people he was partnered up with and their journals to show that even Europeans don't agree with each other. They're making up something Columbus don't even know them niggas lied on them. That's what I'm saying. It's an
Are they
example.
European? Because I got a picture here that shows that Christopher Columbus was black, and it's out the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Oh my
here's
God.
here's
I
the deal.
can't.
Would it make a
I'm
There's
difference?
burnt
no
out.
way.
I'm burnt
He
out.
got
There's
that
just
from
no
he
way.
got that from natural Yahweh.
There's
No, I
no
did not.
way.
I found it myself.
Just turn the camera on and let us see it, please.
Let me pull it
There's
up.
Let's just do it.
no
Let's just do it.
way
Oh, it's on my
we're
phone.
doing this.
Oh,
Let me go
Here-
send it to my. Let me
Here's
send it to my email,
here's
and that way I can put it on the tablet.
here's the, if we make everybody black, that almost makes it 10 times worse.
I mean, the truth hurts sometimes.
I was saying George Washington is black, like everybody pretty much was
I don't
black.
know
So
about
this
George Washington being black. I don't know about all that, but
Well,
worse.
shit, we might as well. He might as well be black.
But the thing about it is like Kenya, we're not trying to like challenge. Like this is not like a debate. It's like this is just information.
I
So
know.
it's what I'm
But
saying.
when I bring my information, then it's like you want me to ingest your information. But when I bring out information, y'all just don't even want to hear it. Like
No,
I didn't even get to tell y'all about,
We did.
show you what I
How
found,
we sitting up
or
here listening to
anything.
you
we,
and
You just
asking for
telling
the
me
sources,
why?
and we
After
not.
y'all said y'all didn't want to hear, I went on mute for a long time and started typing in the chat.
you just you are
You about to show us right now a black Christopher Columbus, but we're not
I'm
listening
not
to
about
your
to show you
sources
right
or
now because
nothing.
I have to get off this phone and go email
we've
it to myself.
look
been
at
listening.
this. You
All
know,
we've been doing
But we're
information.
still trying to see it.
We're just giving you information. Like I said when you said you
No,
didn't
I
know
thought I took it to you before,
tribal wars, you keep saying Native American. You keep
and I told you
separating.
look like King James.
These were tribal wars going on, regardless of who you want to say, because you can't really give a distinction of which tribe it was. And that I'm saying is what was going on in Africa was also going on over here. That's the reason why we got colonized.
Mm.
That's like
I would like proof.
colonization 101. If I'm a colonizer, what am I gonna do? Go find who's warring with who and help one side out. Then once I keep helping them out and keep helping them out, then I'm gonna take the original tribe I helped out and I'm gonna enslave them. Then at the end of the day, what I'm gonna have all this land and everybody gonna be enslaved.
that's
They
what
did
Cortez did.
they did that shit everywhere.
Carnage capitalists. That's
Like
what they're called. Carnage
No.
capitalists.
we was not sitting around.
Domination,
We was not
destruction,
sitting
and
around
death.
having barbecues, dancing with each other when these motherfuckers showed up. Like we literally was beefing like we beefing now. Like Mo brought up.
We beefing now because of the conditioning
We was
that
doing.
was put on
We
that
we
was
trying
put
to.
on people. You watching somebody get beat, you watch
We're trying.
somebody get killed, and it's only your people getting killed and
Bro,
beat. Of
We
course, you're gonna think it's
The
okay.
Kemites killed their own cousins and shit. and
We were
let the Hyksos walk out tied up.
I don't know who
Come
the
on,
Kemet
man.
people are.
we were
I don't know what Kemet is.
trying to romanticize this American Indian
This is ridiculous.
with each other too. Like they born with each other. That's how they got caught. That's how they got overthrown.
No,
Is Dr.
No,
Seuss black? Sleepy.
I don't want to
Is
talk about
Dr.
it.
Seuss black?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh man,
It was internal wars going on, man.
it's all good.
no.
Internal wars were happening, and you don't see no depiction of these white people on walls. You see all dark skinned people fighting each other. They're fighting each other. They're going to war
Um,
with each other.
You know, as a Native American, they
I
would
never said. I said the white man is the scapegoat,
a Native American would
and
tell you that
I've been saying that for a while.
Native
Okay,
American.
I
so
hate,
I
I
think
hate
white,
the Moors and the, no, I hate. I don't like either one
How could you
equally.
how could you distinguish a Moor back then from American Indian?
What do you mean?
because they looked at exactly
They,
alike.
no, they
Yeah,
didn't.
Goodness gracious.
I could
Everything
tell.
doesn't exist.
God damn it!
The only way this
Like
works is
Sleepy,
if
Oh,
everything
I think
doesn't
Sleepy's
exist.
a Moor.
you know
why do
Moor.
you think I'm a Moor?
He's a
You
black
just look like a Moor.
You know
He's
Moors is
a black.
like 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 the American Indians weren't going around calling themselves American Indians back. They weren't calling themselves Indians.
I know.
But how could you distinguish a Moor from that? If we know the Moors are already coming over here and they were already trading with each other, you don't people were already fucking each other back then? So when you say you're not a Moor, you're not African, you're not this, you don't really know at the end of the day.
I do know. Well, you know what? My daddy's side, I might
How
be
far,
more on my dad's side.
how far can you go back?
Oh well, on my mom's side, almost. Let me go look and see. Look on my ancestry.
What I'm
To
saying
the
is
to the
My daddy's
queen.
side, I can't go back. No, until for what my daddy tell me.
but I'm
I
saying
can't
that
find nobody.
but I'm saying that side where that time that point in time where it stops, you don't know what the fuck went on out beyond that. So how could you say when we know we these people were already trading with each other? It's like we try to draw this bias when all this history is our history. Like we don't have to agree with everything the Moors did, but the Moors did a lot of good too. So it's like we have this,
What they do?
but the
What was good?
problem with the Moors is because they heavy on TikTok trying to come here and say you know trying to give us the etymology and shit. We ain't trying to hear that bullshit.
No, they trying to get us to do that sovereignty
That's what I'm saying.
authenticate birth certificate.
It's like we got to move on from all this shit. But what I'm saying is, how could you distinguish the two? Because when you look at pictures, depictions of Indians, you see Indians with turbans on, you see them with feathers, you see Moors with the same shit on. So how could you distinguish?
We were more of a like a copper skin tone.
Also, you look like the Indians that I normally see on a
If
daily basis.
if the Moors were
But
in
that, no, they're red.
Kendra, if the Moors were in
The
Europe,
red is
Put
not
a
a
penny.
race.
Put a penny. Put a penny. No, no, they're more of a red undertones. Put
Kenya,
a penny next to
That's
you.
today after so much dicking
That's
down.
what I'm talking about.
Kenya,
That's not how they looked
Kenya,
before.
if the Moors,
I'm
if
talking about the natives that were here before.
Kenya,
They
the
were
Moors
darker.
years in Europe fucking, there were some people that looked just like us coming over here. And
That's what
No,
they were doing.
they weren't looking like us. They were over. They didn't look like us. Go pull up the more
Yo, they
pictures.
got paintings all over the place.
Most of the Moors live in the New York area, like down the East Coast.
No, that's not the
Yep.
Moors. We're not even talking about them. It's not the Moors we talking about.
What Moors are you talking about?
There was no New York.
I'm talking about where they live at now. That where they live at now.
No, we can't. That's a whole different beef. Because look, think about it. If we start talking about the Israelites or the Israel people or the Ibri people or the Hebrew people that live in BC times, right? We are not talking about the Hebrew Israelites that's outside with the door knockers and shit on. Those are
yeah,
I
not.
mean,
We're not talking about
Hebrew is
those
a
people.
language.
It's a language. I'm not getting distracted. You're not doing this again. But we're not talking about the same people.
you're
There's
not getting
different time periods. The Hebrew Israelites today that are walking around in the streets of America are not the Hebrew Israelites if we're talking about the ones in history. Because if we go back, there is no Hebrew Israelites. There's just Hebrews and then Israelites. Or like you said, you go back far enough, it's Ibri and then there's Hebrew, a Hebrew language. So this conversation has to stay, where it's isolated at. And we're talking
Yes,
about the Moors in history and how they are, most people were darker back in the day.
Yeah.
All of
yes.
those people they pulling up on are dark. If you read the journals, they're dark. One's darker than the other one, but they both dark.
Well, dark. It depends on. Dark is in the eye of the beholder.
Got tawny. They got chestnut color.
Swarthy.
Well, we're talking about derivatives of skin tone. So it's like they refer to Moors as color. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, we're not arguing saying that there wasn't some of us here. I just, I, I'm saying
You cut. You cutting out.
and life was good.
They're not my family.
Your mic is going out, big God.
Can you hear me now? What I'm
Yeah, go ahead.
saying, what I'm saying, Ken, you're arguing your family, but if you're trying to argue your family, I'm not arguing your family. I'm arguing uh, history.
No, no. I was saying. Somebody said they were still all family, and I said they're not my family.
But the way we looked at things back then was different than how we look at things now. We're taking modern thinking and trying to apply it to a time where they didn't even think. It shows that we don't even think like them. You know, we have more from a European construct now.
Who? My hair says I'm not European, unless it's indigenous or Aboriginal European, where my great grandfather is black Scottish.
If black folks was in Europe, Moors came from Europe. Like I said, they did 800 years of fucking.
I know that's why I said that. Maybe I said maybe on my dad's side I might be a Moor.
But here's it
But
doesn't matter.
they get it's the mom side that counts.
Got dominated.
Oh,
Can't
your
hear
mic
you.
went out all completely.
Man, fuck TikTok. They be fucking with me tonight. You know, but I might grab my headphones. I ain't gonna be on here too much longer.
No, I was supposed to been sleep at 10
We
o'clock.
we running
Oh,
this
this
30.
your 10 o'clock night too. I ain't even noticed. This ass went overtime.
Oh yeah, that was a lie. You know better than that. Don't start with me because
Send,
I want to play. I'm rowdy
send,
today,
send him some gifts.
and I'm ready to cuss out an
Send Suten
African.
some
But
gifts
keep
for
playing with
overtime,
me.
y'all.
Why you
That's
African?
Cause
on my
he an
mama's side,
hour
and bitch, I
over.
didn't say Irish. I said Scottish. That's my
Why
daddy's side.
why you gotta cuss out an African?
Fuck that African.
Hey, you know, if you want to cuss out some African, Africans, go on Clubhouse. You can go into their rooms and they will fucking because they
No,
you
I rather cuss him out. And that was my mom's side. If you would have listened with that big ass head, you think you would have heard me.
I remember Kenya was cool with the Africans.
Yep, I
She was
was cool
cool
until
with
I
it.
found out the truth. And they lied to me. And thank you. He was the main one that let me know. Come up here and answer my question. I asked you like 50 times. Request.
God dang, she didn't reload the clip. She's just still clicking it. It's just clicking now.
No,
You gotta.
he's naming that book of lies that they said that my mama's family is, and I went past what that man said he couldn't even go past. I went past it, and it's lies.
We both lost our history. That's the thing. It's not
yeah
like we not better than them.
yeah.
We both got dick down, man. We
That, it, they got
Oh,
destroyed just like we got destroyed over here.
there's some things that they would trade, for
Chemotep
our life.
request,
There's some. Hold
because
on.
you lied to me.
I want to make this clear. There's some things that we would trade, to live like they live in, and there's some things they would trade to live like we live in. But when we both get into each other's position, we gonna see,
Facts.
oh shit, my family over there right now, it's not what they thought it was. They getting colonized over there. The same shit is happening.
Who's
My family's
colonizing
in
them
danger.
though?
My family's in. There's Asians and Arabs over there.
Okay,
Both of
I
The
can
them.
same
believe that.
people that
I can believe that. I can believe that. I'm gonna say I just know
same
there's
people
not that many white people
are
over there.
Because they got what they wanted.
they
They got us over here confused. They already got what they wanted. They moved on. Now the next
I'm
people
not
coming in to get what they
confused.
want.
they left their corporations there and got Africans working for them, slaving for it. The cell phones that we own right now, the little kid out there right now.
cutting
on a
his
fucking
fingers up, peeling off
work.
the gold off of it, in a Spider-Man shirt.
So, like I said earlier, the same shit that happened over there happened over here because we in the same fucking boat. We just the difference of us over here is we have access to resources and
The
technology.
technology is fucking us up. That Wi-Fi that they created, it fucking destroys your pineal gland.
Here's the deal: like it destroys it if you want to think that it does.
No, but it does. Science says it does. Just like aluminum, just like fluoride.
That little bit of shit that they saying is all fear
No,
tactics.
it's not.
Okay,
Then let's use fluoride then.
You got
I'm not saying fluoride. I'm not saying that fluoride is not harming us, but I'm saying to say that it's like destroying us like that.
Okay,
It's small fraction.
then why does the
Yeah,
rest
it
of the
could be
world
harmful.
barely have internet and they like their internet be all choppy? But over here in the United States, we got the best internet. But the people who created the internet don't even got good internet.
We ain't got the
Because
best internet.
Who got the best
uh,
internet?
Russia, I think
I
some
think Japan or China had 5G way before we got it.
up there in Russia got better fucking
No,
like
because I'll be watching TikTok and it was China. Their stuff be pretty
Yeah,
choppy. It
well,
don't be pretty
I'm
good.
not. I wasn't watching no TikTok. I was watching it on the History Channel, and they were breaking down how our
No,
internet was trash,
mine is like
and
actually
how
not
China
what
and
they
Japan
say. I'm
internet
actually watching it being
was
done.
at
way
the
better
I
than
mean,
ours.
you're going off what they saying. I'm actually in the mix. We're watching some Chinese people, and their shit was trash.
at the end of the day, what do you do with anything? Because the
It might be
internet
trash on your end because you're
Switzerland.
watching them.
No, my internet's not trash.
Switzerland has the best connectivity with the speed
that's
of 21.7 megabytes per second. And
over
that's
there.
on,
Who
I
said?
think that's
Who
upload.
said?
So reason why we have access to so much shit over here is because um, America has made themselves a superpower because they got a military base damn near in every fucking country, and to oversee resources to import back over here. You know,
The United States is on the bottom of the list of the top
Yep.
10 people with the
the
best
fact that
internet connection.
information we should know our
Well,
history.
you gotta
All
check multiple rich can't go off the first one.
And you know who I'm checking, right? I'm checking gamers. The
gamers.
gamers will tell you. They know who got the best internet connection.
No.
Yeah, no, they're on the game right now, and when you go to sleep and wake up, they still gonna be on the game. They focus on their internet connection. I know my son is one of them. You're
I've never
always
had
talking
a
about
bad
the internet
internet
connection.
connection
I
playing
only
no
got
games.
24.6 mine. My packets are going down. Like he's always on that shit. He be saying shit. I don't even know
Eh,
what he's talking about. They focus
I'm
on their
losing
connection every
packets,
eh,
second.
Dad.
Yep, every second of it. Did you turn the internet? What's wrong with it?
eh,
Dad, get
I got
off of the Wi-Fi. I'm losing
eh,
packets.
I got an Alienware
in the
PC.
world.
Oh yeah, see, you know.
In the world.
I want
But
fiber.
this
I
what I
want
want to say
fiber
though
from
before I get off.
Vegas.
Our issues that we have to deal with remain the same no matter which way we tell this story. If we flip the map left, right, upside down, north, east, southwest, change the name, black, Negro, more Hebrew, it don't matter. We still in the same position and we have the same obstacles in front of us.
Exact same.
And like I said earlier, I just don't want them to get away with their activity. We know what it is. I ain't got to be too specific. It's some certain activity we can't let slide. And if
Yep.
we take this new history that people are bringing out, not saying it's all completely wrong, but if we stamp this shit and start running by it, we're going to allow them to literally get away with murder.
Yep. Because at the end of the day, if we're going to try to defeat this global supremacy, we can't do it en masse. Like they literally have us because of all their connections with around the world. They make it a global effort, you know. But
I
maybe
don't
that's
give
thinking
a shit
too.
about that video game.
Smoke it, sleepy done busted out the pipe.
Yeah, bro. Got to break out the corn pipe. It's getting a little too rough in here.
Y'all thought y'all was Jesus too. Jesus, man, Jesus never existed. Fuck.
You said
I know.
Dubai is number one on this one.
People that believe in Jesus are motherfuckers that don't have accountability to be their best version of themselves.
Oh, they show you your last games on the. Oh my God, they shouldn't have did that. I'm about to be exposing you. Oh,
Yeah, but we about to go
Like
ahead and eat and
Jesus, Jesus,
sleep.
Jesus, first slave ship. God damn it! Fuck,
What's
that's
that?
the only Jesus that was real. That motherfucking boat.
that
Uh,
Jesus of
all,
Lubeck's
all
boat.
I saw was a drawing of that boat, so I don't know if that's real or not.
It's
Are you
documented
welcome,
by.
bro?
They,
I got a
do
light
you
drive, bro. I
do
just
you know
gotta go to sleep.
Pesto
It's about
Jews
like
finance
30, 40 minutes away.
trade,
Ain't that
Kenya?
far.
Like
All I've
the
seen
slave
was a drawing, not a picture.
trade 1,000% happened. Like we can't deny that. There's so
I
many
don't know. I haven't seen the. I haven't seen the ships yet.
realize. Do you realize?
34,000 trips supposedly.
Go look. Go study eight. There was eight over in Asia. They were building boats over there for the transatlantic slave trade.
I don't know.
No
So
matter what you tell her, bro, she don't believe the
I
shit.
haven't seen. I mean, I'm playing the game like y'all do us. I haven't. I mean, where's all the? I mean, it was
what
34,000 trips. Can I get at least 10 boats? Let me get
do
10 out of
what
for
do you mean?
34,000 trips.
You
What do you
want
mean?
you want slave boats?
Yeah, I mean, I want shit too.
Well, what do you mean how we do y'all? This ain't a back us versus them. I haven't identified
I'm about to echo because
where I
I'm out. Hmm.
land I claim I come from. This is just about information. It ain't about guys. It's like the American Indians. They got to make it a beef in order that got to make it as a beef for some reason. It can't just be about information. They got to be right. That's the problem with it. But
Man,
you
this
know,
thing
but
it just don't make sense at a certain point though. It just
it
don't.
don't, bro. You can literally see who financed the slave trade, and it's like, why are we trying to say it didn't happen? Like when you got all these different accounts of it happening,
And then
you
I,
it's,
I
weren't
don't get
here.
it
It's just because we
because
say it, and we wasn't here on this land either. Like I feel like they want to pick and choose. Like it got to be one way or the other. It can be both right.
Sue, let some people look because I think they're in the boxes. But nah, bro, it just don't make sense to me. It literally don't make sense. Don't make sense.
Where are the boats? Why we always got to go to this argument?
Why would they keep them?
We got manifestos.
Why wouldn't they?
Why would you keep
The
them?
Library of Congress got manifestos.
Why wouldn't they?
Why would they
Why would
stand 600 years, 700 years?
Okay, look,
At least put them. I mean, they got Christopher Columbus fucking statues up, all these colonizer statues up.
Uh,
They were proud of what they did. So why wouldn't they keep the slave ships if they really exist?
what they gonna do with them?
Fort
Put them in a
Lauderdale, Florida,
museum.
they found a slave ship.
you don't
They
Kenya.
found another slave ship sunk in 1858.
So you're so Ken, you don't think you're saying the transatlantic slave trade did not happen at all?
I am saying it
They
did
found
happen,
they
but not
found
in
a
the
Western.
not in the.
Is it a belief? Is it like a
There's no
factual?
way that it happened. There's no way that it happened in the way that they say they did because they have to travel with all them people on the boat.
I
And
don't know.
I went back and looked at that one website. Barely anybody died on the boat. So how are you getting all this water to these people? I mean, because you have to have water. Okay, food they can go without, but water you have to have.
On the boat
I,
already.
I'm arguing that
What?
it
Everybody,
actually the
peace,
way
peace, everybody. They haven't even found the remains of the Titanic. So when people say where are the boats, it's a strange
it's
question. Like
Okay, so
they
but you
haven't even found the Titanic.
but
This happened close in this century or around this century. So let's get to the real facts, Kenya, of everything. We
Titanic
don't have.
sank. The Titanic sank.
okay.
So I'm pretty sure they docked these boats.
And I told
There's a
you what
difference.
happened when slavery was over with. they took the ships and they became cargo ships, and they renamed them. And some of them they salvaged them for other parts to put on other ships, and a lot of them were
Sounds good.
sunk.
And
Sounds
not only
good.
them,
And
they
they
burned
used
a lot.
them for recycled wood.
But
Yeah, it
early,
sounds good.
earlier you said 300,000
So
Africans.
look, this is what I'm saying. No matter what we say, you're just gonna dispute it or dismiss the shit anyway. Even if we bring you website, you're not gonna know because they change history and they manipulate things all the time.
No, no,
So
no,
what's
no,
the
no, no.
point? What is the
Give
point
me,
of you getting
give
up
me some
here trying to
websites. Give me
argue
some
it out because
websites.
you're not
Cause
gonna?
But
You
give
want
me
to
some.
say stuff
Give
up
me some
information that comes
websites.
out of your mouth
Give me some
and not
websites, or tell me how to
information that
search
comes out of
it,
our mouth.
and I will search it, and I will research the research.
Right.
earlier you said there was 300,000 African slaves brought here. Do you know
Uh-huh.
how many?
All you
300.
Do you know how many
Google slave
people?
ships. That's all you have to do. You don't even need a source for that. Just Google slave ships. That's all you have to do, and it'll tell you the history of what happened to them.
Do you know how many people from 300,000 that can make in that time period to now?
You said how many? Who?
Earlier you said 300,000 Africans were brought here. Okay, let's
Yeah,
just
less
go.
than 350. Yeah. Uh-huh.
So how many people generations from there you think could be here right now? Then
From what that was starting from, I think, the 1400s all the way
uh,
to the
so
1800s, or like, well,
them
like 1500s.
of them would have ever mixed with anybody before paperwork, before that, all that. None of them would have mixed with anybody here.
Yeah, they would have mixed.
You,
Big God knowledge. Let us get a clarification of the 350,000 she was talking about. They're
Library of
talking
Congress.
I
they're
got you.
talking about what we call the United States of America, but we know the ships didn't just come to the United States of
Yeah, yeah.
America. It's over
I'm only
millions.
talking about the U.S. It was 350 in the U.S. That's what I'm talking
That's
about.
all
Less than 350.
in the
North
U.S.
America.
Yes, North America, the Caribbean islands,
U.S.
in the UK. That's millions of people that were slave traded
U.S.
of West Africa.
I'm talking about U.S.
Millions.
It's not West Africa. No, they're not. I got a book that says the ancient. I got two books here from the 1800s, like 1826, that says that the ancient, well, man started here. Everything started here. Now, well, let me see
And
how old
when
your
and when
let me see
and
how
when
old your
people
sources
went
are. Let me see
to them
how old
other
your sources
people
are.
on the west coast of Africa, they have oral traditional stories that say that their people went on ships, they went through doors, and they never came back. So I
Oh
don't
my
care
God!
what the
I asked
it
people
doesn't
in
matter what the
Africa.
Europeans.
I was asking
Hold
people in
on.
Africa. They did. First of all, they
And
never even was taught it in the schools. First of all, and
it,
you can
it
ask Emotep on that.
schools. They don't teach it in schools, but it's not just oral tradition. The fact of the matter is these places on the sea, they still exist today. Come on now. They still exist.
Africans enslaved them at their own,
Mac, I'm
and,
not
and they
doing what
enslaved
they
their own,
say.
and within
You
their
gotta
own country they
prove
were
to me
slaves.
without
Can you?
with a shadow of a
Okay,
This,
doubt
there was
that America
slaves.
is older than Africa. Because
this is a
Yeah,
America
this
is
is a
the
book.
only
This is a
continent.
book I can share with
It's
you.
the
This is a book
only
I can share with
continent
you.
that we know that is actually structured and it's still connected to the planet. Everybody else
Here's
is floating that fuck away.
here's a
what
book I can share with you.
There was
Africa's
there was
moving too.
there wasn't countries in Africa until the Europeans came. So you keep saying countries; those countries didn't exist. Nigeria started
Well, there
existing
weren't
in the
states.
no,
Mhm.
they weren't. They weren't.
Not in Nigeria is not even like that's a colonialized name. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Exactly.
we're
What
taking
about were there states? Were there states in the United States before
the
they came over here?
the Berlin
Not
Conference
not
popped up.
no, not doing it.
The
No,
Berlin
baby. It wasn't.
I know it
Sorry.
wasn't. I know it wasn't. There weren't states. I know that. So what was your point of bringing that up?
we're taking modern thinking and trying to apply it back then. That's the problem. People wasn't thinking like we were thinking back then
What are
at
you
all.
talking about? They were enslaving their own people. I got a Nigerian woman that had 300 slaves of her own that she was enslaving, and they were enslaving them and trading them throughout the continent
Okay,
of
look,
Africa,
see, this
Akabula,
is what
whatever
I'm
you want
talking
to
about
call
right
it.
there, right
In
there. You're
the
talking
mind,
about Africans enslaving Africans. But when we come over here and tell you that indigenous people was enslaving Africans, you have no history on that.
Yeah, Mayans.
Show me the history. I asked y'all to spell out the names that it was, and no one would spell it out for me. I
But
asked
you never,
multiple times.
but you never gave us a tribe of who, what tribe was.
The five
I'll tell you. Hold
civilized tribes.
on. I'll tell you.
Okay. The five civilized tribes that every black person says, I'm a Cherokee, I'm Choctaw, I'm this. Those were the ones enslaving Africans in the United States of America.
And weren't those the civilized ones? Weren't those the sellouts?
They
The
were. So
Oh,
they were
now they're the sellouts, but indigenous
They
people
were
claim
the
that they
sellouts. That's why they call it civilized. That's why they got what they got.
So you saying niggas are sellouts too? Then that's what
All
you say.
right, duh.
So
But
if
I said black people too. I said I don't discriminate.
but earlier you kept saying Native
But
Americans.
mainly the Moors,
Kept saying Native Americans and Indians. You were separating two different people when I was saying that niggas here was
no
already
different.
wars enslaving each other
The
before
indigenous. Mm-hmm.
they was already doing it.
No, what? No,
See,
we didn't have no Africans as slaves until they were brought over here,
people that
but you
classify
and
weren't
that
themselves
was
as
the
enslaving
civilized
them.
tribes, and that was the ones that
The people,
sold out
the
too.
people that you
what I'm
claim
saying.
to be were enslaving the people that they brought over here.
What I'm saying is people.
I'm claiming to be. Mine just through my genealogy. So far, I have not seen Africa anywhere on my genealogy. So I'm not claiming to be anything.
What I'm saying is people that classify themselves as American Indian in their
Didn't you
tribes.
tell us
They
that your father might have Moors on
But
his side?
you know what? But my daddy's side don't really count. It's the mama side.
it
No,
all
it
counts.
counts because it's part of your genetic makeup, sis.
It all
Do you think you get very little from your dad because it's already a
No, you get.
mutated gene anyway,
Oh, now you want to play
or
with the genetics.
chromosome?
But when it comes to looking up your ancestral DNA, you don't want to play with that part of the
I
genetics.
can't. No, I'm not going to because I've already done my research on ancestral DNA. It's not true.
Ah,
all I'm saying is niggas wasn't having barbecues, and all that shit, and they got fucked up when colonization fucked up. Niggas was already over here enslaving each other. That's all I'm saying. We keep
I
trying
see. I see. If we were a violent people,
to
we would be violent with everybody. You know what I'm
say
saying? I can see. I can see conditioning. I can see um,
being biased
uh,
about it.
the
Normally,
environment. I can see why people do the things that they do. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, we're not violent people. Not when you go look at Africa.
not violent. What are you talking about?
They killed whole tribes of people.
We
she's
it's so
saying Africans are more violent than her people. That's what she's saying.
who was your people?
They practice
Who was your
blood worship
who was your people?
ritual.
Who was your people?
The people here so far.
No, who is them? The Africans have tribes. Who is your people you're talking about then? Can you keep saying
Um,
my who is your people tied to?
I don't want. I don't know. I don't know yet. I need to go look on the Dawes Rose.
Speaking
okay.
for
So
things,
are your
but
people
you know
Mayans? Because you brought up the
Listen,
Mayans earlier.
It said
listen,
Olmecs. I brought up Olmecs. That's what
It don't
it
matter which
was
ones you're going to
said.
play with. You can play with the Mayans, the Otec, the Olmecs, the
Olmecs.
Aztecs. It don't matter. You know what they were doing with sacrifice?
You know what? That's a legend. I mean, that's what the white
Oh,
man said. So
now
I
it's a
don't believe it.
legend, but we can
I
bring up and
want to
sit
see
that
it.
up
I want to see proof. I want to see
as being
proof.
factual. But when we
it's
come
I
not
over
want to
here
see
to this thing,
proof.
for what they
it,
were doing on this land, that's just a myth. It's a legend. Come
I
on,
want
I'm
to see the
not,
proof.
I am not listening
it's
to this shit no more.
it's on it's in codices, it's on walls what they were doing.
Show me.
and
I've yet to see, and I've yet to see
Yeah, I'm not listening to the
anything on
shit.
Mayan
I'm
walls that
not
shows
listening
that
to
they
the
were
shit.
doing blood
And no matter
sacrifices.
what we say, no
Are you
matter what we
I,
say,
I,
or we show her, she's gonna be stuck in her ways, and she's gonna believe whatever she wants to believe.
I'm not
So
believing.
that's
I'm not
cool.
have you
believing.
looked
Like
have you
I said, I have yet to see anything
He
showing that
just
they.
told you.
Oh, what you
He
tell me?
backed up what I was talking about and said they
So
got
what
it
did you
on
say?
the
I didn't hear.
wall.
Maybe because I was talking.
They got it on
Which
the
one?
walls. And them
Which
doing,
wall?
they were sacrificing their own people and
On the
people that
Mayan
they
walls?
killed.
Okay. Because I've looked at
And
the
now it's
hieroglyphs
a
of the
myth,
Mayans
it's a
and I
legend,
didn't
but
see
you
any of
can
that.
see it on the
when
wall.
you look at the minds, you see a lot of different colors of different people. It ain't we can't just try to claim that that was 100% us.
They took that jade mace and it was off with their head.
What colors? What different colors do you see?
You see people that would be Native Americans. You see
Um,
darker skinned people. You see a lot of different color people. Have you looked through codices and anything? You see it. You can see
I
that
did see a codex that I was going to look up. It was codex and it was started with a C. Hold on, let me see. For the Mayans.
you looked at the Codex Bourgier.
There's
I can,
another one I just saw.
what I'm saying is
Um,
that we keep trying to make it seem like these other people wasn't here, and if anything, we were already intermingled with each other. Even if you go back to the Olmecs, okay. So when you start going into these cultures, Mayans, the Incas, you get into Peruvian stuff. Is there's a lot of information in there that you saying
shit.
that they did culturally that you're saying didn't happen, but it happened. Like when you talk
I, I,
about these guys,
all I need is just proof,
when
and
you talk,
and then I'm good with it. Because all
when
I
you
do
think
is seek truth. So if you could
Yes.
give me proof, and I'm good with it.
So go look up these cultures. The things that you're saying about
I'm looking at
Africans
it
are
right now. I'm
yes.
not looking
Look,
at no damn African.
this is not something you
right,
can just
I
study.
didn't say that.
Innocent.
I didn't say that you have to look up the Africans, but
I'm looking at Mayans right now.
the things that you say about these so-called Africans that's so bad. The indigenous
I used to think I was African. So y'all act like I have a bias. Like I told people that they were African,
We,
thinking I was African.
we just need to lose the term. Like throw the African term out, throw the American Indian shit out. If we didn't have those terms, we wouldn't know what the fuck was going on. You
right.
know, we look at
I don't know
look
because I can't because
look.
I see the world and I see how the Pope is bowing down to the night that the Nigerians or whatever they are over there's feet and how they're helping out like Russia's helped out the South Africans, but I don't see nobody bowing down to our feet, and I don't see nobody helping us out over here.
Why the fuck
Yeah,
do we need help? Why
Russians
the
were
fuck do
trying to petition for America to give us reparations, and they were going to try to help us reparations, and America shot it
we don't
Show
need
me because
need
show me where. Because
help?
I know that Putin or not Putin but Russia, I think it was Putin. Putin gave guns to South Africans so they could fight the regime.
So you
But
show me this history where they had slaves, they had African slaves.
I never
They
said they had African slaves. I never said they had African slaves.
If Putin's giving people guns to
They
protect and
gave the
shit,
guns to the people, the black people of South
then,
Africa, so they could fight against the government.
okay, so why did he give them guns? What would he get
Because
out?
they on the same team.
Powerful nations is not going to give weak people guns to protect
Because they
their.
on the same team. But they don't help us over here. They
Oh,
talk
that's
about
why
blowing us up over here. They don't give two shits about us over here, but they helping them over there.
you don't
say
give two shits about your people over here because you just got into it with a tick on my live,
But
calling
she
them beef.
started it. She started. She
This
came on
nigga
here
calling you
talking
a tick.
smack to me. She came on talking because I don't go off on black people like that. Now, especially my people over here. She got up here and talk about you need to spit state facts and all that. She started it first, so I gave it back to her.
Uh,
Yes, she did.
the
uh,
same shit going on over there. It was going on over here. Like I keep saying, they use the same colonizing tactics. Because by the time we just got colonized here in America like yesterday. Did we not realize that? They already had a
Hmm.
playbook before they came over here and they ran the play on us. Shit.
Right.
Hail
The
Mary's already.
colonization started in West Africa, guys.
he
Let's
They've
rejected
already.
it, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Somebody offered to give Farrakhan $1 billion. I don't know if it was Gaddafi. Somebody
it was
offered to give him money.
Yeah,
He
it was
rejected
Gaddafi.
that.
It was Gaddafi.
and they stopped it.
No, he
Mhm.
stopped it. He said no.
Yeah. Oh
It
yes.
was Gaddafi.
We don't need resources from the government. We just got poor
facts.
habits.
Shit,
We spend
I do.
we spend trillions of dollars every year, but we got terrible spending habits. We just need to turn our direction to the right shit. But we don't want to deal with the right shit because we rather argue about who's first to some fucking land.
No, I mean, maybe we wouldn't argue if people get some shit going and we can actually be in motion. We all just
That's
sitting
what
up
we
here
were.
talking
That's
every
what we
day.
were talking
No,
about.
You
You got up
might be
here and
talking
did
every day, but
everything.
I'm not talking
people
every day.
are
You
biased.
might y'all
People are
might be
What?
talking every day, but I'm not talking every day. I'm waiting for the right people.
people
I'm
are
waiting.
yeah. People are
And
biased with us.
talking every day.
People
We
don't
No,
want
all,
to.
we all was up here
I'm
vibing, talking about
waiting.
this unity conference, what we need to do, how we gonna do it, what social platform we gonna do, and what day we gonna try to do it around everybody's schedule, right? And then here comes the indigenous. Like whenever somebody start bringing up indigenous shit, everything goes fucking left. So I can see from here on out, if anybody's indigenous, Y'all, I'm just gonna have to wait to let y'all in my live because the shit just goes left.
Me, the American.
Oh, no, Desmond, you were talking about indigenous people, and that's why. When I got up here, you were talking about what Earth Speaks was talking about. So that's the only reason why I got brought up.
About Earth Speak because he's a fucking idiot. So
I
you
mean,
came up here
that's
to
the only
you
reason
came
why
up
I
here to
started
defend your
talking
boy.
about it because I,
You came up here to
what?
defend your boy. He can come defend
No, I
himself.
came
He
up here to defend me. Did I even bring up his name? Did I even bring up his name?
What are we talking
he
about?
not blocked.
I
All
think
I
I
said
just
was
told
he needs to apologize, trying to say that this statue they found it over here in America, and that
That's
wasn't
yes.
true. And then he made
I
another
was,
video claiming that, oh, they didn't find it in America. They found it over there in Egypt, but it was made in America. So why can't you just come out and apologize for trying to say that this person was wrong instead of talking trash about him, bro?
if anything, I wasted my money because I had bought a plane ticket to go fly out there to go see him. But that day when you came in his live, I took up for you because you family, and he kicked me out, and then that was a waste of my money.
Man, fuck that dude.
I wouldn't go see anybody. All they do is share memes.
at the end of the day, a lot of
I
people
got some
who
shit for him. So whenever, one of these days, whenever he feel like he big, bad, and bone, he step into my live, he start talking about this Human Genome Project. I'm gonna bust his ass on that. That's
a
why he
lot of
don't fuck with me. That's why a lot of these indigenous African Americans don't come up in my live because you can't just come in here with feel good. You gotta show me. The only one of them that I respect. Now I'm not even gonna say that one of them that I hold them higher than everybody else as natural Yahweh.
Yeah, I like Lance always.
Because when he come respectful. I don't disrespect him. He don't disrespect me. He give me some good ass energy. He give me some good ass information.
He's not.
a,
It is
a
not
lot
being.
of people a
He not.
lot of people are just coming up here to talk, but y'all are blocking y'all blessings with not being educated enough, and that's what y'all don't understand.
Boo.
Like I
You're
study.
really
I do this. You
blessings.
know what I'm saying, Tristan? Like, well, a lot of us study this shit. So like, it's hard to go to those levels of having scholarship talks because people want to argue their.
Yes.
Like
I know what you're talking about, big
that.
knowledge. I know what you're talking about. I watch your lives. You know, if you ever need investors, blah blah blah, talk to me outside of here. But a lot of these people just they say stuff that they learned on TikTok 2 weeks ago, and they don't understand people are watching them because they want to invest in them.
I studied for
They
7
want
before I ever even got on TikTok. I waited to get on TikTok in 2020. I was already deep into studying because I wanted
Right?
to make sure I knew what the fuck I was talking about. So when people try to challenge you, you can back it up right then and there. You know what I'm saying?
yes.
Like, and I was when I first started studying, I had a lot of animosity, especially when I walked out of religion, and that's why I compare this American Indian movement to. It's like that whole when people were
But I got
Christian.
proof of stuff, but y'all didn't want to look at my shit. When y'all want reason, y'all want sources, and I'm about to give y'all sources,
You
and then you're like, well, what does it matter? Why does it matter? Now it don't matter. Okay, I got it.
somebody
I mean,
said
that's not fair.
making that
But we
up,
sit
Nobody
here and listen to all this
Bro,
African shit,
you should have
but that's
I
cool
already
though,
heard
right?
the
an
said
African shit. I got it.
Yeah,
So
African shit.
how about this indigenous American shit?
The proof is in the pudding. There's a reason why they treat us the way they treat us over
this,
here. If y'all too blind to see and use
this,
common sense and use
There's
your
no pudding.
intuition that you
There's
got,
no
then
pudding.
that's on you.
this ain't
There's no
Maybe
scholarship.
you
pudding. The
are
pudding doesn't
African.
exist. There's no
Scholarship.
pudding.
But
There's no
us
pudding.
here that know we indigenous, we know better. Maybe
You
you
even
are
have a pudding
African.
mix. There's no pudding.
Kenya, I've been knowing I was
No, wait,
indigenous.
hold on, big God, big God. We've been saying we've been African since we've been on my live. We're
No,
not
Big Guy
going.
said he didn't say. Big
I
Guy
am
said
not
he never
going
said he
to.
was
I
African.
am not
He
going
said he
into
didn't
an
say anything yet.
indigenous African American TikTok and trying to prove to them that they're not indigenous.
You were talking about the indigenous. So I'm supposed to sit there and let you
And
talk about us?
It
I'm
does
gonna
not
know.
matter.
I was talking about one guy. I was talking about one guy.
But you were talking about what his information that he
And I'm
has
gonna
that
continue to
relates
talk about his
to the people
information. And if he
that
has a
relates
problem
to
with me
the
talking about
people.
his information, he can come challenge me. And then when you bring all your indigenous homies over here and watch me dust his ass, I don't want to hear shit from none of y'all.
I even offered to share the live with some indigenous homies, and you told me not
No,
to.
I
We
So
said
don't
argue.
go
go to him.
there.
argue with
I don't want to
emotions.
go against them with him in my background. I want him. I don't want his minions. I want him to pull up. He can come. He can tell me whatever he wants. And then when I get my notepad and I start bringing up the web,
Here, I'll call him because he done called me. He done called me two,
and then
three
I
times
start
since I've been
going,
on this
then I
live.
start going to the people who did the Human Genome Project and see what they got to say about the actual project. Then what is his leg going to stay on? He going to go back to that statue he said that they found in America? Because all he is a Google scholar. He has pseudo scholarship. He saw a picture and somebody told him that they found it in America because he's not the only person that I've seen do that when it came to that picture.
So was Zachariah Stitchens a scholar?
Zachariah,
No.
stop mentioning him.
No. Zachariah Stitchens got good information and bad information, and all scholars say
Was
the
he,
majority of his information is pseudo.
It
was he a
is.
scholar though? Was he considered a scholar?
No. He was an economist.
Zachariah, his whole motive was when he realized the Dogon was bringing the knowledge, you know, our systems. He had to create a whole fucking thing about the Palladians and shit to distract and create a whole origin story for fucking Europeans. They not connected to
Facts,
nothing.
Mo.
Fucking
Why is
Don't
the whole world not
don't
concentrating on
come
the
to me with
Africans?
this
Like the
King
whole
K
world's watching
shit.
what we doing over
I
here.
already
Even the
debunked
Africans
the
to the point
King
they're
K
telling us
because
we need to
me
come
and
help
Mo
them.
was looking for the information about King K.
the world,
When you
the
go
world.
read the articles on King K, he didn't say he found any Egyptian artifacts at all. So y'all can move away from me with this King K shit. Bring somebody
You know
else.
what? I don't even know what you
Bring
talking about.
me, bring me the indigenous African American
I
pharaoh kings
tried
that's here
to.
in America. Because I got the chronological list of pharaohs in Egypt. I got it in Kemet. I can go BC AD. I can do that. Give me some,
Anybody can write a list and say that's what it is.
give me some gold, some Egyptian gold from America that they found. Give me the chariots here in America that they found. Give me the bones.
I've
Chariots.
been the
Got the
bones
answer.
for years. I've been asking for the bones for years.
Once again,
Give me the temples. You know how
once
hard
again,
it is to cover up temples? The Kemetic temples, they were mass. You can fit cathedrals inside of these temples.
one,
The
Even
oldest
Sumerian,
pyramids are on this side. Now go research that.
majority
In
of the
Peru, yes it
world's
is. Go
museums
research
have
it.
they
By
have
hundreds of
Egyptian
years.
artifacts in them. Then they are overpopulated with Egyptian artifacts in all
There's
majority
no
of the
possible way you can
museums
sit up
in the
here and tell
world.
me
So
for
show
sure.
I'm
me
telling you, go
over here in
research
America
it. I'll
where
tell
they
you the
have
name
this
of it.
stuff.
One is in Peru, and it's called, hold on.
I have no king's list. You have
where's
no
the
pharaohs over here. And this is
where,
how I know you guys,
Mhm.
this is how I know that the indigenous African Americans just be making up
It's called,
this Egyptian stuff because for the last time, the people over there in Kemet did not
it,
call their ruler a pharaoh.
it says it predates the Egyptian pyramids by around 100 years and the Inca pyramids by an impressive 4,000 years. This one's in Peru. It's Caral.
so what about the other
Is it
pyramids that
now is it a pyramid or is it a mound?
a
It's a
mound?
pyramid. It says
Or is it a
pyramid
In
fake
fact.
Peru
pyramid?
or in
It says
Brazil?
a
Listen,
pyramid fact. Pyramids and carnal, or whatever the name of it. And this is in USA Today. It's also in
is it the
history.com. It's
same
also,
size? Listen, listen,
So
listen.
now,
Is it
now
the same shape as Giza?
they
Is it the
predate
same?
Egypt. Are they
Is it the
older
same
than the
shape?
Nubian?
Is it the same
Are they
shape?
older than the Nubian pyramids? Are they older than the pyramids they got in the
let me,
Congo?
I'm about to see.
It's
Is it
not.
older than Napa Playa?
How are you going to say it's not? How you know you ain't even searched it? And it's on multiple sites. There
Have
are
you
reputable sites.
have you searched anything like deeply in Africa to compare?
Structures, Kenya. They're not the same kind of structures. That's what I'm
That's what
saying.
I'm
They're not
asking you.
kind of
Is the
The
structures.
pyramid
pyramids
is the
over
is
here
the
look
is the
better than
actual
those.
pyramid at
Those
the
over
point?
there look like
Have
trash.
they found
Is
any
it
Egyptian clay cookies over here in America?
This
Some
is
who?
apex periods in America. So there's nothing that ever reached that type of perfection. Because you know why? Because they
Have
were
you seen the pyramids over here
closest to the
compared to
science.
those over there?
I've looked at everything over here.
what is the use for the pyramid here? What is the use?
What was the use for that one over there?
Temples, science,
Power, you
Energy
name it.
source.
pharaohs,
Anyways, I don't care
king.
about East Africa to be real with y'all, but to be the voice of reason here, the Inca temples and all that other stuff, it's not the same that was in Egypt. Like it's not the same thing.
But who's
They
to say
they
that they didn't start it here and they try to change it up over there because these pyramids
they
look like the other people's
That's
pyramids
hearsay.
too.
That's hearsay. You said you wanted the source.
What university they have to get to teach the knowledge to build a pyramid? Then what
What's the
university?
development stages? Show me the development stage on how to build a pyramid over here in America. Don't worry, I'll wait.
You tell
They
me.
don't have them. They
Okay,
just
well, what's
popped
over
up.
there? They got it over there. They know how they build it because it's not that damn
and
sacred
and
geometry.
This is what
they're
they're
not
not telling.
So,
This is what they're not telling you. Those
so you got
so-called
that.
pyramids that they found, they fell
Mm,
down. They had to reconstruct all of them over here in the Americas. They didn't have to
does that,
reconstruct none of them over there in
No, they
Egypt.
didn't fall down. It was because of the water had flooded.
Oh,
It was
no,
like
no, no.
a
You just said no, they didn't fall down, and I'm telling you they
no, you
did.
didn't. No, you
Look
didn't.
it up.
You said how did they construct the pyramids? I don't know. You tell me. That's what I said.
they
And
were
I said don't
far.
tell me to go that stupid sacred geometry. That's what I said.
They were
And I
farther away.
said that they fell down, and you said no, they did not.
They were far
They
away
had
from
to
the.
Well,
reconstruct the
they did
pyramids.
not fall. They didn't fall down. It was something. It was a cow. What is it? It was like an earthquake or a
Yeah,
tsunami, something
and
like that. Something that
it was
happens.
they had
Whether
an earthquake over there in Egypt too, and the only thing that got fucked up was
shit.
the tech.
They
So
my
whose
found
love.
pyramids is better?
You
They
said that you
they
act like they just fell down. No, they did not just fall down.
Okay.
they
my
rebuilt
love.
all
In Egypt and the pyramids in South America are not the same. They're not the same in Mexico.
those are
It's not
pyramids.
the same thing. They're not the same things. They do
They,
look like triangular cubes or whatever you want to call it. Yes, that's the similarity.
Yeah,
does,
But
yeah,
the
and that's
does
build
the
yeah.
are they're just not the
But,
same.
but for all we know,
They're not.
though,
They're
those could
not
have
mere
been, they could
coots.
have looked like the other ones. And when they fell down, they just built them like this. We don't know.
They're not
No,
mere
But they
cooties.
saying that
I'm
these
gonna
are
let
They
older
call them
I'm
though.
mere
gonna let you
coots or mere
talk.
cooties. They're not the
Then after
same
you talk,
thing.
we're gonna
Then
do
why
about two more minutes.
they calling them pyramids and why they saying they're older?
Because
it,
that's what the sites do. They
No, they
compare things
don't.
that look the same. They call them a common name, and
Exactly.
they get
No, they
people to
don't.
think
No, they
that
don't.
they are
Okay.
older than what they are.
No, they don't.
People who are not well versed in ancient structure will
I'm
not know the
Oh,
difference between
exactly.
step
They're just
pyramids
gonna
and
go. They're
regular
just gonna
how did
go.
stone
somebody
Oh
how
look.
mosaic
did somebody
They're
pyramids.
just
become
gonna
well
go. They're
versed in
just gonna go
ancient
look.
structure? How
They're
does
gonna
one
go. They're
become
gonna.
versed in ancient structure?
They're
Please let
gonna
me
look at
know.
it and go, look, a big triangle.
Are
It's
you
a
kidding
Right,
me?
pyramid. That's what they're
right.
gonna do. It's not the same thing. It wasn't built for the same purposes. It doesn't have 8 sides, but it looks like it's only
Like, bro,
four.
I just don't get
It
it,
doesn't
bro.
have. It doesn't use the mathematical formulas. The two top mathematical formulas, pi and phi. It doesn't have that. It's
It
not the
doesn't.
same. It's not even the same material.
I
The
mean,
blocks are not the
you're
same
going off
size.
of
Each
their
individual
math
block,
over there on that side
each
Man,
individual
because
what's
they,
block.
their math? What math? What are you
Goodness
their
talking
gracious.
math
about?
because over here there was
Each
a different math. Like they
individual
didn't
block.
Who do
even
you
they
Look,
said
think?
you
zero
see what
had
I'm
no
saying?
Everything's
It's
value.
so
mathematics.
many.
Even if life started here, where you think it does, who do you think came up with math?
so the math would have got better,
I
and
mean, the Mayans had a totally different math
Stop
than
it.
everybody else had.
Stop. Stop.
Oh, they
Goodness.
didn't. They
And
didn't.
all of a sudden,
They
you're a
didn't.
Scientologist now.
They didn't. The
What
Mayans
is it?
didn't.
What
Because the
was the
See,
Mayans gave
what was the
value to
unit?
now we're
zero.
What was
on
the
another
unit?
The
topic.
Mayans
So
gave
Yeah.
value to
What was the
zero.
unit?
We don't
that's
give
why I
value
got
to
down.
zero.
jumping
How?
topics.
What was the measurement system?
We jumping too much.
Gives value to zero. A real mathematician gives value to zero, as the same as they give value to infinity. What are you talking about?
We got to stay on
Show me where
pyramid.
they give show me where would they give value to zero at. Show me.
Go ahead and all this stuff I say is
Listen,
Tell
easy.
me
let
where does
me.
it cause?
Can I
Did you
please say
know it?
one more thing?
Did
One
you
more
know it?
thing,
Tell
because
me.
hold on, because I have a pyramid in my head.
We keep
I
jumping
don't have
topics.
a math book. I just want to. I say something about math, and then we start talking about math. Just because I use the word pi and phi, now we're going over there. We're talking about the pyramid. What I said
Yeah,
was a point,
but we
and I'm
gotta
trying to
go
get to a
tackle the
conclusion.
math because
Oh
it's not
my
the same
God, we
math.
about to
It's
switch
different
up
math.
again. Just let me stay on the point. I want to stay on the point that I'm on. The point that I'm making here, and I'm gonna use the Europeans for an example, since everything they're saying is wrong. I'm gonna concede to that, right? They lie a lot, right? And here's one example. They admitted that Nubia is older than Egypt and older than Sumer, but they tried to tell us that Sumer was older than Egypt, but that Egypt came from Nubia. How the hell does that even make any sense?
Who said that?
That makes no sense. The people that you said we agree with. We
Okay,
do
so
look, we look at their information like any person who's studying does, whether it's history,
I
linguistics,
try to give you the book. I'm
anthropology,
gonna give you the
whatever.
book.
When you
I'm gonna
look,
give you the book.
hold on. You're researching because you're trying to see who you're going to believe. We're looking at it
I'm
just like
researching
other
to see
scholars.
who I am.
We're
If
looking
you're trying
for.
to look at something and see who you are, then you're doing the wrong thing. That doesn't even make any sense. You
How
got
you
to
gonna
deal
tell
with.
me how to look? How you
Okay,
gonna
so
tell me
where
how to
did the
look?
dicks go in your family? You going to research where the dicks went in your family?
I'm trying to find out.
Whoever laid down with who is how you're going to figure out who you
If
are. You're not
you're
going to
I already know. I
just
researching,
already
off
got
of.
that part down. I already got that part down. Now I'm trying to find out about the
if
land
you're
and
researching, if
my.
you're trying to research who you are, why do you keep getting up here trying to tell us we're not African? We're not part of your
I
research
told
on
you
who
you're not
you are.
African. When did I tell you you're not African? I just told you
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 just
are fucking
said that
African.
like 4 or 5 minutes ago.
I told you that you weren't African.
You said y'all think y'all African or something to that measure. Sleep, you know what I'm
No,
talking
I
about.
did not.
And you're
Y'all
not
are
just sleeping.
African.
You
Y'all
said
Listen,
you
are
hey,
said you believe in
listen.
African.
that African
If you got
You're
bullshit.
up
That's what
here,
you
African.
said.
well, this is why I can't do. I can't. I still didn't even get to the
Those,
point.
those are the titles. They don't bother me.
We
We're
talking
dealing with.
about something else again.
Go ahead, Mo.
The listen.
Oh, you
This
got.
I'm just signing off on this because I can't even really go through the pathway I was going. So when we're talking about researching, it's not to find out who you are. Researching, you also look at multiple people. You can look at what the Greek said. You can look at what the Ashanti said. You can look at what the Chinese said. You can look at what the Cambodian said. You can look at what the people in Jerusalem said. And you can look at what the Romans said. If they all said the same exact thing, then it's safe to conclude that this is something that actually took place, especially if they didn't even communicate with each other. But they all said that the same thing happened. The same people were fighting. The same people were sold. I bought him for $50 and I sold him to him for another $50 and on and on and on. If all these people are agreeing and they're enemies as well, that also gives more credence to the statement that they're making. So researching is not to find out who you are, it's to find out how things happened. And you don't conclude off of what one person says. Any scholar would tell you that. They have to
How
be
you gonna tell
challenged
me how to search for who I am? I can search for who I am
if a
any way I
step,
want.
because that's not what we're
There's.
talking about. We never hold on,
There,
hold on, hold on. That's not what we're talking about.
yeah.
If you came up here and you just said, I'm not African, I'm indigenous to America, there would be no argument because you're talking about yourself. The tension goes up when you start putting it as a blanket statement over
When
everything.
am I putting it as a blanket statement? I'm talking about me.
Slavery
Me.
never
I could care less
happened.
about everybody else.
Slavery
I'm
never
talking about
happened.
You,
Okay,
me.
God, she's
No,
only
that
talking about
I
herself.
said not the
I
way
don't
that
know.
they stated did,
I
and
don't know
I
how
gave
we
my
keep.
source, which was the Library of
you,
Congress.
you're not
That's why I
distinguishing that
asked you
though.
earlier. Were you talking about the boats for your family?
I
The
said,
boat sound
what
like you're
boat?
talking about a whole bunch of people.
There
If
ain't
you're
no
only
boats. What are you talking
so
about? There ain't no
right,
boats.
but you're asking the question about boats just for your family, correct?
I was trying to be an
No,
asshole because how the way they said that we need to prove our shit.
That's
I
what I'm
said,
saying.
prove
So it
slavery to
sounds
me
like you're
with your
talking about
boats.
everybody.
We're not trying
I
to
If
said,
you're
ask.
prove
talking
slavery
We're
about
with the
trying to
boats
deal with
then.
scholarship. We're trying to deal with real
And then
information
we
and
gave you
scholarship,
boats that
like
sunk.
without trying to.
Where are they?
He said they found them in
Alabama,
1865,
I
Kenya.
told you
there's
where they
some
were.
still in Nigeria that some of them broke down in Nigeria trying to go back. They broke down over there.
Where they at? I have not seen any
They
boats.
broken down over there. They're still over
Tristan
there with the
Tristan
name
even
with
told
These
you to
Jesus'
go
slave
to
name
ships,
on
Google.
it.
Tristan
these
They
I
even
over
slave
told you
there.
to
ships
go on
sound just
Google
like
and
the
look at the
you
Noah's
got
slave
Ark to
some
ships.
me.
stuck in
Sounds like
Lauderdale,
Noah's Ark to
Georgia.
me.
You got
Think of
some right now. They're on the west. They're on the west coast of Florida. They're sunk. They're salvaging them. They got one. They got one that's sunk. Right? It's sunk and it's still intact. And they're
I
going
want
to
to see if
dig a
there
grave and
was a
look
slave
for it
ship. It could have just
without
been a
it
ship.
breaking.
the only crazy thing about trying to compare Noah's Ark to the transatlantic slave ships is we can find them. There are
We,
slave ships. that have been dismembered. So all you got to do is a simple Google search for this. I don't need a
I mean,
source.
they could be just regular ships,
I
and I
don't think
mean, we
people are
don't
searching
know.
for truth though. They're just searching for biased information.
Regular ships are
Um,
not going to have places for slaves.
show me these ships with these places for slaves.
Google them.
Okay,
It, it's
ships for places for slaves. Okay,
They
hold
have
on.
Slave
whole slave
ships.
ports.
in
They
a
just
super.
pile them in the bows and
It's
chain
not
them
a
Slave
to different parts.
Noah
Chain them to
ship.
ship.
different parts. You can look at the.
Slave ships.
Slave
Images. Click
ships.
images.
Images. Okay, images. Good.
There you go.
Drawings, right?
You're going to see schematics. Keep scrolling. Because you do
Okay.
realize schematics are what things are built off of, correct?
I see drawings. Let me go to images.
Schematics. You're looking at
That's a
schematics.
schematic. That's a
Drawings. Drawings.
Schematics.
Drawings.
Kenya,
so
how do you think
the,
anything was ever
If
made?
you look at the Associated Press, December 22nd, 2021, they have found a slave ship intact, and they're still trying to get it up.
Where's it at?
Is that
How did
Alabama?
you look it? How did you look it up? What did you Google?
It don't tell me where it's exactly
Google is a
located.
Oh, that's a new one.
It's
Yeah.
in
Google is a
It's
search engine.
Alabama. It's
Yeah.
Alabama.
No, I just want to know what words
Start.
did
Does
you
it
use
start
to
with an
Google?
L? The name, what it, La Carta, La Quinta, or something, whatever.
I just want to know what words you used on Google.
There it is, Catilda.
yeah, okay. I was gonna.
Okay,
Oh,
Catilda.
somebody. It's looking
How you
over. Yeah.
spell it?
I think I
They got
told
it in the
her.
comments.
C O L T
COLTILDA.
I D A.
Yeah, okay. That's it. That's it. That's it. Yeah.
And then
Yeah, but
let me
and
go
then
look on
there's
the
another
slave.
thing
I
that
go
people
look on
need
the
to
slave
understand
voice
though.
records
Here's another
to make
there's
sure that
another
was
thing that people need
true.
to understand. But we're talking about this as if people just got off boats like, oh darn, well the boat broke. Just leave it there. They broke it down and used it. They recycled it.
Oh,
They
how
used it to
convenient!
burn. They used it to burn fires. They used it to make weapons. They didn't just leave the boat there and walk away from it. And then even if they did, who's to say somebody else wouldn't come along, in the next couple of days or the next year or whatever and grab it? And then even if that didn't happen, weathering. It's wood. It's going to break down. It's
Right.
inevitable.
So when they said they found the Noah's Ark, we should all know it's a lie. That's too long ago. But when it comes
Yeah.
to ships,
Bro, they found like three in Fort Lauderdale, bro.
they're around. They're around. My closest piece of
That
genealogy
was
from my
right.
family came from the Yoruba, who came in what is that called, a legal slave ship. So they're around. They're around. This argument
Voyage.
is
It's just funny that people in Africa don't really know that we can't come from there. Because when I
it,
ask people that, they're like in Nigeria and stuff, they don't know that. A lot of them they
it
don't know that. And they look at us like
How
we're
big do
crazy.
you think Africa? You act like Africa is
I
like a
said
corner store or
Nigeria.
something.
I stopped it because I know how you
But
don't.
I'm saying people in that we come from a lot of different places in Africa.
They were
and
But
not
most of us
colonized.
come
It's
from
a lot of
Nigeria.
different
A lot of
people.
us come from
Plus
Nigeria.
they
Okay,
got
but
hit.
what
They
about
got
the
hit
people
up there
from
before
Ghana?
we even had the first trip over here. They're
right.
getting their asses kicked by the Portuguese and the Arabs.
They were
Before this
colonized.
even happens.
Right. They were colonized. Yes. So yes, they don't teach in slavery history, but
They were colonized for how long?
for over 700 years.
That's a lie.
That is the
See,
truth.
we're not dealing with
Emotep,
scholarship when you say that.
Now
Prove it.
you're supposed
Emotep,
to
come
say
on,
because
Emotep, because he
it's a
won't answer the
lie.
question for me.
It's a lie, and then you're supposed to say because in
Yes.
1400 AD, and
That's
you're supposed to bring it right after that. You
that's
can't go
scholarship.
no, that's a
Don't,
lie.
don't, I didn't say
Because
no, no,
what?
no.
Yeah, but
No,
because
no,
what? You
no.
have to say
But,
no, and then you
hold
rebuttal
on.
with some
Because that means
information.
I have to stop. That means I have to stop and go look up that
You
what
should
I
already
saw.
have it if you're gonna say it.
Then you
No,
don't
I got so
say
much
it.
fucking information in my head. It's ridiculous.
You should have a source, a book, or something. Because anytime I say something, I can pull up a book
Okay,
in
but
two
you think
seconds.
there wasn't time? There's times where I want to disagree with you, but I don't say nothing because I don't
Right.
have the rebuttal. I don't have the information for it. I can't just say no. I
No,
have
I
to
can
be
say
able to
no. I can
present
say
it.
no because I know it's a no. That's why I've been asking Emotep that question, and he won't answer it.
Okay,
Okay,
they
so
weren't colonized for 700 years before the Atlantic slave trade because what? Give us a name, a key word, or something.
I have to go search it
There's
because
no history
I haven't
anywhere
talked
around the
about this.
world that would
Just
disagree
say
with
you
I
that.
don't
mean, you
know.
even
In
mentioned it. You
fact,
even
hold
mentioned
on.
it when
In
me and you
fact,
talked before.
and
Just say
hold
you
on.
don't
She's
know.
being nice. She's being nice by saying 700 years.
Just say
Anyway,
you
Right.
don't know. That's all you
Mo,
gotta say is I don't know. That's it.
I
It's okay
do
to say I don't know.
know. That's why have I or have I not been asking Emotep that
You
question?
you said it's a
he.
lie though, so
But
just
who
say I
is
don't know
Imhotep?
instead.
I'm just
I
No,
don't
he lives
understand.
in
Listen.
Nigeria.
Hold on.
But I'm just
Imhotep. Hold
asking.
on. Hold on.
And
Hold on.
when did you
Imhotep.
say Mo when I
Imhotep.
asked that
Im,
question one time?
Imhotep can come up here and say, "Nah, we weren't colonized for
There
700
was
years," and I'm not gonna go, "Oh shit, damn, he right." I'm gonna just say, "Bro,
just
you
like they
think
say
we
just
gonna
like
say
they
the
say
same thing to
Ethiopia had
him?"
never been colonized and we all know Ethiopia has been.
Who said that
Ethiopia
Ethiopia
is
was?
on a whole nother
What
side of
the
the
fuck is
continent.
that?
You
We're
ain't
not
you
talking
ain't
about Ethiopia,
We're
Kenya.
not focusing on
We're not
Ethiopia right now.
talking about
I'm just saying you
Ethiopia.
can't believe everything you hear. You weren't around 700 years ago.
But guess what? The records that have been passed down,
What
and the
records?
and listen, and the actual architecture that's in West Africa shows you that there were boats that left that port and came somewhere. The architecture is still there. It's still there, Kenya.